going forwards. I'd be really interested in doing that following like Raw and SmackDown. Not sure about NXT. Obviously, we've got a good community for NXT, so we could definitely look to do it. But I think we might start with Raw first. Might start with Raw and see how it goes, because I don't quite know how we would do it. I don't know if we would just open it up to like everything on the show, or if we would do it on a specific topic. But I really like it, because I think with these streams, someone will ask a question. Obviously, we'll get to questions and thoughts and everything. Someone will ask a question, and then obviously, as you know, I tend to go off for a good half an hour, 40 minutes, right? And I'm off. I'm away with the fairies, right? Whereas with this, because I know I've got 80 comments I've got to get through, because I want to try and get through them all. I know I had like 80 comments to try and get through. I know that I can't stick on the subjects too long, you know, so I kind of felt like we got through a lot of people's comments. We threw a lot of ideas around. It felt good. It felt good when I finished it. It felt good. I did say I had a story about it as well. My story was that it was over an hour long. And when I came to edit it, I accidentally edited it in 4K, right? Not a problem. I wish it was in 4K, but that was nearly 30 gig, the video size. So I went to upload it, and it said it was going to take 3 hours. And I was like, no, it can't take 3 hours. Like, I need to do the unseen video. People are waiting for this one. I was like, no. So I had to go back and re-edit it, which is why I think it's maxed out at like 1080p. But yeah, it was like a learning curve, shall we say. But definitely something I think we can use going forward. King Chris, shout out to you, said, howdy y'all. I hope everyone enjoys the show. So, right, I think there's something with the opinion thing. Thank you to those that took part. Unseen video, we will do one after this episode. There's a few bits that have come out of today. I think we did a pretty good job of grabbing all of that Cody Rock kind of fallout. I mean, obviously there's quite the war that's being waged on Twitter at the moment. So I think we did quite a good job of grabbing all that and putting it into last night's Unseen video. Obviously, today will be there'll be a bit about that, but there'll be more about NXT and whatever it is that we're about to watch. Dort Knight said, what do you think on the match card? Oh, hello. No, that's Thomas. Thomas, shout out to you. What do I think on the match card? We're about to get to it. I always like to start with the match card. So as soon as I've read Dort Knight's comment, we will get to it. Dort Knight said, all roads don't lead to WrestleMania. Yeah, obviously we can talk about that. I don't know, what's the headlines really? I don't expect it to change. At no point have I expected it to change. I think that we are going to get Rock versus Roman, and I think that the fans are gonna realize that they can't change things. I mean, We Want Cody has been trending for 2 days. Over 500,000 dislikes on that video. There's people coming out like clearly noise has been made, because you've got the likes of Rikishi putting a message out going, what have I missed? You've got Ricochet actually coming out showing his support for Cody. Obviously Logan did, but I think Logan wasn't doing it so much for the cause and doing it a bit more for trending. Matt Cardona came out and said we want Cody as well. Like, there's people that have come out in support of Cody, and obviously he's trended, and obviously noise has been made, and to be perfectly truthful with you, I think that's about as good as it's going to get. I think that's it. I think that was the wrestling fans having their say, and I don't know that the Raw crowd are going to be like, that vocal. I think there's been some interesting points I've read where people have said the fan base now is not the fan base of 10 years ago. 10 years ago when people were getting behind Daniel Bryan, we saw them hijack Raw. We saw the Yes movement. We saw like the chants. Do you remember as well after WrestleMania 33? and they booed Roman out the building for, like, was it like 10 minutes at the start of that Raw? The Raw after WrestleMania. They booed Roman out the building. I just don't know that the fan base of 2024 is as vocal as what it was before. You know, you hear your chants and whatever, but I think this is just as time has gone by. I think the crowd has just got more PG as the product has been more PG for a longer period of time. I think if you go back 10 years, we were probably still running on the fumes of ruthless aggression. And I don't know that enough time had gone by to kind of, you know, chase everyone away from that period. Whereas I feel like now we've had a long period of PG. And honestly, I just don't know that we've got a crowd that's as vocal. So I don't disagree. I think that Roman is the direction we're going to go. And I don't know, we can talk about it. I think that I don't expect it to change. And I think that, you know, those that are supporting Cody have been able to just kind of voice their displeasure. But that's it now, really. That's it. It's done. As I said, I can't see this being a movement that's going to keep going and going and going and going and going. Because I think WWE will find ways of convincing people. I think they will come out and they'll be like, you know, we're already seeing this talk about the unification match, and they're saying, I think it was Zero News said, trust the process. And it's like, that's really insulting, right? That's a really insulting tweet, because the process was quite clear. Cody wins the Rumble. He points at Roman, you, I'm coming for you, right? So that was the flipping process. Don't tell me to trust a process that's changed. Don't tell me to trust a process where the Rockers just bumped Cody to the side, right? Trust the process. Right, I understand that there's a plan on the table now for Cody to face Seth, someone he's beat 3 times, and also beaten him with a torn pectoral muscle, right? So there's absolutely no intrigue in that match whatsoever. He's going to compete for a World Heavyweight Championship that doesn't mean much, only got introduced last year, created out of thin air. We've joked about how it feels like the Super Intercontinental, right? So, He's gonna face someone he's beat 3 times for a title that doesn't matter, for a title that doesn't finish the story. Also, he can go to SummerSlam to then face Roman, right? We believe Roman, to unify these 2 belts, which all that achieves is it takes a world title away from your Sammys, your Gunthers, your Finn Balor's, your Damian Priests, your Shinsuke Nakamura's. Like, all these people now have only got the, you know, we got into this mess because we unified the WWE Championship and the Universal Championship like a couple of years ago. If those 2 belts had been kept separate, Roman could have had his historic run, right, with the Universal, because it's the Universal that this historic run is based on, right? And that's the belt that he's had for as long as what he's had, right? It's the Universal that's that he needs, really. And the one that Cody needs is the WWE. Had we not have combined those belts at WrestleMania 38, we wouldn't have had to have made a new belt last year. And Roman could carry on his merry way. And Cody could win the WWE Championship and not have to interfere. We could do Rock Roman for the Universal. And we could do Cody versus whoever for the WWE Championship. Randy Orton or something, right? But we got into this mess because we put both them belts on Roman. And that then meant we had to create a brand new World Heavyweight title, which has not established itself yet. And now all of a sudden, you've got Zero News saying, trust the process, because we're going to unify this nothing belt with Roman's belt at SummerSlam. And that's, I don't know, what, meant to make us excited or something? I have no idea. It is pretty wild, some of the things people are coming up with to try and dampen down that Cody noise. You know, that is designed to just get everyone to settle down. Look, there's a plan. Settle down, quiet down. That's what it is. That's all it is. It's just people trying to quieten down the noise. Clearly, cages have been rattled. Clearly, people have got upset. Clearly, there's concern for the noise that's on social media right now. And there are people making attempts to try and dampen it down. And I've got to tell you, man, I hope it doesn't work. I hope it doesn't work. I not a single part of me expects Roman to change. Not a single part of me. At no point have I thought that it would change, right? It was very encouraging to wake up to the news, though, that PW Insider are reporting that WWE are monitoring the situation. But what does that mean? I mean, of course, they're monitoring that. They monitor Twitter trends. So, of course, they're monitoring the situation. That's a bit like saying WWE are keeping an eye on the amount of tickets they're selling. You know, they are keeping an eye on how many people are tuning into their show. It's like, of course they're of course they're monitoring Twitter. Of course they are. So I don't know how much stock you can put into that, to be honest. But I don't know. It's been a very, very interesting few days on social media. I think that it's allowed those that feel that Cody has been wronged to have a voice, express their opinion. Obviously, now we're seeing a counter movement from the Rock fans that don't care about, you know, if Cody was wronged or whatever. They are just so hell-bent on Rock versus Roman. They'll take it, whatever, right? Burn the rest of the company down. As long as we get Rock Roman, we don't give a flip, right? That's fine. If that's your stance, that's absolutely fine. I have no argument for that. There is no argument for that. All I can say is I think you're going to get your match. But you ain't going to have the full support that you would have had before. There'll be plenty of people that are not going to be engaged with that main event that would have been as engaged with it before. So you can have your match, but it ain't going to feel the same. It ain't going to be the same. Because I know my excitement level for it is through the floor. I couldn't give a flip about it. To me, it's going to be like Brock Roman WrestleMania 34. Give a flip. It's going to hold no historic impact to me now. So it's ruined, it's soiled, you know. But those that want it will get it. But it, you know, it's just not going to have the same impact because the way they've gone about it is like a bull in a china shop. You've had Cody win the Rumble. That clip of him, I just can't get it out of my head. He's standing in the ring going, "You, Roman, I'm coming for you." 2 years we've heard about Finish the Story. 2 years. He wins the Rumble for a second time, only the fourth person to do it. Only the fourth person to do it. He does it. Goes to SmackDown. Gets bumped to the side. As CM Punk said, here's a much bigger superstar to, you know, take it away from you. And the exact same thing happened, didn't it? I mean, not quite exactly the same, but, you know, on the, was it Royal Rumble that CM Punk lost his title to The Rock? And, you know, this has happened before, and I don't know, man, this is just not the kind of thing I can support. It's just, it's dirty. It's horrible. I just put a tweet out saying I think the intentions were good. I don't think The Rock has decided, oh, I know, I'm going to ruin this for everyone, right? I think the intentions were good, but it's just the wrong way to do it. It's the wrong way to do it. I'll tell you how it feels. It feels to me like Triple H wanted Cody, and it feels like The Rock wanted The Rock. And so Triple H has done as much as he can to get Cody to the dance, right? He's had him win the Rumble. I don't know if it was his idea for Cody to point at Roman, right? Did you hear Triple H's comments after the Royal Rumble? He said, I'm in no doubt that Cody is the guy. Cody is the guy. We have to pull him away from people when he's signing autographs, right? We have to pull him in like this is going to be, he will be the face of this company for years and years to come. And he is the right guy. He put him over so strong. To the point, actually, where it did seem a little strange, and I remember that we had a conversation about it. And someone made this point online. They were like, do you reckon he made those comments because what he was trying to do was he was trying to put Cody over, and the Rumble was putting Cody over, and Cody pointing at Roman and building to that match is putting Cody over because they knew that The Rock was going to come in and take it all away. Is that why they did that? There are reports of no power struggles, and I do believe that because I think Triple H knows that he would lose. He would lose. The Rock is on the board of directors. It's crazy to me how people were so vocal about Vince changing plans and how this was horrific. Fire Vince. And then The Rock comes and does it. And there are people out there that are like, yeah, this is brilliant. It's brilliant. Oh, God, this is so good. This is brilliant. It doesn't matter that Cody won the Rumble, was going to go on to finish his story. We were heading in this direction, and all of a sudden, off we go down some dirt track. That doesn't seem to matter to some people, so I don't know, man. I think there's a real robbery. I think there's a real injustice. I get that plans have to change. But what we saw on Friday was so just disrespectful. Cody's little face as well. When he went walking off and his tail was between his legs. Oh, you can tell he is hurting, And I've got to say as well, I don't get the segment because The Rock came out, right? Obviously, push Cody away. Get out my ring. Go on. And then, but before that, Roman was talking about how the Seth's belt was like the number 2 belt. He's like, I've beaten all those people. He even said to Cody, and I can't get my head around this. He said to Cody, do you want to go after the 2nd belt? Do you want to be like the number 2 belt? Or do you want another shot at being number 1? Why would they have Roman say that? Why would they have Roman put down the other belt when they know that Cody is going to be forced to go after it? Why do that? I don't understand. It just makes it even more bitter, doesn't it? I just don't get the booking. Don't get it. And I think part of that reason is because we've just got different visions and different things going on. At least with Vince. And I know that Vince is not popular, to say the least, right? But put the allegations to one side. Let's just talk about his booking. At least with his booking, it was him at the top. And he had the final say. Yeah, he would change his mind. But it was all going through that one person. Here, I don't think Triple H's vision is being played out in full. This full creative control that he was apparently been given seemingly doesn't exist anymore now that The Rock's around. And I think we're going down different roads and this is why the story just doesn't fit, just doesn't work, just doesn't make sense. And even that bit, go fight for the secondary belt. And I understand that you could make the argument, he's saying that because when Cody wins that secondary belt, all the fans will know it's not the real belt. He's still got to get the real belt, right? That's why you said it. Yeah, okay, but that's pretty wild to say for the build for WrestleMania, don't you think? Don't you think that's a bit wild to put down that other title on the road to WrestleMania, as we're meant to be building up matches? We're meant to be building up titles, building up superstars, building up matches, building up WrestleMania. Not going, I've beat all them people. Do you want to go for that number 2 belt? Or do you want the number 1 belt? Well, it turns out you can't have that, Cody. You need to go, The Rock's here. Go play with the other kids in the back. So, but yeah, under no impression that it'll change. Under no impression of that whatsoever. So we can go back and touch and dig into that a bit more if you want to. That's pretty much my viewpoint on it. That's pretty much where I stand. There's no changing of my mind on that. All the dirt sheets and reports and everything that have come out and everything that we've spoke about just talks about how the locker room were shocked, talks about how the creative department just, you know, are hoping that the plans will change. And again, you know, can you trust the dirt sheets? Can you trust what is being told? I don't know. It's up to you, innit? I mean, this comes down to everyone individually to look at what's happening, look at the evidence, look at the situation, and, you know, make their own minds up. For some people, don't care. As long as I get Roman, that's all I care about, right? For some people, that's their approach. For others, you know, they've got a different approach. And then I think there is people in the middle that either don't care in general or are kind of looking at both sides going, I don't really know on this one where I stand. So it's been an interesting couple of days. I think it will start to die down. I think the upset of kind of knowing what the plan is now has played out over this weekend. I think once we get past Raw, you've got a good few days then till you get to SmackDown. Cody will be on SmackDown. I'm sure there'll be some chants for him, and I'm sure there'll be some trends online, but I don't have much confidence, to be honest, that WWE are going to actually change anything or do anything, or you know, I think the word on the street being that they're looking to do or potentially going to do a unification match at SummerSlam. That might be the road we're on. That might be the path that we're going to go down. But, you know, he'll finish the story. I've no doubt he'll finish the story. It's just a bit unsatisfying right now. Let's put it that way. But I said I wanted to talk about NXT. I'm going to do that. NXT champion Ilja Dragunov is going to go up against Trick Williams. So we've got Ilja Dragunov against Trick Williams. We've also got Lyra Valkyria against Roxanne Perez. We've got Femi taking on Dragon Lee. We've got Baron Corbin and Bron Breakker taking on Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams. So Trick Williams, double duty. That's the Dusty Cup final. We've got Tony D'Angelo and Stax and the Riz. Love the Riz. Taking on Bronco, Nima, Lucien Price and Jaida Parker. 6-person tag match. And then we've got Dijak taking on Joe Gacy in a no DQ match. I've really enjoyed their back and forth online, actually. Dijak and Joe Gacy have been a lot of fun online. So I'm looking forward to that. 6-person, that'll be okay. It's had a bit of a build. Dusty final. Yeah, can't be down on that. Femi Dragon Lee, I'm not that excited for. I suppose I'm excited to see Femi because we just haven't seen much of him. But I think we all know he's going to win. And I don't know, because he's new, I'm not expecting a great match. I'm sure Dragon Lee will bump like a trooper, you know. I'm sure he'll get chucked around and he'll take bumps and whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not. That's probably the match I'm least hyped for. But I am looking forward to seeing Femi. I'm very excited for him as a prospect. Lyra Valkyria, Roxanne Perez. Don't know which way that goes, actually. That could go either way. That's an interesting one. And the same with the main event. I think that Trick has had such a great reaction recently. They have got a real problem on their hands, because I think that they were probably going to have Carmelo interrupt, and we were going to do Trick Carmelo without the title, right? And we could still do that. But because Trick is so over, they may want to put the belt on him, and then his first feud be against Carmelo and do it with the title, right? It does beg the question, well, what do you do with Ilja Dragunov then? So I think for that reason, I would be tempted to keep the belt on Ilja. I would do Trick Carmelo feud. I think Trick is someone that people like. If he gets robbed and cheated, that will upset people. That will just get even more support for Trick. I think I would personally keep the belt on Ilja. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an Ilja stan. I'm saying it because I actually really like both guys. I mean, I really like Trick as well. So I like Ilja. I like Trick. I just would worry about what we do with Ilja if he's not champion. I kind of think he did a promo the other day and he was kind of like pacing around and we were like, God, I wish you would stand true, like still. And yeah, I just think like there's probably a few things for him to learn still in NXT. Just presentation wise, I understand that he's like a bottle of pop. But I would like him to just stand still a few times where he's like pacing around. He's all like so animated. That hug thing is new as well, is it not? I don't remember him doing that before. He's done it twice now. He did it to Corbin and he did it to Trick, you know, where at the end of like a little promo exchange, he grabs them, pulls them in, hugs them. I'm still not sold on that. So I think there's still things we can look at with Ilja as champion. Trick can go off and do his feud with Carmelo. Trick will get the title. Maybe Stand and Deliver would be a good place for Trick to get the belt, you know. But Lyra, Roxanne, I think what we'll do is I'm going to jump into the chat. And what we'll do is we'll do a poll. And we'll do it on the women's championship. So who leaves as champion? Who do you think's going to get this? Do you think it's going to be that Roxanne gets it? Or do you think it's going to be Lyra Valkyria? Wrestler Andy said, do you think Jade will be on NXT? Jade Cargill? I hadn't thought about it, actually. But that'd be good. I think it would be a really good place for her to land. Because, as we said, I think she is someone that has got great talent. I think she looked really good in the Rumble, but looking good in a Rumble is not difficult. I think, yeah, I mean, she spends a long time in NXT. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest if she went to NXT. It really wouldn't. I know it's something that people are really uncertain about because some people want her to be on the main roster straight away and they don't want to wait. Some people want her to go to NXT. I think I'm more in the NXT camp. WWE posted on X about Cody being attacked by Shinsuke. They are desperately trying to distract poor Cody. Another tweet actually from Brandy from 6 hours ago. Another reason why I love this guy. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Cody thing. So, last night at Knoxville, Cody was attacked by Shinsuke. Oh, he gets misted. To be honest, that's the least of his worries. Hey, we got some tweets from that'll be good for an unseen video though. So I'll definitely take it. Okay, Dijak, I'm not talking about my stuff because honestly I couldn't care less, but if you're gonna hijack a comment section in support of Cody, maybe stick to relevant ones. Flooding posts about young excited NXT talent is the wrong message. Okay, so Dijak is saying if you want to put comments on he's not saying it to me, by the way, he's just saying it in general. He's saying if you want to support like Cody, that's absolutely fine. And I'm not saying this about my tweets, but maybe just stick out of the comment section of the young NXT talent. So looks like people have been like just bombarding all NXT accounts and everything. I mean, we haven't been doing that. And I wouldn't recommend you do that. I mean, we don't need to be dragging people into this, right? But, yeah, that was Dijak from 10. We'll put that in unseen. That's interesting. And then he says, now, if you excuse me, I need to go off and kill Joe Gacy. Excuse me a second, everyone. Just got to go and murder Joe Gacy at NXT Vengeance Day. Right, lovely. Let's work down. Huff Sports said, Days, what I don't understand are the fans saying it's better for business. I don't get anything from them. I don't get anything from them making more business. Yeah, that's true. I think, to be honest, if you want Rock Roman, right, to drag us back to that, and of course we're probably going to talk about that a lot, but I think if you want Rock Roman, the simple truth is you want Rock Roman, right? It's a dream match for you, and you want that match. It's very difficult beyond that to justify how we've got to it. I don't think anyone can argue the Cody winning the Rumble, pointing at Roman, finishing the story. I think everyone can understand that, right? That was derailed, right? And I think, honestly, I've got to think that Rock fans even understand where the Cody fans and the Cody supporters are coming from. I have to think that. If I don't think that, it'll drive me insane, because how could you not, right? So I would have to think that they understand. So really, you're just left then with, how do you justify what's happened? How do you find an explanation, a reason, a defense? Like, what can you get? And quite clearly, the big obvious one is, this is best for business. But we made this point last night during, was it the discussion video, the opinion video? I can't remember which one. It was either Unseen or it was the opinion one. But the point I made is how funny that best for business used to be a heel line, right? It's what the Authority used to say, right? Daniel Bryan, you're a B+ player. You're just not best for business. You know, that was what the Authority used to say. That is a heel line that the fans used to boo. And now fans are using that line as justification for what we've got now, what's happening right now. And you can understand why, because it is the reason. The Rock is on the board, right? The wrestler The Rock from the Attitude Era is not really the same person we're seeing now, because what we're seeing now is someone that sits on the TKO board, that has got financial, like, you know, investments in the company's success. So he is going to want to make sure that this is going to be the biggest WrestleMania possible. He wants to create the most business possible, because it lines his pockets at the end of the day. He has got an invested interest in that side of things now. And it's funny, isn't it? When he didn't have an invested interest, when he wasn't on the board, where was he? Where was he? You know, the argument of, well, we've got to do this match now because he's available now. It's like, yeah, funny is available now, isn't it? Funny he wasn't available last year when we were meant to do this match. Funny that he couldn't clear his calendar and his schedule then. Funny, isn't it? So, I don't know. Maybe I've got the foil hat on. Maybe I've turned into a full-blown conspiracy theorist. But it just seems a bit strange to me that all of a sudden he's on the boards. He's got more investment in this company now. And, of course, now he turns up. It's a bad look, man. It's a really bad look. It leaves a bad taste in the mouth. I think the best for business thing is what it's about. It's the truth. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing a company that is trying to, like, make the most money possible. I think the frustrating thing was that rumors were that WWE themselves wanted to do this match, but do it in Saudi Arabia, because the belief was that they could make even more money there. Now, I don't know what came of that. I think they probably got spooked by Brock being out and CM Punk being out. But to be truthful with you, I just think that's such a shame that they're not confident in the current roster. You know, you can still have The Rock there. Right? You can still advertise The Rock. He can be the host. Right? He can do whatever. He can, like, be a guest ref, or, I don't know, have him do whatever. Have him, like, sell merch. I don't care. But he can still be there. But, and you can flood it with, like, you know, superstars of the past. Get Brett, get Shawn, get Triple H, get Batista. You know, get anyone that's not signed elsewhere, that's a big name from the past, to celebrate 40 years of WrestleMania, and then advertise the hell out of the fact they're going to be there, right? But match-wise, don't you think it's such a shame that we're not going to put our faith in Gunther? You know, we could do Gunther versus Seth as the main event of night one, but we're not going to do that because we don't have confidence in that's going to bring the eyeballs that we want. I saw Conrad Thompson make this argument as well, you know, the business argument. It's like, yeah, it's best for business, but whose business? Whose business is it best for? Because if you think about it, WWE don't make money off pay-per-view now. They make it from Peacock, right? But they've already got the Peacock money. So more people can tune in, but WWE don't benefit from that because they've been paid $1 billion for 10 years. And the money, you know, any extra subscriptions, well, it's Peacock that benefits. So from a business point of view, what are they getting? What are they getting? Well, I mean, shirts. Maybe they'll sell some shirts. Maybe there'll be some merch, you know, social media engagement, YouTube revenue, you know, maybe these kinds of things. But I assure you that is going to be a drop in the bucket compared to, you know, what they would have got from the pay-per-view model of old, you know? We're not talking about people having to decide now whether to buy the $50, $60, $70 pay-per-view or not. Oh, The Rock's there. I'll do it, right? We're not talking about that anymore. The model that we've got now means that people subscribe to Peacock, which is, what, $9.99 a month. And a lot of people are already subscribed. If you're not subscribed, I don't know, there may be a free trial. And even if there's not a free trial, people will probably just sign up for a month and then go once WrestleMania's over. And WWE don't see any of that money. So I do agree that it is a business move. I do agree that it increases eyeballs, and I'm sure that does have a ripple effect. But I'd be very interested to know what the numbers would be. There's not really a way of knowing, you know. What's the difference between Rock wrestling and being at WrestleMania, or Rock hosting and being at WrestleMania? I wonder what the projected difference is financially, considering that pay-per-views now live on Peacock, and Peacock is $9.99 a month. It's interesting to think about, isn't it? It's interesting to think about. Fortnite said there is no way large parts of the community were told they had choc ices at home when they asked their mother for an ice cream from an ice cream van. I feel like I have been told that, but I don't know about choc ices. I have been told that before, that we've got that at home already. It's the classic, isn't it? We've got that at home already. And you didn't. I think we had it with Coke, actually. I think the one for me was Coca-Cola. When I was growing up, we didn't ever have Coca-Cola in the house. It would always be like an own brand thing, which was never as good. And to be honest, I never really drank it because I never really liked it. And so if ever I did try to get proper Coca-Cola, it would be like, no, you've already got that at home. And then you'd get home and it would be like, you know, a supermarket own brand or something, and you'd be like, that's not what I wanted. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, like, we kind of live in a world now where that kind of stuff is just really took for granted now, I think. Certainly by myself, I do take it for granted. If I think about when I was growing up and we didn't even have, you know, proper Coca-Cola in the house. But we do now, living the high life. Amin said, did you hear that there's going to be a Fatal 4-Way tomorrow? Yeah, they announced it on SmackDown, bud. So they announced it on SmackDown. It's going to be a Fatal 4-Way tag match. The winners will go on to face the winners from the Fatal 4-Way on Friday, which was Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate. I think they've announced the teams as well. I seem to remember DIY, Imperium, I think New Day, and I can't remember the other team. Adam Pearce announced it. I remember seeing him do the announcement, and I was like, do you know what? That can wait. That can wait. Like, I don't know that people are like massively excited about like this tag team Fatal 4-Way match. A graphic will come out tomorrow and that'll do, right? So I don't know that people are like really crazy about it. So considering everything that's been going down online, I was like, that can wait. But yeah, there is one that's got 4 tag teams in it tomorrow. The Chase U calendar. Yeah, now, Thea Hale said the Chase U calendar is available at Vengeance Day, right? So I'm guessing, I'm guessing that means that they have got some there to actually sell. I don't know if it means that it's going to go up onto the WWE shop. Just going to search WWE NXT to see if there's any glimpse of a calendar. I'm sure if there was one, people would be purchasing it and putting pictures of it up online. But, yeah, no, I saw the Thea Hale tweet. She said that they would be at Vengeance Day, so it's not looking good, to be honest. It's not looking good. It might mean that we don't get our hands on one. Let's go to I'm on WWE shop. Oh, they've got the old CM Punk shirt coming back, you know, which I'm so excited for. Look at that. For my money, that might be the best shirt in WWE history. I know people love Austin 316, but that's a very simple shirt. You know, it's the kind of thing you could go down the road and just get made, right? Maybe you could go down the road and get this made, but there's a lot more going on here. I do love the Macho Man one with the, you know, the purple with the shades. Do love that. That's iconic. Do Hulk Rules, you know, that was pretty iconic back in the day. There's been a few, but for my money, this might be the one. It really might be the one. I love it. I think it looks absolutely brilliant. What I want is where do I go for like new stuff? Where's that live? Superstars, apparel. Would it be accessories? I don't know, man. They're not making it easy for us. Can I go NXT? What's this? So these are the auction thing. That's cool, isn't it? So that is a piece of original talent art table, Wesley. Only $55. I mean, it's still got 8 days to go. But if you're a Wesley fan, that's pretty sick, isn't it? That's pretty cool as well. Look at that, $165. You get Becky's signature on there as well, which is pretty cool. But signed by all of those people. Same with that spring break-in. These, unfortunately, you have to bid for. So they're not. It's not 116. I mean, in 11 days, that could shoot up. So, but yeah, do you know what I'm not seeing at the moment? A calendar. That's what I'm not seeing. So, Nikita Lyons shirt, Carmelo Hayes shirt. I feel like this is the NXT world. So, yeah, the signs aren't good at the moment, unfortunately. Since when do they do auctions, said the guy. They've done auctions for a long time. So if you go to in fact, they've started to actually put the auctions now on... where's the shop? There it is. They've started to put the auction stuff here now in the actual site. But before, you would go here. So if you click on auctions... right, this is where all these collectibles and memorabilia bits are. It's been going for ages. So if you click current listings, look at this. This is all the stuff that you bid on that's signed. Signed by Cody, signed by Punk, Austin Theory signed Cody figure. Again, you know, it's $285 and it ends in 10 days. So I don't know what these actually end up going for, but it's probably a fair bit of money. But yeah, look, Bailey thing signed, Bianca signed. But what they do now, they do a really good job, actually, of getting this stuff on the website so it's not as hidden away. Before, you had to click on that tab. They did, it's about, oh God, over a year ago now, they did a signed Thea Hale Chase U event-worn shirt, right? You could actually get a Thea Hale t-shirt, Chase U, that she'd wore at NXT. I don't know if it was a TV one or a house show, and she had signed it. And, you know, I'm not one of those guys that gets, like, you know, female ring gear and all that kind of stuff. But I was like, that's pretty cool, man. I mean, if she goes on to, like, you know, become like a star on the main roster, and at the time she was doing all the really excitable kind of stuff, you know, she's kind of settled down a little bit now, but she was really fun when she was with Chase U. So I was like, man, you could put that in a frame, and if she did go on to, you know, be like a decent name, because this is the stage that you need to buy it. You know, when they very first arrive is when you need to pick it up, really, because if they do go on to make a name for themselves in NXT, well, already the price has gone up. As soon as they go to the main roster, already the price has gone up. If they, you know, are Becky level and they've won championships, main evented WrestleMania, the price has gone up, right? So really, obviously, the best time to get anything like that would be when they first arrive in NXT. So if you really see someone new that you believe in and you think they could get to the main roster, they could do some stuff, they could win some titles. If there was someone that you believed in, then, you know, I'd definitely say go for it when it comes to that. I didn't go for the Thea Hale one. It didn't feel right. I didn't want to be that guy, right? But yeah, you know, if I was to see someone coming through, male or female, I'm not bothered. I'm not sniffing them or anything. They'd go in a frame and they'd go on the wall, right? It's actually something I don't have. I don't have, like, something that was worn, like a shirt or boots or ring gear or any, I don't have anything like that. I'm not really after anything like that either, to be honest. I know that you can get boots. If you go on eBay, people sell boots and stuff like that, but I think boots are hard to display. I feel like t-shirts, you know, you can frame them, they can look good. What are you going to do with boots? I know you can get those frames that are like this thick, come away from the wall to put boots in and bits in, but that's just expensive, and it's going to, I don't know, to bind in it. I don't know who I would go for something like that. Could you imagine some, like, OG grey Undertaker gloves? That would be pretty sick. I'd like that. Undertaker from, like, the 90s, the grey gloves. Imagine a pair of them with a lovely kind of purple velvet background, picture of the dead man, right? That would look in a frame. Oh, that would look sick, man. That would look sick. Sadly, Undertaker was never in NXT training. So we, you know, if you'd seen someone like Undertaker in NXT when he first started, if that is the thing, like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Femi, you know, if some of Femi's went up, because he's already a champion now, it's probably going to be quite expensive. But Femi, when he first arrived, he's already had a few matches, but when he first arrived, if there was something up for Femi, that might not have been a bad investment. Shadow Ninja, shout out to you, said, a theory that no one is talking about. Upon what we've seen, I feel a potential triple threat will happen at WrestleMania 40, with Cody being involved with The Rock and Roman. Thoughts? It's been spoken about a lot, to be honest. My thoughts on it are, I'm not a fan of it, right? The reason why I'm not a fan of it is because I think what you're seeing now, and I think what you've seen anyway, is there are clearly people that are with Cody, and there are clearly people that are with The Rock, okay? And there might even be some that are with Roman. I think that when Cody is going to finish his story, you want as much of the crowd to be behind Cody as possible, right? You really want Cody to be the ultimate babyface that's going to finish his story, that's going to win a world title for the Rhodes family in WWE for the very first time. The emotion of him looking up at the heavens when he's done it and looking up at Dusty. And you know Dusty Rhodes would be beaming with pride, right? I mean, the emotion of that moment will be very heavy. And I think this is another reason why I wanted it for WrestleMania, is because for me, that is the biggest stage, and I think that's going to be such a moment with the fireworks going off and him looking at the heavens, and I just think it's going to be, it would just be a wow moment. The problem with the triple threat is that you are really splitting the crowd. If you put The Rock in there, there is a good chunk of people. It's hard to gauge the percentage because if you looked at the likes and dislikes, the other day it was looking like 80-20. And Fightful did a poll, and that came out 80-20, 80% for Cody, 20% for The Rock. We did a poll here, and it was 60-40. So I think our community is a bit closer than what we've kind of seen out in the rest of the world, right? But I think that Rock fans are now starting to galvanize. We're seeing We Want Rock tweet trend that's kind of slowly rising up through the trends. So there is a counter punch that's coming from Rock fans. So it's hard to gauge exactly where that percentage is and how the split is, but there is a split. That's undeniable, right? This is not 100% for Cody, and it ain't 100% for Rock, right? There is a split on this in the community, and I just think putting them both in the same match, Cody finishing the story and having a load of people be disappointed in the arena, in the stadium, that does not strike me as the right way forwards. Would I take it? Like, considering where we are right now? It's difficult, isn't it? It's a bit like it's a bit like being on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, having all your lifelines left and, you know, wondering about whether you should walk away with 10 grand. That's how it feels. It's like, it's not what I'm after. I don't think it's a great idea, but it does get Cody in the main event. But to be honest, I feel like everyone loses as well. I've got to think, if you're someone that is fine with Rock Roman and you want Rock Roman, I can't imagine you want Cody getting shoved into that match. So I think if you're on the Rock side, I think you're probably like, no, don't want Cody involved. I've been waiting for Rock Roman for years. I want Rock Roman. And I think if you're on the Cody side, you're like, no, because like the crowd are going to be split. And when Cody does finish the story, we really want everyone to be there for Cody and to celebrate Cody, celebrate Roman as well, because this has been historic. So Roman's title reign needs to be celebrated. I know that he didn't appear much. I know that he cheated in matches, but we have all still witnessed history. The record books will record this as one of the longest reigning world title runs ever, right? And it's undeniable the Bloodline have given us amazing moments, yeah? So we should recognize Roman and that title reign. We should celebrate that. We should celebrate Cody being the first Rhodes to win a world title. We should celebrate him finishing the story, because don't know about you, I don't need to hear about finishing the story anymore. Like, I'd like to do Cody at this year's WrestleMania just so I don't have to hear about finishing the story anymore. I'm done with hearing about finishing the story, right? I know there's people saying put twists and turns in the way. It's been 2 years. He came back at WrestleMania 38. We've had twists and turns. If you add in his previous career, right, where Stardust dashing Cody Rhodes, having to leave, going to AEW, we've done enough. What Cody is potentially a multiple-time world champion, right? And I don't see the point in waiting for this first one when there are other stories that we can start telling. There are other things that we can do. So for me, the triple threat, the best way I can word it is, it's like going on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The million would be Roman Cody for me, right? Rock stepping aside. And I'm at about 10 grand if I do the triple threat. And it's like, do you want to take this? And it's like, oh, I want that. I want that there. I don't want this, I want that. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it. Ethan said, I think AEW have gone missing, and I've lost interest in the company since MJF left the scene. Well, MJF not being around is definitely hurting them. It's definitely hurting them. But I think that, he's obviously going to come back, and he is going to hopefully strengthen the show in the sense of, I think Samoa Joe is a good champion. I can't tell you who he's feuding with right now. I mean, the only thing I knew he was doing was Hook. I think that there's a Swerve feud on the way, because I saw in the rankings Swerve was like number 1. I think AEW are in a better place in the sense of MJF is their biggest star. When he had the title, you was putting all your eggs into one basket. Your biggest star with the belt means that you're putting everything into that one match. Now, if you can build Samoa Joe, right, as a credible champion and someone that the fans want to watch, like, because they do, but, like, there's a bit of work to be done there, right? He needs some good creative, let's put it that way. Because Samoa Joe's been faffing around with Ring of Honor TV titles and whatnot, right? So we need to present him as, someone that could stand toe-to-toe with Roman Reigns. You need to present him as someone that's legit, and he is. But he's not had this belt very long. So he needs wins, he needs building, he needs good creative. If you can get that plate spinning, and then you've got the MJF plate as well, all of a sudden you're in a better situation, because all of a sudden you've got a credible champion that people are engaged with, and you've got the MJF segment, which will be elsewhere on the show. So yeah, I think I think AEW are struggling. I think they're in a bit of a slump. I think that hopefully Revolution will be the point where they come out of that slump, because the ticket sales for Revolution have been excellent because of it being Sting's last match. They could debut Mercedes there. They could debut Okada there. They could get MJF back there. And all of a sudden, you've got yourself some momentum, There's going to be positivity around the show Revolution because of the ticket sales. And then, as we said, MJF, Mercedes, potentially Okada, Samoa Joe, that plate spinning. All of a sudden, you've got a little summit you can start working with there. So I'd say you're right. There still feels to me like they're in hibernation from, Christmas time and whatever. But I think they've got their alarm clock, which is about to sound, which is a Revolution. So, and they need it, man. They need it. I mean, all I'm seeing is just like them struggling with ticket sales and those kind of numbers, So I think that, I think you're right. They're not in a great place, but we could be on the verge of something interesting. Right, Timothy, shout out to you, said Days, maybe they need to turn Cody heel and pull a Hogan and run over The Rock with a Hummer. I think, I think there are a lot of positives that have come out of this weekend. I know a lot of people are just seeing negatives. They're just seeing toxicity. I think that there's been a lot of positives in the sense of Cody is now a bigger star than he was, right? So even if we hadn't have done this with The Rock, right, and we just had Cody challenge Roman, none of this would have happened. None of this outpouring of respect and support, none of that would have happened. I think what this has done is it's shown everyone how respected Cody actually is, right? There is something very powerful about knowing how everyone else feels or how a load of other people feel, and I think with Cody, it was clear that he would get cheered and, all that kind of stuff. But, for him to trend like number 1 in the US for like 2 days, and for, just all the noise that's happened with reports that WWE are monitoring the situation, and superstars coming out showing their support, like Ricochet did, you know, Logan Paul did. You know, we've got people like celebrities, that fluffy guy, whatever he is, he came out, showed his support. We want Cody. Santa on what is that? Santa Says, is it, or something? It's a big account where this, I don't know, this person that claims to be Santa decides if people are good or not. They put a tweet out today saying Cody Rhodes is on the good list, right? They've got nothing to do with wrestling. So this message has gone out around the world. And actually, I did put a post up before we started, and I said, do you know what? One thing that we can all agree on, hopefully, is that wrestling has made some noise this weekend, right? Regardless of where you are, if you're Team Rock, Team Cody, whatever, wrestling has made noise this weekend. Like, we are a community, we are a fan base, which does pretty well at making noise. Whenever there's a Raw or a SmackDown or even AEW, like the Wembley show or a pay-per-view, whatever, we tend to see the trends like near the top, number one, you know, trending number one in the US. We see that a lot. But to do it when there's not a show, you know, to do it on something that's, you know, it wasn't SmackDown that was trending, it wasn't NXT that was trending, it wasn't Raw that was trending, or Royal Rumble or WrestleMania that was trending. It was a statement that was trending. It was We Want Cody that was trending. And as we said, there is now a We Want Rock tweet that's kind of rising up through the rankings, that's coming up through the trends. So we've made our voices loud, right? And even people that aren't watch wrestling or don't know about wrestling, they can't ignore the noise that wrestling fans have been making. And I've got to think that's a good thing for everyone, for us, for WWE. I can't imagine WWE are looking at this and panicking, right? If anything, it's a lovely option to have. Do you go with The Rock and get guaranteed views and make loads of money? Or do you go with this outpouring of support that Cody has received, where, you know, we're going to make a large part of our fan base really happy? Like, neither option is a bad option, is it? Neither option. If you're WWE, it's like, if I go in that direction, I win. And if I go in that direction, I win. It's not really a lose direction, right? So I think that WWE will not be concerned. I think they've got a decision to make, but as I said, at no point did I think they were going to change their mind, and I still don't. I think Roman is nailed. You know, Rock's going to be at that press conference. It would be interesting if the fans were to boo him, but because we know there's a lot of love for The Rock, because he's one of the most recognizable, one of the most famous, one of the most popular men in the world. Of course, there's support for The Rock. Of course there is, right? I just don't know that you're going to be able to get like a sustained momentum. I don't think there'll be a sustained campaign, because I think The Rock's, you know, one of the biggest, most followed superstars in the world. I think you just have to take the dubs if you're on Cody's side. If you support Cody, just take the dubs wherever they are. And I think the fact that we had 2 days over this weekend of being able to show how respected he is, and show WWE that we ain't going to take your BS, right? We ain't going to take your BS. I think it was a good message to send, a really good message to send. And I hope that lessons have been learnt, to be honest. I would love to think, because it feels to me that The Rock came in and messed up Triple H's creative. That's how it feels to me. It feels to me like Triple H is cooking away, and then The Rock's come in and gone, no, I want to be in that main event of WrestleMania. Triple H had Cody win the Rumble. He'd pointed at Roman. Blah, blah, blah. We know about finishing the story. Triple H is cooking, right? Over here. And then The Rock's come in and gone, no. People's champ. I'm going to be at WrestleMania. I really hope this backlash means that Triple H can just be left alone going forward. That's what everyone wanted. Everyone wanted this. When Vince was interrupting, as I said earlier, this is what everyone wanted. They wanted Triple H to be left alone and for Vince to not meddle. And as we said, we had the whole Fire Vince thing, and there was this whole outpouring of anger. And so, you know, hopefully we see that same energy going forwards. Because I don't want TKO people getting involved with the creative. You know, I don't want there to be a case where Triple H has got to look over his shoulder because, you know, The Rock might want to change the plans. You know, that makes me nervous for the future. There's a lot about this which just doesn't sit right, to be honest. But I think we've covered it. I think we've spoken about it. I don't know that I would turn Cody heel, not considering the outpouring of love that he's just received, you know. If anything, I think The Rock's the one that's turned himself heel by doing what he's done. So I wouldn't turn Cody heel. I think he needs to finish his story. And when he finishes that story, I can't imagine him doing it as a heel. I think we're on, you know... If we have to hold our nose and just go with what we're being presented with, then, you know, so be it. So be it. He will finish the story. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. And, you know, word on the street is, if it's not to be WrestleMania, it'll be SummerSlam. But I just think that it's a shame for WrestleMania. I really do. Because Rock Roman, I think we know Roman's going to win. I don't think we're doing Rock Cody at SummerSlam. I think it would be Rock versus Cody versus Roman. So I feel like we know the results of the two main events. If we do Cody Seth, Cody's got to win, right? He's got to. You're not going to have Cody lose in the main event when he was meant to be facing Roman. You ain't going to have him lose to Seth. So Cody would beat Seth again for a fourth time to win a title that doesn't really mean anything. And then on the other side, you do Rock Roman. Roman wins. In a match that came about in a way that has disappointed a lot of people, that I don't think would receive the same support as it would have. And I just worry a little bit for WrestleMania with this path that we're on. I think you end up with two predictable main events lead into a unification match, which doesn't mean anything, but hopefully would allow Cody to finish the story, and then we can move on to a different chapter. And it is what it is, isn't it? It's one of those. It is what it is. I don't expect it to change. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Raw fans, how they react. I've had some people go into Raw saying they're going to be loud, they're going to be cheering for Cody. Had one person saying, I'm going to watch the show, right? So I don't know. I don't think we live in the Daniel Bryan times, is the truth. I don't think we live in those times. I don't think the fan base is as anarchy. What would be the word for that? I don't think they would cause anarchy the same way the fans would 10 years ago. There is a word that I was looking for, anarchic. Something like that, isn't it? I think I'm thinking of penguins again. It's Bryn again, said, it's enough of Rock. Let's talk about NXT. There's amazing talent Charlotte Flair is, and how much she deserves a title reign. Well, Charlotte's injured. She's not going to be around for about, I don't know, end of the year, is it? I mean, she's out of WrestleMania. So I don't know what plans they would have had for Charlotte. She is great, but she's, you know, I mean, probably more decorated than she should be. Because if you think she's been around for, 9 years on the main roster, and she's already got, is it like 14, 15 world title reigns? Like, something about that doesn't feel quite right. If you think, like, John Cena is on 16, and he made his debut, what was it, 2003? And he's on 16. She's been around 12 years after that. I mean, it's different, innit? It's different because the women's division does not have the same depth as the men's division, and she undeniably is one of the all-time great female wrestlers. So I certainly don't begrudge her success. It's just a shame that it's resulted in her getting a number which just feels so out there, so strange that she's got this many title reigns, world title reigns in such a short space of time, that if she did go on to break the record, I don't know quite how people would react. Certainly wouldn't feel the same as like Ric Flair, you know, and like how long his career was. You know, look at Ric Flair's career. I know he did have more than the 16 world title reigns that are recognized, but his career was decades, and he is recognized as a 16-time world champion, whereas she is on, I don't know what the number is, 15, something like that. And she is 15, whatever, and she has only been on the main roster since, I think it was 2015, because of the, you know, the groups, the, what was it, PCB, Paige, Charlotte, Becky, was it? And the Submission Sorority. Do you remember they wanted to be called that? They wanted to be called that, and then they realized that there was like some sort of porn thing that was called that, so they changed their name. I don't think they ever actually got as far as to calling them that on TV, although a commentator may have said it. But yeah, they changed their name to, I believe it was PCB. Then you had Team Bad, and then you had Team Bellas. And those three teams, that was such an important segment with Steph. So yeah, I think she is great. Absolutely, she's great. She's out injured for the foreseeable future, though. But I think we might have gone a bit OTT with the number of world title reigns she's had. It's a shame, isn't it, that it's done on the number of title reigns and not how long you have the title. I think it would be so much better if, rather than worrying about how many times they held the belt, we focus more on how many days they had the belt, because that, to me, would be a lot more constructive. You know, if Ric Flair, you know, Bruno Sammartino, for example, is clearly not in the running to compete with Ric Flair, because he only had like the 2 world title reigns in WWE, but one of them was for like 7.5 years. The other was like 4 years. Together, it was like 11 years. So, you know, the number of days would be staggering for Bruno Sammartino, but his official number is 2. Like, you know, he held the WWE WWF championship twice. So it's I don't know. We look for these facts, don't we, to try and put people over. It's just weird that we go by number of reigns rather than the days. Spurs Gamer said, in my opinion, Cody needs to go through a rough time with a lot of things going in rough way for him to have him get back to the top. Cody only being pinned by Roman backs WWE into a corner. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, for me, he's been through that rough time. I think the fact that he lost at WrestleMania last year was a surprise to many. And I think we've just done 12 months of him like battling to try and get back into contention. You know, he's had to go through Brock Lesnar. He's had a little feud with Shinsuke. He's been involved with Judgment Day. He upset the locker room by bringing Jey Uso over. You know, he got himself into, obviously, the Royal Rumble. He got himself another victory. I don't know. I don't know really what more we're doing. I mean, I feel like we're just now killing time for the sake of killing time. I can't agree. I think that it's been 2 years, and as I said, I think Cody is a multiple-time champion. I think that obstacles have been put in his way, and this is one right now. This is one right now. You know, he's now got the obstacle of having The Rock put in the way. The problem is that I don't know that they're going to be able to tell the truth of what's happening on TV. And use this as this is an obstacle, but it's being presented as it's not an obstacle, whereas this is actually the biggest obstacle he's had. Funny, isn't it? This is the biggest obstacle Cody has had, yet on TV it's not being presented that way. So it's an obstacle because Cody won the Rumble, pointed at Rome and said, "I'm coming for you." WWE at that point seemed happy to go with the match and finish the story, but The Rock has changed the plans. He's come in and inserted himself, took Cody out of the equation. And so, you know, Cody's been shafted. Cody's been robbed. And this is the biggest obstacle he's had to face. He's now got you know, the bigger superstar that's arrived that CM Punk spoke about. But on TV, it's being presented as Cody didn't know what to decide, and he spoke to a load of people, and he spoke to someone that knows Roman really well, and he convinced him that now was not the right time. So it's not being presented as an obstacle on TV. It's being presented that Cody had a choice, and that this was the choice that Cody made. But we know that this was not the choice Cody wanted to make in reality. We know that this is just a narrative to try and explain what's going on. It doesn't explain what's going on. You know, why talk about finishing the story for 2 years and then step aside for The Rock? We've still not got the answer to that. But yeah, I think for me, like, there's a whole... I'm done with finish the story. There's a whole new chapter for Cody. And I think, like, we need to see what he's like as a champion. And I think we've just spoke about how Ric Flair was a 16-time world champion. You know, how John Cena is right there as being a 16-time world champion. How Randy Orton is like a 13, 14-time champion. You know, I don't think we need to think about Cody as being, can he finish the story? Can we finish the story? And that's his career. I think what you've got in Cody and what this weekend has shown us is you've actually got someone there that can be the next John Cena for this company, that can go on to be like the next Roman Reigns, the face of the company, right? The guy that carries the belt, makes wishes, you know, make a wish and does all of that charity side of things. The guy that he's been primed for this. You know, he's seen how John has gone about doing it. And Triple H left people in no doubt from that press conference. This is the guy for the next, like, you know, the foreseeable future. This is the person that we need to strap the rocket ship to. He is the right person for this job. So if that's the case, I'm looking at a Cody Rhodes that's going to have multiple title reigns. I'm looking at a Cody Rhodes that's going to be the face of this company for the next 3, 4, 5 years. So I don't know. I don't know about this idea of justifying what The Rock has done because we just want to make things harder for Cody, and that is acceptable. You know, that to me is still not acceptable. What I'm seeing is someone that has paid his dues, has got to the point. I mean, is he not like, I don't know how old he is, 39, something like this? I mean, I feel like he's had his career. He's still not been a world champion. He's gone his whole career and he's not been a world champion in WWE. I mean, I don't know really what more obstacles. And if you take his whole career as Stardust and everything, like, think of everything this guy's been through. I understand if you're only judging him from, say, when he returned at WrestleMania 38. I understand that. But if you look at the bigger picture, this guy has been through it, man. He has been through it. Look at his whole career. He has paid his dues. He is ready to become a world champion. And I think he can go on to be a multiple-time world champion. So I can't really go with that, to be honest, as a justification for what we're seeing. Mr. Unfamiliar said Shinsuke attacked Cody after Raw. Hopefully they're going to do an injury angle to keep Cody off the Mania card. WWE just posted it on Twitter. They're not going to have Cody off the Mania. Cody Rhodes has just spent 2 days trending at #1 with We Want Cody. So they're not going to take him off the Mania card, are they? Elida Pro said, what about if Cody beats Seth, Roman beats The Rock, we get Cody Roman title unification, Cody wins, brings back the Winged Eagle and the Big Golds? So no would be my answer, because as I said, title unification means that both belts are going on to the same person. I have no interest in one person having both belts. Seth's belt doesn't mean anything, right? So Cody going after that, it doesn't mean anything. It's a belt that was created out of thin air last year. The idea that we create a belt in 2023 and then we merge it with Roman's belt in 2024 is madness to me. I cannot fathom this. It doesn't make sense to me. The company's too big for one world champion. You got Shinsuke, you got Gunther, you got Kevin Owens, you got, the list goes on, Jey Uso, you know. Drew, Finn, Damian. It goes on and on and on. There are enough people to warrant 2 world titles. So Cody going after Seth's belt and trying to win a title, which Roman just ran down as well. You know, I beat everyone that's competing for that title. That's the number 2 title. And it's true. It's right. He's correct. It is a belt that is trying to build its own prestige, right? And I think that shoving Cody over there to try and help build that belt's prestige, you could make an argument for him being involved with that title, but I wouldn't make that argument until after he's finished the story. Cody spent 2 years saying finish the story, and now he gets to the finishing line, and all of a sudden he's off doing a side quest. He's off doing a side mission. I said before, it would be like playing Grand Theft Auto, get into the end, right, of Grand Theft Auto, and then running off and doing, like, side missions. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, this has been about finishing the story. All the way through this game, it's been about finishing the game. It's been about finishing the story. And now we've got him off doing things that are just not relevant. And again, this to me is people trying to justify this. Like, there's been a robbery, right? We can call the police because there has been a robbery. There has been an injustice, right? And we're trying now to find ways of justifying that injustice. We're trying to find ways of like, yeah, but what if we do this? Well, how about no? Because it's a belt that doesn't mean anything against someone he's already beaten 3 times. Once he did it with a torn pec in Hell in a Cell, right? And now it's an injured Seth as well. I mean, there's no intrigue in that match for me. There's no intrigue. There's no intrigue or interest in Cody versus Seth. I've seen it. I don't care. I don't give a flip, right? Seth will be happy because it pretty much guarantees him the main event. So Seth will want it. But this is not what I was hoping for the match of night 1, right? And then he goes to SummerSlam and finishes the story, unifies these 2 belts, and denies a load of people the opportunity to win the other one. If people are going to say, well, he could always vacate it after, then why are we doing it? Oh, no. Why are we doing it then? No, he doesn't have to keep both belts. Well, why do it then? I don't know. All of this to me is like 5 + 3 = 26. Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense in my head. And I think the reason it doesn't make sense is because it doesn't make sense. We're trying to find a way of like trying to explain what's going on and justify what's going on, and it doesn't. We're going to unify a belt that only got introduced last year. We're going to take a belt away from other talent. We're going to have him face someone he beat 3 times last year. He's going to win a title that doesn't matter. Are you happy with that? No, not really. Oh, it's a bit of a bad attitude. I thought you'd be happy with that. But what if he unifies them and he's got both belts? Oh, what, you mean the one that doesn't mean anything? Yeah, brilliant. That sounds exciting. Listen, I have been on Twitter. I have had people throw in lots of different ideas, right? We did an hour-long video where I read 80 comments. We've done a lot. We've spoke about it a lot. We've covered it a lot. There is nothing, and I'm not just saying it, there is nothing that is going to make having to swallow this any easier. That's the only way I can put it. There is nothing that's going to make this any easier to digest. If this is the direction we go, and it is the direction we're going, and I believe this to be what we end up getting, we'll, you know, some of us are just going to have to hold our noses. Simple as that. Some of us are just going to have to sit and just take it. That's it. Just going to have to accept it. And I just think that's a real shame for WrestleMania 40. I just think it's a real shame. JB said Cody chooses Gunther and then dethrones him. Goes after the Intercontinental title. I wouldn't do that. I think, I mean, talking of Gunther, as I said, I think it's a real shame that Gunther's not been given the nod. I think if Seth needs an opponent, Gunther was right there. You know, we've been building up Gunther. I think he's in a good place. I just think you've got to build stars. You know, this. I think it was Disco Inferno on Twitter was like, oh, look at how many followers The Rock's got compared to Cody. Of course, makes sense, right? But the point is, The Rock's 51. Like, he's had his full career. He then exploded in Hollywood, right? Yes, he's more popular. No one would ever say he's not. You'd be an idiot to say he's not. But how is Cody ever going to get anywhere if we have that mentality? If you have the mentality of always go with the most popular person, well, then why the flip don't we put the belt on Lionel Messi, right? Why don't we have Lionel Messi have Roman's belt? We'll have Cristiano Ronaldo as the world heavyweight champion. We'll get Taylor Swift in as the women's champion. Because if we're just going to go off pure followers on Instagram and off X, and that's how we're going to decide. You know, we're not going to bother telling stories. We're not going to bother with creative. We're literally just going to do all our booking now by looking to see who's got the most followers. That's WWE in 2024. It sounds brilliant, doesn't it? Sounds brilliant. Well, that's how we decide things now. I just can't fathom it. Do you know, again, it just brings me back to there is no explanation. And there's people scrambling around in the dirt trying to find one. They're trying to find one. There is one here somewhere. He's got a load of Twitter followers. Yeah, well done. Breaking news. Supportington said, Days, did you see my tattoo that I tagged you in? No, I don't think so. Is it one that you've done since we've started? We've been live already for an hour and a half. We are, I don't know when the kickoff show starts, actually. I kind of set this stream up a few days ago, so I don't know if we're half an hour away or an hour away, but no, if it's been whilst we've been talking, we've been getting stuck into the Cody Rock situation. I feel like we've said everything there is to say. I mean, obviously, feel free to put your thoughts in. But no, I haven't. What was it of, Supportington? What was it of? Undercover Manager said, read my message, my idea for Cody. I think Cody wants to do it as reintroduce PLE Starcade, Great American Bash, both Dusty creations. He wants to take the belt Dusty never won off Roman at a Dusty created PLE. That is how I would deal with it. Okay, so what I would say to that is that to me falls into the same bracket as the MSG argument. So you can talk about like where should we do it? Where should we finish the story? Like, what should the event be? What should the venue be? Like, what should the date be? You can talk about all that, and feel free. MSG, Great American Bash. You know, you can come up with all these great ideas. That, to me, is not the conversation that we're having right now. That's irrelevant to the conversation. The conversation we're having right now is that the story was going to be finished at WrestleMania, right? Cody wins the Rumble, points at Roman. I can show you the clip where he's in the ring shouting Roman's name, pointing at Roman, right? That was on the Saturday. Roman Reigns, you. I'm coming for you, right? Very clear. Very, couldn't be clearer, right? I am in no doubt as to what Cody was in that moment thinking was happening, right? There can be no doubt. That was on the Saturday. I also think on the Monday, you know, the characters coming out to announce Roman, we all sat on that Raw expecting Cody to come out and just basically say Roman's name. Roman, I'm coming for you, right? That segment was actually a segment that we weren't too fussed about. At the time, we were talking more about CM Punk's injury. So CM Punk's injury was the bigger talking point. Cody's segment was interesting, but the expectation was he'll come out, he'll say Roman Reigns. Seth interrupted, came out with a load of waffle. And we then, Cody's like, I'll think about it, right? So Seth prevents Cody from saying Roman, right? He gives him an alternative. Cody then goes to Raw, to SmackDown, sorry, comes out, says that's the belt I need to finish the story, which I'm grateful for, to be honest, because I am pleased that they've managed to make it clear to everyone so we're on the same page, because I was getting tired of, having to explain to people that the World Heavyweight Championship ain't gonna do it, right? And, there was plenty of people saying, no, that would do it. That would be the end of the story. So I'm pleased that we've got that clarified. So he's in there. That's the Bruno belt. That's the belt my dad had, his hands on and almost, clearly not physically, but it's what it represents. And so I'm going to end the story, but not at WrestleMania. He then steps to a side. Out comes The Rock, and the whole thing is just hijacked. The only words I can use are robbery, hijack, derailed, sabotaged. I don't know. Grab a thesaurus and just have a look in a thesaurus, because them are the words I'm using, right? Because it's clear to me the path we were on and where we've ended up. And for me, this is the problem right now, right? The problem right now is that I'm watching Cody get robbed. I'm watching Cody get mugged, right? I'm watching a crime occur. So people saying, yeah, okay, but how about if we finish it here? Or how about if we do? I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that, right? That's like going up to someone that's just been mugged and saying, come on, should we go for an ice cream? It's like, yeah, but can we also go to the police and report this robbery? Because there's been a robbery, right? The ice cream's lovely, right? That's great, thank you. But I'm more worried about this right now, right? The fact that I don't have my phone and wallet, that's the bigger problem. So, let's do it at a Great American Bash. Let's do it at Madison Square Garden. Let's do it on the anniversary of Dusty passing. Lovely, right? I'm great, whatever. That ain't what I'm focused on. What I'm focused on is the mugging that's just happened. I'm focused on the robbery that we've just watched. I'm focused on the hijacking that we've all just observed. And, I'm also focused on the fact that WrestleMania now became about 1 million times less appealing to me. Because, as I said, Roman is ruined for me. It was a match that I was really into because you fantasy book, don't you? And you think to yourself, oh, man, we could do it based on the bloodline. No one can stop Roman. Oh, and here's The Rock. And he comes walking out. And who's gonna be able to stop Roman? Well, it's gonna be a member of his family. And you fantasy book it and you think, oh, we could build it up. Maybe he's abusing Jay, and Jay has to go and get some support. And you think of all these things. And there's lots of ways you can get to it. At no point did I think it was going to happen this way, where we have Cody win the Rumble and then The Rock just comes and pushes him to the side. It's so... it leaves such a bad taste in the mouth that you're just like, this ain't right. This ain't what I want to see, man. This ain't the thing that I want to support. I wanted the match, but not like this. Not like this. This isn't how I wanted it. It's another way I would put it is it's like you want a Rolex. You really want a Rolex, and you say this to your mate. I really want a Rolex, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to save up. Going to get a Rolex. And your mate goes, no, hang on. What? Hang on. Runs over, right? Knocks an old man down, yeah? Steals his Rolex, and then goes, here you go. And you're like, well, I wanted a Rolex, but I didn't want it this way. This isn't how I wanted this Rolex. Should we give it him? Should we give it him back? Are you all right over there? What's the old man's name? Cody. Cody! Do you want your Rolex back? That's what I've witnessed. Witnessed old man Cody get mugged. So, to me, all that noise about MSG, about doing it at certain places, it can wait. It ain't what I'm focused on. I'm more worried about the fact WrestleMania's been burnt. Who can be excited for Cody Seth, really? You've seen it 3 times last year, and it was as decisive comes. I mean, he was even injured to the point where he had restricted movement, and he still beat him inside Hell in a Cell. So how can anyone be excited for Cody versus Seth? The only thing that WWE or Rock fans have got is by dangling this title unification thing above your head, right? That's the only thing. Oh, yeah, okay, well, even if you're not excited for the match, what if he wins the title? Think about it. He wins the title. Then he goes to SummerSlam. He finishes the story. He's got both belts then, hasn't he? That's the only thing that people have got to kind of dangle around as like a shiny little, oh, would you like this? Do you like this too? No, I don't. I don't. Because the belt don't mean nothing, right? You've robbed Cody of what he should be having. And then we're going to do a pointless unification down the road. You want me to, what, clap my hands? Shh. It's very frustrating. Supportington said it was a Bray Wyatt Death Moth logo. Oh, I did see. Well, was this the other day or was this today? Because we did look at a tattoo, and it was a Bray Wyatt one. So maybe it was that one. We put it in the unseen video, but I don't remember it being a Supportington, to be honest. So I'll have to go back and have a look at it. Matt Carney, shout out to you, said, regardless of a star's popularity, inserting them into the wrong story will always bring ill favor, just like Darth Vader. I like Darth Vader, but not if he turned up in Only Fools and Horses. Well, hang on. Hang on, let's not get too carried away. I mean, that would be pretty cool. And he proceeded to butcher Del Boy. I am very... Matt, thank you. I appreciate the comment. I am very aware that there is a good sizable chunk of the community and of the wrestling world as a whole that feels very differently to how I feel, right? I am very acutely aware, right? But I've said before that we will always be honest, and this is how I honestly feel about it, you know, and I can justify why I feel this way. I can tell you step by step exactly the journey that we've been on and why I feel that Cody's been wronged and everything like this. And the only other side of it, as I said, is that there are people that are just so into The Rock and are so into what he has done and who he is, and, you know, they're supporters of him. And they're fans of what he did when he was in WWE and what he's done in the movies and everything, that for them, this is just bigger. It's just bigger. It's just, it doesn't matter about the story. And it doesn't matter about Cody. Like, he'll finish his story somewhere down the road. It doesn't matter about, like, the Rumble. It doesn't matter. Like, we're getting this match, right? And for some people, that's enough. And there's not an argument I can have for that, is there? I can't argue that point. I can't turn around and say you're wrong or whatever for thinking that, like, you know, the stories should matter, the creative should matter, whatever, because I understand that kind of dream match pull. You know, I always wanted to see Sting Undertaker. I mean, I don't know how I would feel if Sting just bumped someone off to get the match, but you know, that was a match I always wanted to see, and I never got it. And I never will get it. And for many people, Hogan Ric Flair was a match they wanted at WrestleMania 8, and we never got it. And we ended up getting, you know, well, Ric Flair Macho Man was excellent, but Sid Justice against Hogan was very underwhelming, and, you know, a very disappointing main event. So I think a lot of people in retrospect probably wish that we had done Ric Flair Hogan at WrestleMania 8. I think it definitely would have been regarded as one of the biggest WrestleMania main events. Certainly a lot better than what we ended up getting. So for some people, I think they're looking at that and they're thinking to themselves, well, there's dream matches that we never got. There are dream matches that we wanted and they just never happened. And here's an opportunity to secure this one. Here's an opportunity to just take this one. And if things have to be, you know, butchered, if things have to suffer, if there has to be some carnage, so be it. And there is no argument to that. There is no argument to that. There is no way of really countering that other than that's not how I feel. I like The Rock. I want to see Rock Roman. Just not this way. So, Matt, shout out to you. And I know there'll be people that are like, oh, I want to talk NXT. I want to talk NXT. Listen, how often does wrestling trend for 2 days on Twitter when there's not even a show? Right? So it was quite clear this was going to be a topic of conversation that was going to dominate. Sadly, I think it'll dominate tomorrow on Raw, and I'm sure it'll dominate on SmackDown. And I think the point I'm at with it is that I have accepted that nothing is going to change. I have accepted that. So I suppose I don't mind ranting a little bit because I feel like this is all I've got. This is it. This is all I've got. There's nothing else I can do. It's gonna happen. If you're a Rock Roman stan and that's your match, I'm fairly confident you're getting it. So just let us get this off our chest, right? We just need a day. We've had a week. We've had a couple of days, granted. We need to get a little bit more off. It's almost there, and then you know, we'll just move forward with whatever we're about to receive. Seb said, Days, can I say, I don't think you should be too down Cody's not finishing the story yet. If you think it's more realistic, it's hard for Cody and it puts doubt if he'll finish it. Well, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree because it doesn't put any doubt in my mind that he finishes it. He will finish it. It just kicks the can a bit further down the road. So that doesn't, you know, bother me. I think what bothers me is that I've seen a mugging. I've seen a robbery. And that bugs me. It bugs me for a few reasons because I think it happening at 40 felt right. I think we didn't do it at 39 and finishing the story at 40 felt right because at WrestleMania 10, Brett's on the shoulders of I know he'd been champ before, but it's a lovely babyface moment, you know. I mean, he's in a real battle with Lex Luger to see who the guy is. And the fans decided it was Brett. And so the company went with Brett. And so that ends with Brett on the shoulders of the locker room. Owen Hart comes out, stares him down. It's a brilliant moment, and obviously Brett Owen was earlier in that night. So I think about WrestleMania 10. I think about the ladder match, and I very much think about Brett's double duty, how he wrestled earlier in the night and then won the title. He's confronted by his brother. So, you know, to me, that's a big moment for Brett. WrestleMania 20, of course, Benoit, right? We don't talk about it, but it was a big moment for him. And him and Eddie as well, you know, I mean, both of them and what they had achieved and standing together and a lot of emotion, right? WrestleMania 30, probably the best example with Daniel Bryan. So for me, WrestleMania 40, the table is set in regards to you've got one of the longest title reigns in Roman. You've got Cody, who is trying to finish his story. We've had 2 years just on this run alone of him trying to finish the story. Make no mistake about it. He was trying to finish the story when he was Stardust. He was trying to finish the story when he was dashing Cody Rhodes. I mean, like, if he could have got himself to a world title then, he would have snatched your hands off for it. Of course he would. So this is what I'm saying. Like, the argument of it's another obstacle in his way, it is, but it doesn't quite work because it's not being presented as an obstacle. We know it's an obstacle. We know that he's being bumped, right? But it's not being presented that way. He's been mugged and he's got a smile about it. He's been robbed and he's got to be okay with it. It's crazy. it just feels so wrong. It just feels so wrong. I really hate injustice. And it feels like an injustice. So again, trying to dampen the anger, trying to, I think, quieten the online rhetoric, right? By justifying it by saying, yeah, well, it's another obstacle. It just feels like a very cheap excuse that doesn't really fit what's actually happening, because this was never meant to be another obstacle. This was meant to be where it was finished. So to me, I can't go with it. I just can't. I can't say that that's, well, you're right. Because the other problem as well, as we said, is that, well, we end up getting Cody. What does he do instead? You know? He ends up fighting someone he beat 3 times for a title that doesn't mean much. So it's not even as if he's off to do something which is equally as impressive, right? It's not like, you know, imagine if Cody got bumped and the alternative is he's now going to go up against The Undertaker and try and beat the streak. Maybe that would be a little more easy to swallow, because he's lost the opportunity to finish the story, which is the biggest thing, right? But if you then find yourself in a situation where, okay, I can't do that, but I'm gonna do this, which is equally as, maybe not quite the same level, because finish the story is the ultimate, but just that next step down, which would be going up against Undertaker to finish the Undertaker streak, that may be a bit more palatable. That might make the medicine go down a bit easier. But the truth is, he's going from facing Roman and finishing the story to just a garbage. Just garbage. I mean, he's beat Seth 3 times for a title that he's not shown any interest in before. For a title that in interviews he's said doesn't finish the story, and, you know, it's great that it exists, and it's going to be great opportunity for other people. It's just not. It's just, oh god, it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. It really, the Rock Roman match has put a sour taste in my mouth, right? So night 1 is a bit. I gotta be honest, I'm not bothered. I really am not bothered, and I know that's not going to be great for the channel, and I know it's not going to be great for like the excitement and the builds. And maybe as time goes by and we get some electrifying Rock promos, perhaps I will warm to it once there's a bit of distance from where we've been. But I've said before, I'll always be honest, it's just not. It's got no appeal right now. I honestly. I'm angry with it. I'm annoyed with it. I'm frustrated with it. And as we said, you know, night 1, I've got to watch Cody Seth again, which is a match, you know, fine. I mean, the 2 of the best in the world, but considering he lost to him 3 times, and as we said, once was in Hell in a Cell, and he had a broken boob, and it's for a belt that don't mean anything. I mean, this is WrestleMania 40. This is what we're meant to be getting hyped about. The casuals will love it. It's got The Rock, you know? It's got The Rock. But so the casuals will be fine, and there'll be a good chunk of the community that, as we said, it's The Rock, so they don't care. But this just ain't, it's just not right. It's just not right. And as I said, I don't think this is, you know, we're trying to find storyline reasons to justify it. We're trying to find storyline reasons to go, yeah, but how about if we do this? How about if we do that? You can't justify it, guys. You can't. There isn't one. There is no justification, because this was not meant to happen. We're seeing something, and, you know, plans change. Plans do change. But if they're going to change, you would want them to be a bit more seamless than this. You'd want them to be more seamless than this. I mean, I don't know. Could we not have injured him? Or something? I don't know. Could it have been that he was injured and he had a deadline and he had to make his choice and the choice wasn't made, and so, you know, The Rock steps up and faces Roman, and when Cody recovers, he's only got Seth as an option, or I don't know. I don't like that. I'm, you know, this is one where you'd have to put me in a dark room and I'd have to really think about it. How the hell could we have got Cody winning a Rumble, wanting to finish the story, and then have The Rock come in and just take Roman away from him? How do you justify that? How do you justify that? And it would take me time. I'm sure I would find something. I've got confidence that I would find something. So I'm sure I would find something. But I tell you, that's a good example as to why it's so hard and creative, isn't it? That's the kind of missions you get given. Those are the kind of objectives that get put on your plate. Sort this out. You know, oh God, can I not just book Nikki Cross? Can't I just book the women's tag belts instead of trying to sort this out? I mean, oh my God. I don't envy whoever has got the task of trying to do that. James said, at least make the changes make some sense. Dort Knight said, the trick is to lie in the bath, read a novel, then toss the novel, drain the water, and have a shower. PS3 Mason said, see it being Roman on night 1 and Rock loses, and then we do Roman Cody night 2. Okay, so we have seen a lot of people talking about this, and I would take it in a heartbeat. I would take it, right? If that's an option that's on the table. All I would say is that Cody said that he won't face Roman at WrestleMania. He said in the promo, you know, I'm coming for that title, just not at WrestleMania. So just for that alone, it feels like the 2-night thing is off the table. Now, Cody could change his mind, right? And I would love it if he changes his mind, but the dirt sheets are being very clear that the plan is not for him to finish the story at 40. The current favorite plan is for him to win against Seth and for Roman to win against The Rock and then do a unification at SummerSlam. That, to me, is Triple H being given a load of poop and going, right, what's the best thing I can do with this? What do I do with this? And I think that's all he can come up with, to be honest. That's all he's got. You know, the Seth belt doesn't mean much yet. The one that Cody needs is Roman's. Let's have him win that title. We'll build up the fact it's the Dusty belt, it's the workhorse belt. We'll build up that narrative. We'll have him win that. Then, of course, Roman wins, and we'll collide the two at SummerSlam, and we'll do like a big unification. This is what they did before at WrestleMania 38. This unification thing is meant to make the match bigger. Right? Apparently, it's not enough to just finish the story anymore. Apparently, finishing the story is boring. Now we've got to do a title unification, but we're only doing that to justify the WrestleMania booking. That's the only reason we're doing it. Finishing the story. Roman Cody doesn't need anything else other than that WWE Championship. That is it. That's all it needs. It does not need any other bells and whistles, but we're putting other bells and whistles because we've got to. Because we've got to find a way of justifying the situation that we're in. So there's nothing to suggest we're doing Roman night 1 and then we're doing Roman Cody on night 2. I said to someone on, like, I can't remember, but I said, like, we can't even get Roman to do a wrestling match once a month. I think he had like 11 matches last year. Maybe it clicked over to 12. Either way, it's about once a month. I can't see us getting him to do 2 in a weekend. I can't see him doing 2 matches, one on a Saturday, one on a Sunday. And the other problem you've got, and it is a risk that we've run before, right? But it is a risk. If you do Rock Roman and Roman gets an injury, that completely derails your main event for night 2. That's, you know, that's big, isn't it? That's big. If you do it, if there's an injury, like, all of a sudden you can't do Cody Roman, and that just completely derails that. So there is a big element of risk of going down that road, but it just doesn't look like a road we're going down anyway. Doesn't look like that's the path that we're going down. So Do you know, there's been also a lot of people saying, let it play out. I've had that online, let it play out, let it play out. But I think because the dirt sheets have found out quite a bit of info, I think we don't have to let it play out, because I think we know where this is going. We know what's happening. It's not like we're in the dark and we don't know anything that's happening. We know that Vince allegations, Brock, CM Punk have changed the plans. They changed the plans. And we know that Rock has inserted himself. We know that the people backstage are confused by it. We know the locker room was shocked by it. All of this coming from Fightful Select. PW Insider have found out like similar things. Sportskeeda, their sources are telling them similar things. So we've got a really good idea of what's happened, why it's happened, what's happened, and why we're on the road we're on. Like, there's not really many questions. There's not really much doubt as to what's happening. So the idea of let it play out, to me, again, is, I've got to be honest, I think it's Rock fans trying to quieten the noise down. I think it's that simple. I think that let it play out will hopefully get the We Want Cody hashtag to settle down. And honestly, if you let it play out, I think you're just going to watch Rock Roman at WrestleMania. I think that's what you'll get. At least the Cody supporters have been able to make their voices heard. At least, you know, if nothing more, WWE have become aware that, oh my God, you know, look at this for a situation, look at this for a backlash. At least they are aware that there is anger that is out there, you know. Right, but that's Cody and Rock and Roman. Just bought 100. What's this? Just bought 100 calendars for Chase U sign. I want to see these flipping calendars. So we are in a CGI studio. We're in a CGI studio. And we've got Matt Camp, we've got Mega Morant, and we've got Sam Roberts. This is going to be a CGI studio. It's going to be a situation where probably going to get a few interviews and whatever. It's not going to be... I don't think there's a match that's on the kickoff show or anything, so it's not going to be the most engaging of kickoff shows. But I don't know. There'll still be the odd little bit in there, I'm sure. There'll still be the odd interview and whatnot. Right. HuffSport said, do you think Triple H saw The Rock politicking and was like, forget this, and maybe wanted to sabotage The Rock? I don't think it was about sabotaging The Rock. I think that Triple H is probably not impressed at the fact that he is being overruled. You know, there was a lot of noise about when TKO first started that they were going to make sure Vince stayed away and that he was left alone. And seemingly he was, although we know Vince definitely did keep, you know, popping in. I mean, I feel a bit sorry forget Vince and the allegations, right? I feel a bit sorry for Vince in regards to the booking, right? Forget the allegations. He was in sole control of the company. He is an old man that is used to being in control, full control. And now that Triple H was in that position, you can sort of understand, if you was to put yourself in that situation, you can sort of understand how hard it must be to stay away. You know, that is absolutely your baby. That is absolutely what you have given your life to. And I can understand it being difficult for Vince to stay away. But I honestly didn't expect, like, The Rock to come on the board and then The Rock to, you know, be kind of getting involved. You know, at the board level, you'd think they'd be looking at, well, I suppose they're done with the TV deals, aren't they? I mean, like, the Raw deal's done, SmackDown's done. So, I don't know, all of a sudden now, perhaps they have got a bit of spare time. So all of a sudden now, perhaps they can afford to start looking at the creative side of it a little bit more. But I think we're all in agreement that we would rather Triple H just be left to it and just allowed to tell the stories that he wants to tell. So I really don't think it was about sabotaging The Rock. I think that Triple H had committed to a story, and I believe that story to be Cody finishing his story at 40, and I think Triple H denied him at 39, thinking, I'll give it him at 40. And I don't think it's about sabotaging the Rock. I think it's about just sticking with your plan and sticking with your story and sticking with, like, you know, the creative direction that you wanted to go in. And I suppose hoping that you can find a way of convincing people that they should stay with the plan, stick with the plan, stay with the plan. And you know, the Rock Roman match, it would have happened. You know, we could have done that at SummerSlam, or we know they wanted that to be at Saudi. So, you know, we could have got that match, I'm sure, at some point this year. And I think that was Triple H's thought as well. Is, of course, I want this match. Absolutely, I want to do this match. But I've got WrestleMania sorted, you know. I know what I want to do for this. And, you know, we don't know from the press conference after the Royal Rumble, we don't know what conversations were had. Obviously, we know CM Punk got injured. The Brock thing was developing at that point, and we know that where that ended. You know, I mean, we don't know that we'll ever see Brock again now. He might be done forever. So there were other things that were going on. It's not really fair to paint the picture that The Rock just barged in and, you know, I think he was trying to get himself into that WrestleMania anyway, and I think the injuries and the Brock situation was just the straw that broke the camel's back. My opinion is that if that hadn't have happened, I think Triple H would have been able to have said, no, look, this is the card. It's good. You know, I've got Seth and CM Punk. I don't want to alter that because, you know, we've been building that since Survivor Series. So I don't want to alter that. I don't want to put Cody in with that match. And this is the right place for the story to be finished. So Cody Roman finished the story, WrestleMania 40. Like, it's the grandest stage. It makes sense, right? And, you know, we know that we want to do CM Punk and Seth. We've been building that. So I know, give me time. Like, I want to do you and Roman, but SummerSlam, Saudi, like, let's. And I think that argument was probably just hold him. Honestly, I think it was probably just hold him. And then as soon as CM Punk gets injured and Brock's out and the Vince allegations are everywhere, I think then all of a sudden The Rock was like, no, I'm putting my foot down now. And I think he probably had a bit more support from the other TKO board members. And it's changed plans. It's changed the plans. But, you know, the fans have obviously reacted how they've reacted. And this is how we've ended up in the situation we've ended up in. From an analytical point of view, it's fascinating. It's very, very interesting to see how this has played out. We've got a lovely blend, actually, of like backstage politics that is resulting in changes to on-screen creative, and we're kind of hitting a lot of different parts of the company here. There's a lot of different things that are actually going on. You know, if you think about it, you've got backstage politics, you've got on-screen creative, you've got online fan backlash. I mean, it's involving talent, it's involving executives, it's involving fans, it's involving storylines, it's involving a lot. WrestleMania, the biggest show. It's kind of like the perfect storm in a way. You've got all the ingredients you would want for like a big drama. We've cooked up a lovely big drama. That's what we've done. And, you know, the result is that we've ended up with quite the fire. But as I said, that fire, I think, will die down. I just don't think we live in I think there is a sizable amount of people that are supporting The Rock. We're starting to see that become more vocal. And I also think that, as I said, I just don't think we live in a time where the fans are the Daniel Bryan fans from 10 years ago. I could be proven wrong. We could tune in tomorrow and it might just be bananas. But I think there will be Cody chants. But my expectation is that those Cody chants will then be met with Rock chants, and we will start to get some dueling chants, and it won't be that kind of unified yes movement, you know. The thing with the yes movement is that really who was up against him. I mean, the big competition at that time was Batista. And how funny that Batista, I mean, God, when you look back, WWE have got a history of doing this. So, you know, you've got Daniel Bryan, who was trying to finish his story in 2013, and then the company go and bring in Batista, the big Hollywood star, who wins the 2014 Royal Rumble, and the plan was to do Batista against Randy, and that was to be the main event. And, you know, it was only the fans that managed to convince WWE and the support and the yes chants and how loud everyone was. It was only them that managed to get Daniel into that situation. And so it's just funny how history just keeps repeating itself. How these baby faces just keep getting overshadowed by these bigger Hollywood stars. You know, The Rock did it with CM Punk back in 2013, and then we've got Batista doing it in 2014, and now we're experiencing The Rock doing it here in 2024. So it's funny how, like, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Gregor said, couldn't have booked a worse 15-minute segment if they tried. It buried Cody, it buried Seth, it buried the World Heavyweight Championship, it buried the logic of the Rumble, it turned The Rock into a James Bond villain. It was bizarre, wasn't it? I don't understand it. I understand why The Rock has felt the need, and I did put this in a tweet online. I said that I know The Rock is trying to do this from a good place, right? I know he is not trying to bully his way in and, like, you know, push Cody away because he hates Cody, right? Or I don't think he's doing it because he loves himself so much that he's like, I'm the star, you know, it's got to be me. I don't think this is why he's done it. I think he's done it for good reasons, in that he thinks that things are in a bad way, and the Vince allegations obviously have created a ton of bad press. He's looking at the CM Punk injury, which means we now can't do CM Punk against Seth Rollins. But rather than bump up a Gunther, right? What we've done instead is, you know, Rock's just like, this is it. You know, I wanted to be involved anyway, and now I'm definitely going to be involved. And he's just kind of, you know, done. He's panicked, to be honest. I think he's panicked. I think he's got jittery and he's panicked, rather than putting faith in the current roster. So I don't know what Lyra's doing there. She's got some pretty wild pants. Here's Tatum Paxley. Lyra said, Tatum, you told me you were going to stay at home. I don't think Lyra's acting is the best, to be honest. It's very much like amateur dramatics level. So Lyra is here, and Tatum Paxley is there as well. She wasn't expecting to see her. I don't know why, considering she's being stalked. But Tatum Paxley, Lyra Valkyria, they are here, and obviously she is going to be taking on Roxanne Perez. Now, we are just pausing the Rock Cody talk for a second, but I will just finish by saying I agree. I don't know why we chose that segment to bury the World Heavyweight Championship even more, knowing that Cody is now going to be forced to go off and fight for it. I agree. It's quite funny, actually, when you think about it. I think I am going through the 5 stages of grief, and you'll be pleased to know I think I've fallen into humor. and just laughing at it again now. Because Cody was about to finish his story. He's been pushed off to go for a different belt, but they made sure to tell you before he did that the other belt was garbage and that it's the belt that all the people that can't beat Roman fight for. They made sure to get that across in the same segment as well, so... I can only imagine that Cody walked backstage, sat down, and just went, "What just happened? What just happened?" Picks up the phone to Brandy. She's like, "Are you all right?" And he's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, it was wild, man. It was wild. Right. Joshua said, "Do you think Ava is going to catch any heat?" Oh, I hope not. I hope not. It's got nothing to do with her, has it? You know, I'm not a fan. I mean, I agree with what Dijak said. We read his comment earlier. Dijak said that, like, I'm all for passion or whatever. And I know you're all supporting Cody, but please don't jump into young NXT fans' Twitter accounts and flood their, you know, it's not fair on them. And I completely agree with that. Completely agree with that. I don't think, you know, going out of your way to jump into... do you know, it's funny you should mention that. I never considered that he might be specifically talking about Ava. I just thought that people were off just throwing comments everywhere, but he probably was talking about Ava, but just not mentioning her by name. So, no, I would hate to see that. That's not cool. She doesn't... What has she done? She ain't done nothing wrong, has she? So, no. I think I've had a lot of fun on Twitter, just like kicking up a storm. You know, some posts I've put out have been me having a rant, and then some posts have just been me having a bit of fun. And some things were not meant to be taken seriously. But definitely there was a couple of things here where I'm like, no, I'm not having this. You know, if you stay on Twitter long enough, you will come across something that will eventually wind you up. But for the vast majority of it, I've just been having fun. And, you know, I think that's probably the healthy way to go about doing it. Definitely not jumping into, like, Ava's Twitter account and jumping into other people's Twitter accounts and, you know, putting stuff... Nah, that's not cool. So, Joshua, I hope not, but I appreciate the support, dudes. Ray Finkel's house, shout out to you. I was at SmackDown on Friday. We gave The Rock a big pop, but that's because we were seeing The Rock. Plenty of us were also shaking our heads. Ray, do you know what? I do not blame that crowd in the slightest. The crowd have been used as like a justification. I've had plenty of people get in touch with me going, "Did you hear that crowd? You know, how can you be against this when the crowd were that loud?" And you know, it doesn't bother me in the slightest, because if I bought tickets to SmackDown in London and I went and The Rock came out, I would pop as well, right? We all would. Of course you would. That crowd is not to blame, right? That crowd did what any crowd would do. And they popped, they reacted, they, you know, were excited to see one of the biggest, most popular stars in all of the world. And I think if you was there and you was not, and you shook your head, you know, fair play to you. That's what I would say. Fair play, because that, I think I still would have popped. I think I still would have been like, "Oh my God, I'm in the same room as The Rock. I'm in the same room as The Rock," because he does... Celebrity does have that effect, right? And for some people, as we said, that celebrity is so big and is such a powerful tool, like that. It doesn't matter about the Cody thing. It's The Rock, and I just want to see The Rock. I want to see The Rock. I love The Rock. I want to see The Rock at WrestleMania. Yeah, it's sad about Cody, but I want to see The Rock, and I can understand that as well. I can understand that. So celebrity and the power of celebrity is very, very strong. So I don't blame that crowd. And I wouldn't have blamed you if you did, you know, react that way. I think that what we saw, though, is that the people that reacted live in the crowd, that was, I think, by and large, I don't think it's unfair to say the majority of people didn't react that way at home. Like, it was not my reaction. I've seen some other reactions, and it weren't their reactions. And if you look at, like, what's the trending of We Want Cody and, you know, the different polls that I've seen. I saw one poll that was Rock versus Roman won. No one can seem to tell me where this poll lives, though. I would love to see the poll for myself, read the comments and see, you know, get an understanding. Because everything I've seen has been more We Want Cody. And then this poll just appeared, which showed the complete opposite, right? I don't know where that poll is. So if anyone knows where it is, feel free to tag me in it, because I would like to read the comments and I'd like to know the channel, the kind of content the channel makes. I mean, I'm not saying that the channel was a Rock fan channel, but what I'm saying is it is a bit strange that I've seen about 4 or 5 different polls, some from YouTube, some from Twitter. They've all been fairly consistent. We did one ourselves that came out 60-40. Literally on that stream. So we did one that showed people in, you know, they just had The Rock come out. They just had the face-to-face Roman Rock face-to-face. I mean, it's a moment that we've all been dreaming of. So you would think in that moment, that would be the moment more people would select the Rock Roman match than at any other time. And it came out 60-40 in favor of Roman Cody. And I've seen polls that have been 80-20, like the Fightful one and a few. I think one might have been Wrestle with Andy's. I'm not sure. I saw one doing the rounds that was in the Wrestle with Andy sort of style. So I don't know, Andy, if that is true. But I did see a poll doing the rounds that was, you know, the black and the yellow. And straight away I was like, I think that might be Andy's, you know. That might be Andy's. And I think that one came out that it was Cody Roman that won that. So I don't know. I don't know where this other poll has come from. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not saying it's made up, right? I'm not saying that. I don't know. I'd like to look into it more. But really, other than that, I think, you know, there's been a lot of noise this weekend. And it's been good. I think it's been a positive. I think that it's a good message to send to TKO that they're not gonna settle for this. We're not going to allow you to come in and push your weight around. We want Triple H to tell his stories. We want Triple H to be free to tell the stories that he wants to tell, and we want him to be backed like we were told he was going to be backed. And I think this feels like an example where that has not happened and that has not been the case. So I agree there's not a power struggle, because that has also been reported. I don't believe there to be a power struggle, because I think Triple H knows he ain't going to win a power struggle, right? He ain't on the board of directors for TKO, right? He's an important person in WWE, but The Rock is on the board of directors for the company that owns WWE. So The Rock is in a different level now, you know? So they've got a good relationship. No doubt The Rock will listen to Triple H, but there can be no power struggle, you know, because it's not a situation that Triple H is going to win. So I think that's interesting, Ray, that you was at that show and that you felt that way. The crowd kind of reacted, and it felt pretty unanimous. The crowd were all with The Rock. But yeah, no, I appreciate you letting me know that. And I hope you enjoyed the show. I mean, it was a hell of a show to be at, with Bayley making her decision and The Rock being there, and with some decent matches as well. You know, I thought there was some good matches from SmackDown. I haven't had a chance to look to see how it's scored yet, so I don't know quite how the numbers are going to come in, like ratings-wise. But no, definitely one of those shows where a lot of things are going to be used in video packages, and I always think that's the mark of a decent show, because you know, they're moments, aren't they? You tune into shows for talking points. I do. The worst shows to me are the ones that you watch and at the end I just can't think of a video to make. can't think of something to talk about because I saw some matches that didn't really mean anything and nothing really developed, and it just sort of felt like we killed some time. And I've seen plenty of Raws that have done that over the years. Plenty. But, I mean, the one that we got, the SmackDown that we got on Friday was not that. It was not that, was it? Talking points galore. Everywhere we turned, there was talking points. James said, imagine Lyra retains and then Camille debuts. That would be sick. That would be good. Or Lyra retains and Jade Cargill comes walking out. Do you know what? I would love for there to be a big talking point tonight. I'm actually not expecting one other than potentially Carmelo and Trick. That's the only thing that I'm thinking. But what if we do get a Camille? What if we do get a Jade Cargill, you know? Okay, we've got Bron, and he was just looking at his SmackDown contracts. My brain is way bigger than yours. What we got here? Both are wearing cowboy hats. I carry your ass all the way through this tournament. Baron Corbin saying I carried your ass all through this tournament. Trick Mello. It's going to be a hell of a match, that, isn't it? We haven't spoke about that. Trick and Mello against Baron Corbin and Bron Breakker. That's some serious star power. NXT-wise, that's some serious star power. Bron said, can you imagine us holding that Dusty Cup after I win it for us? I think they could win it, you know. Part of me is thinking they could win it because it doesn't make much sense to have Trick and Mello win it. Get a title opportunity, because I think you get a title opportunity if you win it, and then split at the end of the show. That wouldn't make much sense. Because what do you do with that title opportunity if they hate each other? So I'm thinking that Baron and Bron will get the win. Bron said, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being my tag partner. It's been a lot of fun. They're kind of good together, these two. It's allowing Bron to show his personality. It's giving him someone to, like, bounce off. I think that's another reason I think I'd keep them going. I know that Bron's on the verge of being called up, but Shawn Michaels was quite vocal in saying, I don't want to let him go, and there's a lot more for him to achieve in NXT. And he said, I'd be willing for him to do, like, double duty. We've got superstars that do that. I do think there's a chance that they win. So I'm looking at Bron, I'm looking at Baron as being the winners here. In regards to the women's championship, very close. Dying. Very close. Oh, lovely. Got some Red Bulls. Roxanne, 54%. Lyra, 46%. So it seems like you lot are just leaning towards a new champion. James said, still no calendar. It's time to riot. Are you ready? Well, what is going on with the calendar? There's got to be a backstage segment at some point where they show the calendar. There's got to be, right? There's got to be. You can't talk about doing a calendar, show the front cover of the calendar, the image was shown on screen, and then, like, say that it's going to get released today and then not show a calendar. I understand that you could show it. They did say it was going to be available there. I'm under the impression there is a calendar. I'm under the impression that there is a calendar, but I just don't know that it goes onto WWE Shop. It might just be one of those things that you can buy, actually, if you're, like, in attendance. And that would suck. But also, it's kind of quirky, you know? It's kind of quirky. You do like some limited run things that are only available at like shows. That's kind of an interesting thing. Do you know, they could have done that with Billy Kay's resume. So if you want to get a Billy Kay, signed Billy Kay resume, it's not available on WWE Shop, but if you go to the shows, they do sell them there. I mean, that's not true, but I'm saying that's an example of the kind of thing they could have done, you know? Or they could have done signed Chris Jericho lists back in the day, you know? Clipboard with a signed piece of paper attached to it by Jericho, and it's got like, you know, list of like superstars' names on there. You know, that'd be cool. $30 for that or something. You know, people would buy those. Yeah, I'd be into that idea, but just not for the calendar because I want one. But you know that they'll appear on eBay soon enough if they're there. Calendars were on sale at the arena, I believe, said James. Wow, I might just fly to Vengeance Day to get the calendar, said Tom. Steve said, Days, does it put in your mind now that Cody doesn't deserve the title because he's too soft, allowing The Rock to jump him after winning the Rumble? He doesn't have the mentality to be the guy. I think it's a very difficult one, that, because, you know, a lot of people have been sharing. I had forgotten. You know, the Arn Anderson Glock, famous Glock promo. Obviously, we all remember him pulling out the Glock. But I had forgotten the context of it. And he is basically talking to Cody and saying to Cody, if someone was to come up to your car and tell you to get out and they were going to steal it, you're the kind of guy that would get out and give him the keys. If someone comes up to me and wants to take my car, I'm going to reach down into my pocket. I'm going to pull out my Glock, right? And so the point he was making is the point you've just said. You know, he made the point that Cody is too soft, too easily pushed around. Now, that was in a different company. That was in AEW, right? So I don't think we've actually told that story. I don't think we've told that story or something similar to that story in WWE. But yeah, it is something that has kind of followed Cody around a little bit. The idea that he's too nice, he's too easy to be pushed around. I don't think it puts that idea into my head because I know what is happening. I know why it's happening. And I know that there's not really anything Cody can do about it. So it doesn't really put it into my head, to be honest. But I think that for the Cody, the character... Well, the bottom line is, for Cody, the character, we still have got to hear him say why he's done this, right? And you know that WWE are working overtime this weekend to come up with a reason that is going to hopefully please the fans. I can't see one that's going to work. I'm sure they'll come up with something good. I'm sure they'll come up with something that will please a lot of people. I'm sure they'll come up with something we can find holes in, right? But, you know, they are going to have their best creative minds trying to find a way of justifying how Cody can win the Rumble, point at Roman, talk of finishing the story, and then decide not to, right? And so there's been a lot of theories that have done the rounds as to what could be said, right? But as we said, you know, that doesn't change what's actually happening. Like, what we know what's actually going on. So it doesn't do that for me. Let's put it that way. It doesn't do it for me because I know what the truth is. But for maybe other people that have not been as invested in the dirt sheet rumors and reports and has maybe not been online, you know, for those people that have a life, they maybe might get that impression. But, you know, I think Cody's promo tomorrow is going to do it's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. I'm guessing he's going to say to Seth, you made some excellent points. You know, I've been so focused on finishing the story, I forgot about the story that I was telling. And the story I'm telling is that I want to be a champion, a world champion. I do need Roman's belt, but I need a belt as well. And so you want the match, I can give you the match or something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, we can find something. There will be something that can be said that will please people, and people will take that as acceptable. But to me, we know what's happened. We know what's happened, and now we're trying to find a way of justifying it. For 2 years, he spoke of finishing the story, and now he's decided now is the time to, you know, change his mind. So, you know, we would find holes in it, but people would also buy it. I've no doubt about that. And this is why I just don't have any confidence that this movement is going to last. I don't have any confidence this movement is going to survive past this weekend. I think WWE know what they want to do. There's been a bit of an uncomfortable weekend. They'll ride it out, see how the reactions are. But I think they're probably thinking the same. That, you know, this will settle down, you know. We've kicked up the dirt. We've kind of teased some. We haven't gone that way. We've upset a load of people. It'll settle down. Roman has got 5 calendars in a frame so that he can mark all the days, as Champ said. Dark Knight, shout out to you. Maybe they've had to reprint them, and now it's a Rock calendar. There has been lots of those memes doing the rounds of The Rock coming in and like stealing things at the last second. Has been quite funny. We are seeing Roxanne Perez arrive. She's having a look around the arena at the moment. Looking up at the WrestleMania logo. Just having a little look at that logo. We've got the WrestleMania sign. She's fired up. She is motivated. J-Love said either both Roman and Rock will be booed out the building, or Roman is going to become an accidental face. I just don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's a long road. So, you know, WWE is a very powerful machine. They you know, you talk about influencers online, right? You talk about people that can influence and get you to buy products, right? That's, you know, TikTok and all the Instagram and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's any bigger influencer than WWE. You know, WWE have got so many powerful tools to, you know, they've got some of the biggest social media platforms. They've got some of the most creative social media minds. I just don't know. By the time we get to WrestleMania, I think that they will have done as much damage control as is humanly possible. I think that they will have changed a lot of people's minds by the time that we get there. And I really don't know. I mean, look, they don't always manage it. If you look at WrestleMania 20, you know, Brock and Goldberg, I mean, they got booed out the building, right? There's been plenty of backlash over certain results and things that have happened that have resulted in people getting upset. And, you know, it's they don't always get it right. Maybe they won't get this one right. Perhaps they won't be able to find a way of pleasing everyone this time on this. But I think by the time we get to WrestleMania, I don't think the emotion will be as raw. I think, you know, The Rock is electrifying. I mean, I just can't imagine The Rock cutting a promo and him not winning over a percentage of the crowd. You know, he is very electrifying, isn't he? It's what he does best. Although saying that didn't work for him for the wildfires thing, did it? He got a hell of a backlash over that. So, you know, there's even examples for The Rock where he's not been able to use his charisma to kind of win people over. So I don't know. I feel like this weekend was, if you're a supporter of Cody, if you're a supporter of Triple H, if you're a supporter of the story that's been told up until this point, I feel like this weekend was your chance to vocalize that, have your say, get your point out there, and basically tell WWE, not happy about this, and not happy at the fact that, you know, you can feel that you can treat us this way. And to be honest, this is a new company that does need to be told that message if they are going to step out of line. You know, we told Vince and the McMahon family enough times. Famously, Triple H did that promo of, oh, you know, if some of you are going to get upset, you're going to go online, you're going to post your negative comments. And, you know, he did that promo that keeps being replayed. So, I mean, we did tell the old regime quite a bit that when we weren't happy. I've seen cancelled WWE Network more times than I care to remember. So this is just the latest example of that. But yeah, this is a new regime. This is TKO. This is the first time I think the fans have really lashed out at them. And I really don't think that's a bad message to send. You know, they need us as much as we need them. Probably not true. I think we need them more, but don't tell them. You know, this was the weekend I think we were able to rant. And I think going forward, it'll settle down. Matt said, isn't wrestling's greatest merit that it can provoke all emotions? We are just experiencing negative ones now. Anger and resentment can be fun. Wrestling does provoke all emotions. I think it's funny because we talk about so many different things, and we talk about so many divisive conversations and subjects. You know, pretty much anything in wrestling is going to have two sides to it. You know, there's pretty much everything in wrestling people will be fans of and will be against it. It's just that this involves maybe the biggest story they're telling at the moment. One of the most historic title reigns, WrestleMania. It involves the Royal Rumble. It involves The Rock, one of the biggest stars, and this is just probably the biggest thing that, you know, you can have an opinion on. And we have seen two sides, three really, Team Cody, Team Rock, and Team in the middle. I'm just gonna grab popcorn and watch, you know, this place burn. Normally I like to be in team, I'm gonna grab popcorn and let this place burn, but I think because of the injustice, the perceived injustice, because of the fact that I just know that it's going in a direction that it was not meant to be going in, and reading the reports and the rumors and getting, I think, a good idea of what's actually happened. This is one where I don't find myself standing in the middle on it. I find myself actually picking a side on this one. And as I keep saying, I am also very aware that past this weekend, I think that the conversation, you know, goes away and we all move on. But that's why I've not worried. You know, sometimes in the past I have thought about, like, oh, do I want to put opinions out on Twitter? You know, I mean, I'm very lucky that I can share thoughts here and we can chuck things around here on this platform. And, you know, with Twitter, you know, I don't know, it's not a very productive platform. I don't feel like you're going to really change people's minds or anything. All you're going to do is find people that agree and people that don't agree. So you're going to find grief and you're going to find support, and you don't know quite in what measure. But I don't think you actually achieve anything. You know, that's the thing with Twitter. I don't think you really achieve anything. So I've always kind of stayed away. But on this one, I've just thought, do you know what? I feel like this is the weekend where it'll be the most vocal. I think it dies down after this. And because I do have an opinion on this, I just thought, let it burn. Just let it burn. So, as I said, I was putting a lot of tweets out. Some of them were not serious. Some of them were just, you know, a thought pops into my head and you just put it out there. And certainly if you don't care about what comes back, I'm not bothered if I upset people. I'm not bothered if people want to rant and rave. I'm not bothered if people think a tweet that I'm kind of joking in and not being super serious about, if they take it serious. Some of them have actually been quite funny. I put one out about a t-shirt. I wasn't being serious about it, right? But I was like, listen, if this is about money, how about you make a We Want Cody shirt? We'll buy it. That way you can have your money and then we just get our main event back. How about this? I mean, clearly that's not serious, because clearly no one from WWE is going to look at that and go, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Clearly that is not going to happen, is it? But I suppose what it was me portraying the desperation of that kind of Cody, like, we'll do anything, you know? How about this? How about we get The Rock and we just, like, you know, put a fake film project in, and he flies off to Zimbabwe to do, like, a film project, and it turns out it wasn't real, right? So it was kind of that ilk. But I did get people, like, responding thinking I was being, like, super serious. And I must admit, in the past, those kind of responses, I think, would have been responses that would have prevented me maybe from like doing even more. Like, that would have been enough for me to go, oh, I think I've done enough now, I'm going to leave it there. I was looking at it, I was like, man, I don't know if I've got a thicker skin now or what it is, but I was looking at some of the responses and I was like, nah, man, this is actually funny. Like, some of them that were coming back, some of the stuff they were saying, I think there was some genuine concern for me. Oh yeah, give him your money, that'll show him. So to be honest, I've had a pretty fun weekend. I've had a good time. So Matt, shout out to you. Darwin, hello mates. 15 minutes away. Darwin said, I speak louder for this. Nothing is official yet. Fans like me and everyone start fantasy booking, but Cody should save more for his story, so be patient. Just watch and let it play out. Let it cook. Still can't wait. Mania 40. Darwin, shout out to you. The let it wait. Be patient. Let them cook. I think those arguments are redundant, to be honest. To be brutally honest with you, I think those arguments don't apply. And the reason why I say that is because I think we've got a good idea as to what's happened and what's happening. It's not that something like this has happened and we don't know why and we're all scratching our head. There's no mystery, right? We've got the body, we've got the murder weapon, and we're pretty sure that we've got video footage of the person that did it as well, right? So, like, we've got a pretty complete picture. So the argument of wait for it to play out does not feel like it applies in this case. If you wait for it to play out, if you're someone that's upset for Cody and you wait for it to play out, you're going to watch Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania. You'll watch Rock versus Roman. So the let it play out argument does not wash with me. I feel like we've got a complete enough picture to know what's happening. The be patient argument doesn't work with me. Was this not what we said after WrestleMania 39? Be patient. You know, we're putting obstacles in his way. WrestleMania 39 felt like Cody was going to win. Or he would win the title. But he didn't. And the argument then was, let it play out. Be patient. Triple H after said, you know, the story continues. The story never finishes. The story continues. And I feel like we've done these things. We've let it play out. We've been patient. And we got to the point where we went into a Royal Rumble not expecting Cody to win. I didn't. I had Punk winning. Didn't expect Cody to win because I thought that they would put a few more obstacles in his way. But they had Cody win. So Cody won and then called out Roman. And so really that was a big indicator, right? That this is the path that we're on. And so since then, we know that the injuries and the Vince allegations have changed things. And so we know why The Rock has come in. So this let it play out argument, as I said, for me, that's just designed to dampen down the Cody noise. So there's a lot of people out there that don't like the We Want Cody hashtag. There's a lot of people out there that don't want Cody against Roman. They want the Rock match. It's their dream match, and they want this. And I think there's a bit of concern out there that this noise may change it back to being Roman Cody. There's a bit of concern out there. And I really, really believe a lot of people that are saying let it play out, I really, really believe a lot of those people are Rock fans that are trying to dampen the noise down. Because if you let this play out, you are going to get Rock Roman. I think we've got enough of a picture. There's enough information. There's enough different sources that are reporting the same thing as to what's happened and how we've got to where we've got. So I just can't subscribe on this occasion to the let it play out. Normally, I'd be there with you. Normally, if we didn't know what was going on and we thought this was just a little bump, and, you know, it might be a story. It might be that The Rock has come in and, you know, something's going to happen and Cody will get back into it. But listen, this match is happening. There's a press conference on Thursday. Rock, Roman are going to be confronting each other face to face. There's, you know, we're on the road. I mean, this message has gone out around the world loud and clear that this is the direction that we're going in now, and we know why it's happening. So this let it play out, I just find it so frustrating. Find it a very frustrating thing, because if I do that as someone that wants Cody to get what I feel he deserves, if I do that, I'm going to watch Rock Roman. And I would have been denied my opportunity to voice my displeasure. When do I get to voice my displeasure? When do I get to say that I'm not happy with what I'm seeing? When would I get to do that if I just go with the flow? When do I do that? After. Is it not better that I voice it before and make it clear that we're not happy with what's happening? For some Rock fans out there, no, because they really want The Rock to have that main event. But this is my point. This is why I can't go with the let it play out argument. It doesn't work for me, brother. It doesn't work for me this time. The being patient thing as well, as we said, I mean, I just think that's so cheap. The let it, like, be patient, we're going to put obstacles in his way. You could say that for the rest of his career. At what point do we not say that? Is he going to be 75? And we're still going to say, no, you know, make it hard. Make it hard, make it harder. Make it harder. At what point do we say, no, okay, that's enough now? It's been 2 years since he came back. He won a Rumble, and he lost at WrestleMania in the main event last year. And it feels like he did that because they knew that this year, WrestleMania 40, would be the anniversary and a better place to do it. And I don't know, I just kind of feel like he's been screwed now, and some people's default is no, it's fine, put another obstacle in his way. And if he gets screwed again, that'll be the same argument, won't it? He gets screwed further down the road, so he's meant to be doing something at SummerSlam, but I don't know, let's say Stone Cold wants to do something, Cody can get screwed again. And if Cody gets screwed again, then we'll say, no, it's just another obstacle. It's another obstacle. It's just a pointless, worthless, doesn't mean anything. Like, it's just throwaway. You can always use that. Doesn't mean anything. I mean, if he had just arrived at the Rumble for the first time, then I would agree. But the fact that he's been in now 2 years and has kind of already lost in a WrestleMania main event, I just can't go with it, man. Can't go with it. But you are absolutely entitled to your opinion, Delwyn, and that is an opinion that is shared by many other people. I mean, I have had, the reason why I've spent a bit of time on that comment, because I appreciate the support, but also because you're not alone. There are other people that feel that way, and the only thing I can do is give you my counterpoint to it. And my counterpoint to it is that if I let it play out, I will not get a chance to have my voice heard. And that can't be right, can it? That can't be right. Because I've also had people going, what if it's a work? What if it's a work? Well, if it's a work, they want me to be upset, don't they? Don't they want me to be upset? if they've promised me Cody or teased that I'm getting Cody, and now they've took Cody away, and they're doing it as a swerve, well, they're doing it to upset me. So I'm right to be upset. And if it's not a work and they have removed Cody, well, then I'm right to be upset. Either way, I can't lose being upset. They either want me to be upset or I should be upset. But either way, I'm right to be upset. So, I don't know. I just think that I do look online and I do see a lot of reasonings and justifications or attempts at justifications, and it all just seems to strike me as a determined attempt to dampen the noise that has been created. And I just don't think that's cool, man. I don't think that's cool. I think if you want Rock Roman, you're winning. You're up. You're winning. You're getting it. And I can't see that changing. So, you know, allow the rest of us to at least voice our displeasure. You know, I don't think that's asking for much. Mitchell said, Days, Cody needs to show up to the press conference with muffins and say he's tired and old and he works with children. Do you know, that hits like a flipping ton of bricks as well, doesn't it? Do you remember that little clip that went around backstage? CM Punk, tears in his eyes, knows that he's out of WrestleMania. His dream of main event in a WrestleMania snatched away from him cruelly because of injury. And with tears in his eyes, he can muster up the words, "Finish your story, bro." And then the two of them embrace. And that was after Raw, I believe. That was after Raw on Monday. Finish your story, bro. Cameron said, Rock Roman could have happened last year at WrestleMania 39 if Cody had won at 39, unrelated. But Dijak hadn't won the last 4 premium live events. I'm hoping he wins tonight. Okay, let's break that down. So, Rock Roman could have happened last year. Yes, that's another frustration. You know, Rock has not been able to find time to do it. Now that he's on the board, he magically can. Cody had won at WrestleMania 39. If Cody had won last year, they could have done it this year. Rock Roman story would have already been finished. Yeah. So actually, putting an obstacle in Cody's way has bit us in the backside. We put a flipping obstacle in Cody's way, and look where we are now. Oh my God. I didn't even think of that, you know. I didn't even think of that. Oh, it's just all burning in it. It's just everywhere I look is fire. And let's get back to NXT for a second. So, Dijak, yes, 100%. 100%. Do you know, Dijak is someone that I think is really interesting because he was so good when he was Dominik Dijakovic. Or Dijakovic. And do you remember his matches with Keith Lee? And we were watching him, we're like, man, this guy is so good. And his matches with Keith Lee, if you've not seen them, search for them. They are brilliant. And then, of course, he gets T-barred, doesn't he? And that was horrific. And then he came back to NXT, and we really had to try and find a way of representing him. And he's kind of gone with this, I suppose it's like Sin City. That's the only thing I could really think to compare it to, like Sin City. Just like this comic book kind of character. But the booking has not supported him. The booking has not supported, and he's so good on Twitter as well. So vocal. He's really, really good. He's definitely worth a follow. Definitely worth a follow. Always coming out with some interesting takes and fun tweets. And I really like him. I think he's a decent promo. He's a great wrestler. He was involved in just some amazing premium live event matches last year. His premium live event match, I forget the show, but him and Ilja, I mean, it's definitely in my top 10 matches of last year. Easily. That match was so good. I think I even voted it my favorite NXT match of last year. I mean, Ilja's, one of my favorites anyway, but Dijak can match, intensity, and such a great wrestler. Very good at storytelling, actually. Good seller. There's lovely pace to his matches. He's got a decent moveset. Everything just looks, like it should be. There's not really any holes in his game. It's not like anything looks clunky or, out of place. Everything flows well. He's got bags of experience, of course. He's been wrestling for a long time, so you'd expect that. It's not like he didn't know what he was doing when he arrived. He wasn't an athlete that got turned into a wrestler. So yeah, he's got tons of experience. I really rate him. I do think he needs creative now to support his character. If this guy was to go on a winning streak and pick up some big impressive wins and like really put people away and look really, actually shamefully, and I am ashamed, I don't know his finishing move. I don't even know if we've got that far to see his finishing move. I don't know his finishing move, but whatever it is, that's probably not a good thing. But whatever it is, if he was to hit it and put people away with it, and we were really to get it over, right, so that I did know what it was, then I would love to see that. I would love to see Dijak getting treated better than he's been treated. So, yeah, I completely agree. So, against Joe Gacy as well. I mean, Gacy is someone that's interesting, but we just don't know what to do with him. We just don't know what to do with him. We're so lost with Joe Gacy. And Gacy would seem like a bit of a no-brainer. I mean, he just seems like he should be someone that we use as a bit of like a Bray Wyatt. And we did. We had Schism. And we was kind of using them as a bit of a cult. I mean, it wasn't exactly Bray, but it was, it was in the neighborhood. And then, like, that just never quite got going, never quite got where it was meant to be. And, like, what we've been doing with him now has just been, I don't know, he's just been dumpster diving and whatever. He's just been in a very strange place. So, yeah, I think definitely frustrating Joe Gacy. He's someone that we need better creative for. So really, we've got two interesting personas and potential, and they both need wins. But Dijak feels the more desperate because, Gacy has only just gone solo, breaking away from Schism. And I'm not sure he's quite found his character. I don't know what this character is. It's just a bit wild, a bit of a lunatic. But Dijak knows his character, and he's been doing this longer. And so I think that he is more desperate. He needs the win more. So I completely agree with you. Right. Let's end this poll, shall we? Don't forget, we are going to be rating matches, and we are going to be rating the show at the end as well. So this is a big one. People are going to need to dial in to their thoughts as to what they think about the show and how it's going to compare to the other shows we've rated. I was looking for some paper. I haven't got any. Got something here. I'll use this. I like to record the match scores as we go along. Otherwise, I have to go back to the stream after. It's a bit of a nightmare. Right. Edward said, Days, loved the funny tweets. Keep doing them. To be honest, I mean, I always find that these kinds of moments just bring out, I don't know, a creative side in me, which I just see so much. I think I'm quite good at bouncing off things. So if it's quite quiet, if there's not much happening, then I think we can have some fun, whatever, but I don't think that's me at my best. I think my personality is good if something's happening and I can bounce off it. I don't know, I just read stuff and it just, makes me think of other things and I kind of bounce off those. So I normally find this. I normally find if there's some big, juicy talking point, I just get verbal diarrhea. I just think of so many different things. And as we said with this, some of it was serious, some of it wasn't serious. I was just, watching it burn. That's what I was doing. I was just watching it burn. And if I could add to the fire in any way I could, let's go for it. Why not? I ain't got nothing else to do. you know, NXT was on Sunday, so I was just chucking lugs on. Right. Here we go then. NXT Vengeance Day. So we have really broke this show down. 2 hours of non-stop NXT chatter means that we are ready for NXT. James said Booker T won't be on commentary for a few weeks. He has had a medical procedure. He has. That I saw him tweet that out. Thank you, James. I saw him tweet that out. And I don't know what the medical procedure is. But he said he will be back in a few weeks, didn't he? So it's Wade. I didn't even think who the replacement was going to be, actually. But it's Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett is back in NXT. Right, here we go. So, of course, we're going to open up with the Dusty Final. Trick's working double duty. So, Carmelo, Hayes, and Trick are coming out. Trick, look at him, man. It's a hot, I hate their song. It's a mashup of their two themes. As soon as they play Trick's music, the crowd go crazy. Then Carmelo's music hits, and it's like, oh. What that chick? So the crowd are into it when it's Tricks, and then as soon as Carmelo's kind of comes in, doesn't work, doesn't fit. It's a horrible. I think it's meant to be that way. I think it's meant to show that it's not quite. They're not quite on the same page. Even the music is quite jarring. Even the music doesn't really fit together very well. Are they going to be on the same page for this show, though? That's the question. Let's go into the poll. We'll go into the poll and ask who wins. Is it going to be Bron Breakker and Baron Corbin? Or is it going to be Carmelo and Trick Williams? Whoa! Coming out on a bike! Baron Corbin coming out on a bike. Did he come out on a bike before? Is Bron coming out on a bike as well? Engines are being revved. So they've both got bikes in the entranceway. Baron's actually taking his down the entranceway. So is Bron. Quite nice, quite nice. I'm not really a bike fan. What are they? Are they low riders or something? Choppers. Baron Corbin with his cloak. Looks like he's trying to do a Robin Hood vibe. He's got a Robin Hood character. If Robin Hood rode a motorcycle, of course. So here is the Dusty Cup in the entranceway. Baron and Bron fist bump and make their way to the ring. So we are going to be Rock Screwed Cody sign in the crowd. That was just held up at the back in blue, right in the center at the top. Rock Screwed Cody. I haven't heard any chants or anything. I'm not expecting any tonight. I'm telling The Undertaker that Baron Corbin took his bike, said Johnny. I think Bron and Corbin will win, said Dro. Bikers, Baron, and Bron, Triple B, said Rivy. Maka said if Melo is revealed tonight as the attacker, do they lose the finals here? I think so. I think so. I can't really see the sense in having Trick and Carmelo win this, get a title opportunity for Carmelo to turn on Trick later in this show. I mean, what would that mean for the title opportunity? They ain't going to work together, are they? Would it go to Baron and Bron instead? I don't know. That is definitely the that's definitely the mindset I've got as well, yeah. But listen, maybe Carmelo doesn't turn on Trick tonight. Whoop, that Trick is being chanted. Mitchell said, Little Baron Riding Hood. Little Baron Riding Hood. James said the calendar. No. Shut up. Is it available? Shut up. You shut up right now. You shut up. Let me have a look. Where is it? I'm on WWE. Oh, man, if you've pranked me. Oh, it is there! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Cody who? Shh, forget Cody. Oh, my God! Whoop that Trick! Whoop that Trick! Whoop that Trick! Oh, my God! Ah! Oh my God! Oh jeez Louise, we've got the images. Is this what each month is? Oh my God! Who are you? Kaya Saint. Well, I wasn't expecting to have all the months. That's Lena. Not as saucy as I thought. Although, you know, not bad. Thea Hale, getting ready to box. Little bit of thigh action, you know, just saying. Is that Ren? This is like the most... No, yeah, that's Ren. This is like the most PG calendar I've ever... Well, hang on. Jasmine Minx. USA! Let's go. The Riz! The Riz is in it! Oh, I'm having 20,000. Go on, Riz. Just girls just want to have fun. Scenes, absolute scenes. The calendar is available right now, and the Riz is in it. Even though she's not in Chase U. Even though she's not in Chase U, she's still made it to the camp. They are going to make so much money. Have we seen... Is that all the months then? How many pictures is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's only 9, you know. There's got to be more in there than that, isn't there? There's only 9 there. Oh, guys. It's real. It's real. I thought it was just going to be available there, but they have put it up. Chase U is turning up the heat in an effort to keep the lights on. Join the hashtag Save Chase U movement. Good luck with that. With your purchase of the Women of Chase U 2024 calendar from the brilliant mind of JC Jane. The calendar spotlights some of the best and most beautiful superstars in NXT. They include Jane, the effervescent Thea Hale, Kendall Gray, Kaya Saint, Xena Sterling, Ren Sinclair, Jasmine Minx, Lainey Reed, Adriano Rizzo. Andro Chase needs your help. It's a bit cheeky, isn't it? To use a storyline to sell a calendar, but I'm buying 20. What I would say is, right, all perviness aside, we could have like some big stars here in the future, and this, you know, imagine if they did a calendar from like back in the day that had like Becky when she first arrived, Sasha when she first arrived, Bailey when she first arrived. You know, this could honestly be, and I'm just trying to justify me buying it, but this could honestly be something that you look back on in like 10 years time and go, no way, man, look at Riz there. God, that was before she was like 20-time women's champion and she'd main evented WrestleMania. She main events WrestleMania 50 to 60 every single year. This was... Look at her there. Right, Corbin is in control. All I'm saying is, if you want to get yours, there is a link to WWE Shop in the description. Right? And it does help the channel. I got a little, little arrangement with them. They scratch my back, I scratch their back. We never talk about that though. I've done very little scratching. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. I'm so getting this. OnlyFans around the corner. Let's go. I can't believe it's real. I really, really was not expecting it to be available. I really, really was not expecting it to be available. Have they actually put a post out on social media for it? I hope they have. Otherwise, I hope they have. Otherwise, a load of you have just been sat on WWE Shop just pressing refresh. God bless you all. I thank you for your service. I can't see any posts on it. Okay, Bron going for the cover on Carmelo. No, I don't think there is anything yet. As soon as I see a post on it, then I will retweet that out. The masses need to know. Bron almost broke his own neck, says Rivy. Trini said, considering recent events, maybe don't try to justify being a pervert on streams. Let's do that after the stream. That's a really good point, actually. Didn't think about that. Well said. I'm not trying to justify being a pervert. I see it as an investment. I'm always looking for investment opportunities, and I think you could buy this calendar, and I think there's a good chance that in a few years' time, it may have gone up a little bit in value. So that's not financial advice, because that also gets you in trouble. Pretty much anything you do online gets you in trouble. So I'm not being a pervert. I'm not trying to give financial advice, right? Just buy the calendar. God, stop making life difficult. All right, we're still underway with our opening match right now. Bron Breakker is in there with Carmelo. And they're both up to their feet. Shot to the midsection there by Carmelo. Did you hear? Apparently WWE is monitoring the negative feedback about Rock taking Cody's place. Even wrestlers are tweeting, "We want Cody," says Hannah. I did hear this, yes, but there is a counter movement that has risen up now, which is understandable because The Rock is obviously very popular, one of the most followed celebrities in the world, so he's clearly got a fan base that are going to come out and stand up for him if they feel that he is being wronged. Little do they know the story, but yeah, we are seeing a counter movement kind of rise up now, which from my point of view, it's a shame. I don't think it sends the right message, but he's got his fans and they're entitled to their opinions. So unfortunately, I think the work of the "We Want Cody" kind of movement, if you will, the woe movement, I think it may have achieved about as much as it's going to achieve. I don't want to be defeatist, but I don't know. You know how stubborn these companies are. I think it's going to have to be a real sustained campaign if you are to change their mind. It might even have to be one of those where the ratings slump. That would change their mind. That would change their mind quick. Ooh, Carmelo looking for a moonsault. He was legs akimbo and we were all over the place. But he comes crashing down on Corbin. But yeah, look, as wrestling fans, is that going to happen? No, it's not, is it? It's not. I mean, I'm not going to not tune into Raw. And I wouldn't expect anyone else to not tune into Raw. So, I don't know. I think they're looking at it, they're monitoring it, but I don't know that that's going to result in anything. And certainly not now that there's a counter movement that's risen up. Carmelo almost finding himself into a deep six. Trick Williams pulling that top rope down. Trick with a... collides into Corbin. 1, 2. Carmelo with a pin on Bron. And Bron kicks out. Bron kicks out. Now, we were looking at Trick. We didn't quite see what happened in the ring. It was actually double knees from Carmelo. We're cooking. We are definitely cooking at the moment. So we've got Bron down. We've got This Is Awesome chant breaking out from the crowds. Trick Williams getting into the ring. If you are just joining us, the big news, of course, this weekend, dominating the conversation. Bron with Trick. So Bron suplexes Trick. Trick ends up like accidentally fall away slamming Carmelo. Yeah, the big chat this weekend. The Chase U calendar is real. It is real. It is available on WWE Shop right now. Over the top and down goes Baron Corbin. One thing I didn't look at is I was looking at WWE Shop. I didn't look for our English friends, our European friends, if it was actually available here in the UK. I don't think it is, you know. I don't think it's available for us. But I'll get it shipped. It's fine. But it is available for our American friends. 1, 2. Deep six by Baron Corbin. This is why I would love for them to still tour in the UK. I would love for NXT to still come over. The calendar is tasteful, non-harassing, non-exploitative, and it is empowering, says Alka. Yeah, disappointing, isn't it? We thought it was going to be filthy. Bron, but in the current climate, it's probably the right call. Bron is climbing up. And he comes crashing down onto Carmelo and Trick. Screams out to the crowds. Do you think Roxanne is going to win? I'm torn. I really don't know. I'm really torn on it. I can see an argument for going either which way. Liam said, do you think Bron is struggling? That nearly killed him, says Liam. He seems to be okay. At the moment, we've got both up in the corners, about to hit double suplexes, but Trick is fighting back. Baron Corbin goes down. Carmelo with some shots to the midsection. Now he's got Bron and plants Bron down. Bron goes down. Carmelo, frog splash. Oh, he tried, but got caught. Deep six, no. Lands on his feet. Oh, you didn't get it, Trick. You didn't get it. Trick thought that he had got a stunner, but he hadn't. Ah. Trick thought he had got a stunner. He didn't. He started celebrating. As he celebrated, Bron smashes into Carmelo, and we get our winners. It is Bron and Baron Corbin. Bron and Baron Corbin. And they're splitting, aren't they? They're splitting. They're splitting. And they're splitting tonight. It's happening. It's happening. Do you know, that the finish is interesting because he didn't get the stunner. He thought he had. And I don't even know if he was meant to be honest. Because the finish happens immediately after, you could make an argument that he wasn't meant to get it. I still think it's a botch. But either way, it really doesn't matter. It does not ruin the match. And because the finish was like literally a few seconds later. And there is Baron and Bron holding up the Dusty Cup. And there we go. Boom. The match was amazing, said Johnny. I got to go with good or okay. It was a bit of a botch fest, said Mitchell. George said, I've just tagged you Dominic's tweets. Has he got a calendar? Cody Rhodes equals ass. The Rock equals cheeks. We want Senor Money in the Back. In Money in the Bank. Actually, he's put, we want Senor MIB. Money in Bank. See what I'm about? What the hell's Money in Bank? Senor, what the hell, Senor Mib? Don't you mean MITB, douche? Cody equals ass. The Rock equals cheeks. I think it's wise for him to come in and say that Cody equals that. He should have put a tweet out laughing at the We Want Cody stuff. He absolutely should have done that. I don't know if he did. We want Senor Mib. Right. People tagging me in the calendar, man. Biker Boys won the Dusty Cup. If I was on Twitter, I would follow. Day said, you should challenge the Rocks. The Rocks? All of them? All the different Rocks. Right, so we're done with our first match. You can score the opening contest. Right now, we've just got like some adverts. So we're not missing anything. I'm not sure what the next... I wonder what the next one will be. We've just done a tag match, so maybe we need to do Dijak. Don't think we would go to the 6-person, would we? Tag match followed by tag match, would we? Maybe we would. I'm going to guess at the Dijak match. Do you think you know enough for WWE to notice you? I know they are aware, but I think they reach out to do something at a UK show. No. I think if you was to be contacted by them, you've got to be a Logan, Mr. Beasts, PewDiePie, millions and millions and millions of subscribers to be like at that level, right? And let's be honest, they're only contacting you because they want to use your platform, right? They ain't contacting you because they think you got skills. So, no. They have kindly reached out. I mean, I don't have much of a relationship with them at all. I just know one guy that reached out from the UK offices who has just asked me, like, would you like to come down and speak to a couple of the wrestlers after they finished doing sign-ins at, like, Smith's? And I was like, my God, yes. Amazing, thank you. And so I was able to go down to London in 2019 and do that. And they have also just helped me with, there's been a couple of companies that have got in touch that are like, oh, we'd love for you to tell people about these products because, we're not people don't really know we're doing them. So it might be like the cutouts, or it might be, I don't know, you know, kids magazine, stuff like that. As I said, like, we haven't done stuff where you'll tune into a stream or watch a video and I'm talking to you about Clash of Clans or anything, you know. I'm not trying to like sell you on the idea of Blue Chew, but WWE obviously have got like lots of licenses that they give out. So people go off and make magazines, they go off and make bedspreads, they make wall stickers, they make whatever. And so I do sometimes get those companies getting in touch with me that have got the official WWE licenses. But that's it. That's it. That's the only interaction I've ever had with them. So no is the answer. You've got to be like millions and millions of subscribers to kind of get their attention. But I'm not looking for their attention, so it's not something that bothers me in the slightest. Press event Las Vegas Thursday. We will be streaming this, obviously. I mean, there's going to be plenty of talking points coming out of this. So I think there was a list. Oh, it might be the Women's Championship, you know. Quite a long time ago, that, isn't it? When she collapsed. She didn't really collapse, but they had her collapse. So Roxanne has been away from the championship for quite a while. I'm not the same Roxanne Perez that won the breakout tournament. I don't miss that girl. They have tried to give her more of an edge, haven't they? Her promo the other day I thought was very good. I'm looking for that edge from Roxanne. Good video package here. Good video package. Darwin, hello. Shout out to you. Dude, you don't have to keep firing in these very kind super chats. I know I say this to you all the time, but you don't have to do this, my friend. I really appreciate the support, though. Darwin said, what's your percentage at the moment with WWE signing Okada? I'm at about 70%. I think the biggest reason why Triple H and Nick Khan would want him is the global expansion. Europe, maybe in a few years, Asia, India, and Japan. It's a good question. I think I'm probably... I think I'm probably 50-50 if I'm going to be completely honest. Oh no, it is Dijak. What was the point in that? Why have they just shown us a video package for the women's match and then here's Dijak? Okay. That was a bit random, wasn't it? Did they not have a video package for Dijak and Joe Gacy? Cool. So... yeah, I'm probably 50-50, to be honest. I'm probably 50-50. I think that all along I expected him to go to AEW. I thought it was a no-brainer. AEW. And because he's got friends there, he's worked there, he knows Tony and all this stuff, they're going to pay him great money. So that didn't seem like a no-brainer. But, you know, word came out of Japan that WWE was going to be like a landing spot for him and that they were making a real play for him. And they said, like, NXT, they actually said he's going to go to WWE, he's going to start in NXT. And that came from a major source in Japan. Interesting open graphic here. Joe Gacy making his way down. We had 5 heads on the screen. I thought that they were using old Schism footage because they had the yellow masks. But when the yellow masks were removed, it was actually all Gacy's face. So it's still the Schism music. So he's still coming out to the Schism song. He's still got the yellow mask as part of his entrance thing. He's not wearing it, though, but it is on his Titantron. Don't know, he does seem a bit directionless to me. Don't know quite what he's about and what he's looking to achieve. He's like an unhinged Cameron Grimes. Right, the bell has gone. We've got Dijak and we have got Joe Gacy. Dijak with his nightstick. And Gacy has got a baton. And we are underway. No DQ in this match, if you are wondering why they've got weapons. No DQ. Boom! He just wallops Gacy. So yeah, Okada, I hate to say 50-50 because it's just not a good answer, but I thought that it would be AEW. Then there was like lots of noise that he was going to go to NXT. He could still go to WWE, so I think your 70-30 is fair. But I don't know. I don't know when would he arrive in NXT? I mean, I don't think he'll arrive if he arrives tonight. Could you imagine that? But he's still got a few more dates to do with New Japan, hasn't he? So it's like I don't know when his last dates are actually with New Japan. I'm not expecting him tonight. Could you imagine if he came out tonight? That would be insane. I think I'm still just can't get past, even though the reports have said WWE, I just can't get past how much he fits into that AEW world. You can look at the ratings, you can look at the attendance, and that might be a bit of a turn-off, certainly compared to where WWE are right now. So it might be a bit of a turn-off, but I think that Tony will be able to sell him on the vision. Tony will be able to say to him, look, we've got Mercedes coming in. We've got the Wembley show coming up. We're very excited about this opportunity. They'll give him a great wage. We can make you a champion, blah, 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 blah. I think there could be a tempting offer that's put in. You know, we can do you and Omega. We can do you and Daniel. So again, we've got, you know, there's a list of people. Takeshita, Swerve, Hangman, you know, there's a list of people that Okada can go up with. I saw someone with a list of their dream, I think was it Aaron actually, with a list of their dream Okada opponents. And it's like, it does make sense him going to AEW. It does feel like the natural fit more so than WWE. I just can't shake that. I can't shake that. But there was that report saying NXT. So that's why I'm about 50-50. But if you've got a bit more confidence in those reports, and I mean, look, WWE are going to want him. I've no doubt about that. But I think they will not break the bank to get him. Because I think that they are probably looking at him and thinking, right, what can we expect from ratings, from merch sales? Like, he's not a Roman. He's not a CM Punk. So what is he? Is he a Seth? Is he a Kevin Owens? Like, how do you benchmark him? Who do you benchmark him against? So he's set up a table and he's getting some toys. He's got a box of toys. He's got a couple of figures and cars and bits all over this. That's going to hurt, man. I mean, there's no way that doesn't hurt. Dijak is being picked up. The table is there. Someone's going to get planted onto these little plastic cars, and it's a bit like in AEW when they produced, it was very early in AEW, but they produced Lego bricks. You know, like how sometimes they produce thumbtacks. Instead, they produce Lego bricks. There's a woman in the crowd that has got a full-blown Hulk Hogan attire on. That's brave, isn't it? That's brave. She's got the bandana. She's got the yellow shirt. She's proper representing. Shots raining down by Dijak. Zykami said, I think Trick will win the NXT Championship, and it'll be him against Carmelo for the NXT Championship at Stand and Deliver. James said, prove it and tweet it, Days. If you have. Prove it and tweet it if you have. What? Prove and tweet what? Prove and tweet what? I have a few beaches. We have natural hot springs everywhere, says Trini. It's a no DQ match. It is a no DQ match. Lego hurts much worse, says Chris. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the Lego stuff from... it was really early in AEW's history. It might even have been at like one of those... do you remember that match where wasn't there a guy that was like head of a gaming convention? Do you remember that? Didn't he take on Nakazawa? There was a really random match, like super early in the history of AEW. There was a match that was like super early, and it was like a death match, and I'm sure it involved Nakazawa and the head of this gaming thing. It was weird. I think they had managed. I could be wrong, but I think they'd managed to get into a gaming convention to do their show, and part of the deal was this guy was going to be on the card. I need to look in. That was weird, isn't it? I need to look into that. I need to look into, because if what I am saying is true, and I hope it is, because that's how I'm recalling it. That's really gone under the radar, and I want to say that was back in 2019 when they first started. Lovely suplex there by Gacy. Days, they've announced that Cody Shinsuke bull rope match. No Cody promo. No Cody promo. Michael said WWE had an Okada shirt on the shop and they took it down. They haven't, but he said he's got a pic, so I said prove it. Oh. Over in the corner goes Gacy. I've not seen one. I mean, that would be big. That would be huge news. Oh, Dijak goes into the table. And there's a bit in his back. There's even part of the table that's got an indentation, so he must have hit a piece quite hard because it's took a chunk out the table. And there was a piece that went into his back. Ooh, that doesn't look fun at all. That doesn't look fun at all. Gacy gets picked up. Planted onto a chair too. Kick out there by Gacy. Oh my God. This was pretty sick actually, because Dijak actually used the ropes to like springboard up. As he was in the air, he gets like knocked back and he goes flying into the tables. He's grabbing a hold of his neck. Dijak grabbing a trash can. He puts the trash can onto Gacy. Dijak trying to get over to the corner. So right now we've got Gacy in the middle of the ring, the trash can on his head, and Dijak is climbing up the ropes. Dijak is climbing up. What's he going to hit here? Is he going... Oh, wow. Doesn't matter because Gacy is back up, comes over, throws in a big clubbing blow. Gacy has got Dijak looking for a superplex. Horrible. Horrible. He kind of over-rotates, ends up crashing into the middle of the ring, misses the trash can. I mean, the trash can was meant to break his fall, and he just completely missed the trash can. Ugh. Right now, we've got some tape, and it's going to be wrapped around. Oh, goes around the heads of Dijak. Thing is, he blinded him in one eye. Gacy goes out the ring, grabs some kendo sticks. Boom! And again. Walloping away. Joe Gacy. Walloping Dijak with those kendo sticks. This is PWG against CZW. Dream match, said Matthew. He's got no more eyebrows now. Dark Knight said NXT has got a lot of botches, but I guess it is developmental. Right now, he's got that tape around. I think he's actually, like, can't see anything, actually. Oh, GTS. He goes down and he can't find him because the tape is around his eyes. Dijak's like, no, because he just hit that move. I tell you what, you know, sometimes you see it where they'll use tape. And some, not this way, but some, you know, like in AEW, I'm not having a pop, but they've done it in AEW where they've got someone against the ropes and they've taped their hands to the ropes. And like a few seconds later, it's all super loose. It is not super loose this time. This time it was proper on and really tight, and it looked really good. He's managed to get the tape off his eyes. He looks around. Joe Gacy is upside down in the corner. Spike DDT onto the chair. To the outside goes Gacy. Gacy climbing up. Perched. Ready to splash down. 1, 2. Kick out by Dijak. Dijak gets his shoulders up. Well, yeah, I mean, do you know, it's difficult because I think that it is developmental and there are botches, but I think we all remember back to those incredible NXT matches, you know? So it's one of those where if you get botches in this brand, it's more understandable. I think it's more acceptable. But this brand has still delivered us some of the best matches. Dijak managing to hit the knee and put Joe Gacy away. Joe Gacy loses to Dijak. So I don't think it's unfair to criticize because... or point it out because of the fact that NXT has given us Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, Gunther matches, Johnny Gargano against Tommaso Ciampa. Like, you know, we've been spoiled for amazing, amazing NXT matches. We know what they are capable of. So I don't think it's unfair to point out if it just, you know, there are some issues and it does dip below that standard. But I also think it's more understandable and acceptable. So, right, get your votes in. We're already 47 minutes into the show. We are already 47 minutes into the show. 2 matches down. Dijak against Joe Gacy. Had its moments, for me, nowhere near. Not even in the same neighborhood as the Dijak-Ilja match. But they tried. I mean, they did some fun stuff. The tape around the eyes was pretty inventive, pretty creative. The toys on the table, I mean, that was a nasty spotlight. They went for it. Enjoyable, though, said Miss Cowan. Yep. Remember when Dijak's finger was broken and he popped it back in during the match? Oh, I know, yeah. Well... Matt said he couldn't carry Bray's rocking chair. Malik said it was good. It was just wish you would have done better. Like, where's the thumbtacks? Where's the barbed wire that we want to see, says Malik. Here we go. Oh my God, they're signing them. They've got loads. They've got loads of the calendars. It will be on WWE Shop and Fanatics from tomorrow. They're signing... Oh, man. I want to sign... I want a signed one. Where'd you get the signed ones from? Oh man, look at Femi backstage with like metal rigging. Putting the work in, man. It's the match I'm least bothered by, but it doesn't mean I don't want to see it. I mean, I'm very intrigued by Femi. 6-person mixed tag match coming up. I might get that Chase U calendar just to save Chase U. that's what I'm doing as well. Yeah. I'm going to buy one from America, get it shipped over, pay extra custom charges and everything just because I want to do my bit. Want to save Chase U, don't I? I love those guys. God bless them. It's okay as long as no one is actually taking a dump on the calendar, says David. Well, I wasn't planning on doing that, to be honest. I wasn't planning on doing that. But Gregor said, Dave's question. I've been hearing about Roman and the Hogan record. How can Roman beat the records if Hogan had the WWE Championship and Roman's record is with the Universal Championship? Because they're just regarded as world titles. Doesn't really matter what they're called. You can change the names of these things, but they're still world titles. So, you know, you've got like the Undisputed Championship in the 2000s, but that was still regarded as like the WWE title. The Winged Eagle, you know, I mean, back in the day, it's been called the WWF Championship. It's been called the WWF Championship. It's been called the WWE Championship. It's been called the Undisputed Championship. Like, but basically, they're world titles, aren't they? They're just all world titles. So the Universal Championship is recognized as a world title. So if you have, even Seth, I mean, Seth's is recognized as a world title. So if Seth was to hold this belt for 8 years, he would break Bruno's record because it's a world title. So it's basically a record keeping tabs of how long someone has held a world title in WWE. So they are different belts. You are not wrong. They are different belts. But it doesn't matter because they're all still in the same family. They're related. So, yeah, it's fine. It counts. The more Dijak did to get the win is his finisher, and it's called Feast Your Eyes. Just because you didn't know what his finisher was. The GTS thing, he calls it Feast. I hate when wrestlers do that. Isn't someone else had one that was like that? Wasn't it Theory that was using it? I think he called it something else as well. Like, you have to remember these specific names. Like, back in the day, like, you know, a move was a move. Whereas now, they take moves and then they change it. Well, they don't change it. They still do the same move, but then they just call it something different to fit their characters. So what's it called? Feast Your Eyes. I'll try to remember. There's no guarantees. I might not see it again. It's been a while. But he won. He got the dub. And thank you for the info. If you own Seth's belt, you would sell it on eBay the next day or trade it for scrap value. Zykami said, I feel like Cody Rhodes' story is like Becky's, because in 2019 Becky won the Rumble and then had her injury and Vince replaced her with Charlotte, so it could be identical. That she wasn't champion, was she? She didn't. Did she have a belt going into WrestleMania? I can't even remember. I don't think she did she? I don't know. I think there's differences. OTM have made their way down, so we're going to the 6-person tag match. We need to end this poll. Right, we're going to end this one and set up the poll for our next one. This is OTM versus the family. Let's go. Right, so I need to record these results whilst they're on screen. So 47% thought that last match was great, 36 thought it was good, 12 thought it was an all-time, and 2 thought it was bad. Jaida is fine, said Lee. Dort Knight said you wouldn't leave them bikes hanging around in Manchester. You'd be walking home. That's very true. Here's Tony, Stax, and Adriana, Rizzo. Oh, they've got in the ring behind OTM. Oh, the Rizzo's got, like, actual ring gear. Shots coming in there by Jaida. Riz with some knees to the midsection. Forearm strike there by Riz. Riz getting driven back a little bit. We've got brawling on the outside. The girls are going at it inside. Jaida is in control. I think I want Riz to be, like, dirty. In the sense of, like, you know, if she can poke your eyes and, like, you know, get away with... I mean, she's meant to be, like, this mobster who, you know, can look after herself, like, has grown up with boys and brothers that have pushed her around, whatever. Like, I feel like I don't want to see her, like, being all timid. That does not fit her character. She's someone that, you know, she'll pull your hair. That's the impression I've got of her. Pull your hair, rake the eyes. I want to. That's what I'm looking for from her. Seeing her competing here as these women start us off. Jada's backed up though. I think is that Nima that's coming. Price attacking from the side with Tony, and the girls get out. So Tony being dragged over to the other side, goes against the ropes. Knee to the midsection. Oh, stomped there by Nima. Tony went down. Tony over the other side as Nima picks him up. Tony lands on his feet. Against the ropes goes Tony. Duck underneath. Drop kick by Stax. Tony picks him up, plants him down. Good work here by Stax and Tony. Stax going for the cover, but kick out there by Nima. Big Time, hello, said, what's up? It's been a minute. Last 2 weeks for me have been hectic. I've got a new job, so I just can't always stay up as late as I usually could. Big Time Baxter, oh, I'm pleased to hear you've got a new job, buds. And I hope it's going well. Yeah, look, no worries, you know where we are. If ever you are free and around... and you want to talk about what's going on in wrestling or talk about what's going on the show, then we are here. We're here tonight for NXT. Of course, we're back tomorrow for Raw. And yeah, I mean, maybe they are going to make sure Cody doesn't have a promo segment. Over in the corner goes Stax. There was just a bit of chat in there between Riz and Tony. Boom! She gets thrown into the corner. Look brutal, man. They don't really know what they're doing, do they? Now she helps Tony go into Nima. They haven't quite got the chemistry going. 1, 2, kick out, shoulder up there. Stax and Tony, where's Paulie? Paulie might have moved slow, but that's because Paulie didn't have to move for anyone, says Davids. Dort Knight said, do they do wrestling cards where you can get rookie NXT cards, Stars of Tomorrow, that end up valuable? They do, or did. I think they still do. They went to Panini, and I think they've gone back to Topps. I believe that's true. I know they did go to Panini and the contracts expired. I think they pulled it early. I think there was some drama for whatever reason. But yeah, there are rookie cards and stuff like that, which it's not a world that I've ever gone into, to be honest. But yeah, well, I mean, you know what those sports cards are like. They've got quite a value, haven't they? But I don't know if that extends to the wrestling world. I feel like if it's Roman or, you know, someone like that, then I think it would. But if it was, you know, anyone that's kind of just in the mid card, I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know that it's quite built up a big enough following yet. Like the collecting card side. I'm not saying wrestling. I'm not saying WWE. I'm saying collecting the rookie card kind of a thing. I think that's a growing community that do that. Might be worth getting into. Might be able to get some rookie cards at a good price, you know? If it certainly goes the way it's gone with baseball and football and all that kind of stuff, might not be a bad investment. Mitchell said, I've tagged you in something that's Cody related. Just saw Carmen is August on the Chase U calendar. I thought that was awesome. I need to get one. And it's signed. Well, he's got a signed one. The first 30 calendars have been signed. Get your Women's of Chase U calendar exclusively at the merch stand. The first 30 are signed by yours truly. Signed by Carmen Petrovic. That's a pit. I don't think we saw this picture, did we? Did we see that one? I don't remember that one. There's August. Just saying. Right, Stacks going over, trying to make the tag to Tony, but just a little bit short. Just a little bit short. Over the top. Oh, Scrypts with a big boots. In the ring goes Stacks. Pin coming in by Price. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Mitchell, I don't know. Oh, there. Is that it? Cody to face Shinsuke in a bull rope match. Yes. There's a thought that it might be, honestly, a way of just not doing a promo, which would be madness to me. I mean, he's got to select Seth and explain why, hasn't he? Hasn't he? He has, hasn't he? I'm telling you, man, at the moment it feels like we're doing this with the Magic 8 Ball. Shall we have Cody do a promo and explain why he's not chose Roman? Seems unlikely. Oh. Okay. Do the bull rope match then. Jaida with Riz on the outside. Stacks. Oh my god! That's a good move there by OTM. Shoulder up as well. Yeah, I tell you. Do you know what I like about Stacks? You have to work so hard to put him away. You have to work so hard to put him away. He's not the biggest, but he's got a real dog in him, man. I really like that about him. He'll fight, he'll battle, he won't want to let the team down. He's back up on his feet. We got Tony over in the other side. Knee to the midsection there. Big blow. OTM looking good, actually. We haven't seen loads of this team. Oh, lovely by Stacks. Tag made. In comes Tony. Tony goes over, collides into Nima. Price goes down. Belly to belly. Boom! Lovely. And again. One more. Oh, not as good. He didn't really get much height on that, did he? Woo. Against the ropes. Round the houses. Lands on his feet. Double underhooks. Lovely suplex. Lovely work. Spine buster. Riz is back on her feet. Oh, hello. Tony's boob's out. Tony's boob on full display. Something for the girls, eh? We got a calendar that's come out for the for the guys. We got a couple of nip slips here by Tony for the girls. Riz comes in. Oh my God. Clothesline, Tony. Clotheslines Nima to the outside. Goes over to Stacks. Stacks is down. But he's bringing him back to life. He grabs Stacks. Hurls Stacks over the top. Stacks comes down onto Nima and Price. Riz is climbing up as well. She's trying to get up top. Riz is perched. That was all right, actually. My God, I wasn't very confident when she was up there, and she was a bit like, oh, please don't fall. Please don't fall. But she did the crossbody to the outside, you know. Must be really nerve-wracking if you think about it. Like, if you're, say, Riz, and you haven't done many TV matches, you know some of the spots that are coming up in this match. It's got to be like, oh, please, you know, that's something we don't really think about. Like, these kind of moments where they're like, please go well, and they're desperate. Family have won. They've managed to put OTM away. But that spot there where she's going to do a crossbody to the outsides, I could imagine her being like, oh my God, here we go. Please go well, please go well, please go well. She hits it. She got it. So the family have picked up the victory. Blighted Bear said, I've got Bray's rookie auto, and the last year auto he ever signed. R.I.P. Bray. Blighted Bear, shout out to you, my friend. That's really cool. That's really cool. Definitely, I'm a big fan of autographs. I've got a fair few myself, so I'm a big fan of like the autographed cards. So having a couple of Bray ones and rookie ones and whatever, very, very cool. Right, I need to get into the chat. We need to do another poll. And we need to ask the question of what you thought about that. I don't know about you, right? I'm finding that the matches are fine, but they are not... They seem to be, I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm just enjoying them, but they seem to be quite quick. They seem to be quite spot heavy. It's not really that kind of changing of pace, like selling, dramatic, back and forth. It just seems to be like quite quick, million miles an hour type stuff, you know? I feel like I'm missing that more satisfying story in a match. I feel like I'm watching matches that are just here and gone. Like, there's not really a great deal to them. There's spots, but really once you've seen it and that moment has been and gone, it's been and gone. And I don't know, I mean, like, we haven't seen anything that's of a level of a, you know, Johnny Gargano Andrade or a Pete Dunne Tyler Bate, or, do you know what I mean? One of those kind of that really sticks with you. Maybe it's going to come with Lyra and Roxanne. Maybe it's going to come with Ilja and Trick. We've still got potential for those matches. But so far, I would say... I don't know. I would say, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. I was going to say what I thought was the best match so far, but I don't want to influence the poll. Wrestle Andy said, I've got a Roman rookie card from an FCW set. Look at you. Wrestle with Andy has entered the chat with a rookie Roman FCW card. All right, you win. Guys, just so you know, I've actually got the biggest star in wrestling at the moment. I've got his rookie FCW cards. Just going to put this out there. Okay. Yeah, no, they're I've seen some of those FCW cards. I mean, there's obviously some great talent that started there. NXT, you know, it was it was a bit of like a talent contest at first, wasn't it? And then it changed into its own brand. So there's quite a few people like the Usos and Roman and Seth, and there's quite a few that just, you know, came through that kind of FCW path, and they just missed out on the NXT side of things. So there are some FCW cards you can get, some real good stars as well. So yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. Who is the biggest name you've got a signature for in wrestling? Well, I do have a Vince McMahon, which has probably drastically gone down in value now. I do have an alleged Andre the Giant, right? It's apparently from Andre, but there's, you know, I'd have to get it verified, get it sent off. I really looked at the signature hard and compared it to one that was known, and it looked bang on. It looked really good. So it was the only reason why I went for it. But how can you tell? I mean, how can you tell? So I don't know. I'm a bit unsure about the Andre one. It could be a load of nonsense, but it was so good compared to an Andre signature that I found that was authorized. I thought it was worth the shot. So I'm not sure, but I went for that. Vince is definite. And I do have Dusty Rhodes. I've actually got a lovely card, which is, I bought it years ago, and it is Tops, and it's a dual signature, so you get Dusty's and you get Cody's on the same card, which is pretty sick. So and you know, Undertaker, of course, and people like that. I mean, I really took it quite serious for a time. I mean, the amount of money that's kind of tied up in that. I mean, this was years ago. This wasn't recent. This was years ago, but yeah, the amount of money that's kind of tied up in that is probably a good couple of thousand, to be honest. In fact, I'd probably be horrified to think about it, so I don't want to think about it. And I don't want to think about how much money I've lost on the Vince card as well. I mean, I am down. I am definitely down, and I'm down big. But, you know, that's with everything that's going on, probably not the... probably doesn't matter. I mean, it does sting, but... Anyway, we've got Kiana and we've got Izzy Dame. Do whatever you need to do. So, hello, back. Oh my god, here we go. Trick and Carmelo. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. Why did you take that spear? You've got an NXT championship tonight? We've got to take that L on the chin. You've got to slay the Mad Dragon. Carmelo says this is the plan. You've got to slay the Mad Dragon. It means everything. Not this time. Tonight. When I win that championship, I need my brother by my side. I need you right there. Carmelo likes the sound of that. I need you there. I need you there. I need you at ringside. I need my brother there. He might regret that. Aubrey said, well, there's your ending, lol. Mellow costs trick. You've got a busted lip. We've got to protect you, says Mitchell. Ava tweets. What's Ava saying? What's Ava saying, eh? Where is she? Ava in the house for NXT Vengeance Day. I don't think I can find Ava's account, can I? Roxanne Perez. I don't think I can find Ava's account. If you put in... Oh, James has tagged me. I won't be upstaged by Aldis or Pierce. Interesting that on the kickoff show, they said Ava didn't want to be left out of the fun that Aldis and Pierce were having or something like that. New signing soon. Ava said, I won't be upstaged by Aldis or Pierce. Interesting. Who could that be? Jade. I don't think it's Okada, and it's certainly not going to be Mercedes. Julia. Julia was not going to be free before. I think, is she under contract till March? Something in my head says March. What do you think? If WWE have signed Okada, Brian said, big news, the calendar is out. Oh, yeah, Camille, yeah, that's a good shout. Yes. Yes. We have already had a little sneaky peek. We've already had a little look. We like what we've got the orders in. Right, Roxanne Perez is making her way down. So, you lot scored that last match. The second best. Was it the second best? Third best, actually. You lot thought that last match was the third best match so far? Interesting. Right, here is Lyra. So, Lyra taking on Roxanne Perez. Yeah. I think you're right. Oh, I thought I'd ended this. Should we do a poll? Let's do a poll. Who is signing with NXT? Is it going to be Camille? Is it going to be Okada? Is it going to be Julia? Or is it someone else? If Camille comes out, I mean, is she going to get a reaction? Do people know who Camille is? Do people know? I don't know. I don't know that you can have her walk out and people know who she is. I mean, we know who she is and we'd be very excited, but... there's a big sign-in tonight. Well, we don't know. We don't quite know. I mean, something's being teased. Right, here we go. Roxanne and Lyra getting us underway. Big Time said the crowd is weak tonight. I wouldn't debut Camille. It's not a crowd that's got crazy energy. I hope it's Okada, but I don't think he debuts tonight. What happened to Miko Satomura? Well, she is, I think, still under some sort of contract, but I think it's a very limited contract. She is over in Japan. I mean, she runs her own promotion over there, and she posts quite a bit online about just, you know, different things that she's up to with her promotion. Early little exchanges here between Roxanne and Lyra. Lyra is grabbing the hand of Roxanne. Rolling over 1, 2, and Lyra gets up. She goes over. Roxanne, 1, 2. Reverse 2. She goes over, and Roxanne bridge there by Lyra. Excellent work. Looking for a backslide. She gets it. 1, 2. Oof, that looked a little tricky to get out of, but she got out of it. There's she's molting. There's feathers all in the ring. Back against the ropes. Over again goes Lyra. She's got the arm of Roxanne. She's got the knee in the side of the head of Roxanne. Roxanne goes against the rope. Springboards off. Arm drag. Flips over, but still Lyra keeps that arm lock applied. And Roxanne is being kept grounded at the moment. Roxanne getting up to her feet. Oh, dragged down. Oh, lovely. Lovely. And I love that selling by Roxanne. So Lyra really cranking on the arm. And as she does, Roxanne screams along with it. Lovely work by Roxanne. She gets Lyra over. What's good here is that these two women are really showing that they both have got some... Oh, my God, that kip out by Lyra was amazing. This is, like, real mat-based stuff, actually. They're both using, like, head scissors and arm cranks, and we're doing some stuff in the middle of the ring here. This is a lot more of the kind of match I was hoping to see. It's not like that million miles an hour spot fest. It is, we're putting in some foundation work here. Roxanne goes against the rope, so does Lyra. She shoulder tackles Roxanne down. Lyra again goes against the ropes. Roxanne up over the top. Lyra. They went for the headlock, but she couldn't get a hold of it. Roxanne grabs Lyra instead. These two go in move for move. A little bit like a game of chess in the early exchanges. Roxanne getting back up to her feet. Lyra back up as well. Both of these are great in ring. I mean, when we talk about their weaknesses or areas of improvement, neither needs to do anything in the ring. Both in ring, absolutely brilliant. I think Roxanne, for me, her character work needed to improve. I like this darker edge that she's applied. And for Lyra, I think we're looking at her... like, acting, to be honest. I think, like, the work that she does with, like, Tate and Paxley seems quite wooden, seems quite forced. I think her promos are okay. I mean, there's clear improvement that can be done there. I think her promos could improve. But I think it's her acting. Her acting when she's, like, trying to carry backstage segments or whatever just seems a bit wooden, seems a bit... It lacks believability. So those would be the areas, really, to look at with these two. But both in-ring, two of the best. So we are being treated to a really... good contest here. Perez looking for a leg sweep, and she gets it. Perez looking to bounce off and springboards into a moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out by Lyra. Roxanne enjoying the early phase. Lyra has the look and the in-ring. She is lacking the charisma and the connection with the crowd, says Big Time. Edward said, can we see the Dusty signature? One day you can. I've got about 3 or 4 boxes. They're not big. They're about this big of signatures of cards. So I would have to go and get them, the 4 boxes. I would then have to go through them. I'd have to find it. It's probably not happening now, so we could do it on a member stream. Shoulder up there by Roxanne. The calendar's sold out. No. Shut up. It's sold out on the WWE shop. Oh my God. Oh, they've messed up, ain't they? They've messed up by not having more produced. Is it even there now? I can't even see it anymore. Oh, God. We'll never see that again. Unless they're so blown away by demand. They, you know, they flood the market with them. Right, Lyra up in the corner. Forearm strike there. Big shot coming in by Roxanne. Shot coming back there by Lyra. We're over in the corner. Roxanne throws in these big blows. Right now, Roxanne. Hurricanrana. Back up on the feet goes Lyra. Pop Rocks come in. Connects. Pop Rocks connects. Now we've got some music playing, and it is Lola Vice running down with an official. Tatum trying to grab the... Oh, she gets kicked in the head. Ah. Lola is going to cash in now. How's this going to go? So why is she chosen now? That seems stupid. I mean, okay. So now this is a triple threat, but Roxanne still seems relatively fresh. Lyra is in the corner. Oh, Lola kicks Lyra 1, 2. Lola 1, 2. Oh my God, I wondered if they were going to put it on Lola. Kick to the midsection by Roxanne. She going to pop Roxa? No, she can't do it. Lola grabs Roxanne, gets her down to the ground. She's choking her out right now. She's choking out Roxanne. Lola, Roxanne trying to battle away. Man, I was not expecting this. Who wins? Lyra or Roxanne? And a new competitor just entered the game. 1, 2, Roxanne. Electra gets out of the way. This has woke the crowd. Oh my God, her striking is so good. It is so good. 1, 2, Lola. Shoulder up by Roxanne. Triangle. Triangle. Triangle by Lola. She's using all that MMA skill. Lyra! Boom! Splash from the top! Broken up by Roxanne. Wow. Wow. Lola just came along and just absolutely blew this match wide open. We know that Lola's got limitations. I mean, she is someone that they see as a real bright future prospect. But her being showcased in certain spots. I mean, she can lie out now for a little bit, you know? Let the other girls kind of wrestle for a little bit. So it's probably the best way of presenting her, actually. I don't know, though. Are they going to pull the trigger and give her the belt? They really believe in her, and her kicks are fantastic. Look at the kicks. Look at the kicks. Her striking is so good. Boom, forearm straight there by Roxanne. Uppercut by Roxanne. Lola fighting back again. Bang, 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 bang. Honestly, it's like Street Fighter. Kick, 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 kick. Chun-Li. Man, she just smashed her buttocks into the face of Roxanne. Into the face of Lyra. Do it again. Oh, Roxy moved out the way. Knee to the face of Lola. Roxanne Perez looking for a Russian leg sweep. She boots Lyra. She's looking for a DDT leg sweep. She gets it. Love the sell by Lyra. Lyra was like, Days, it's just like an NXT Money in the Bank, yeah? Wow, who's winning this? I mean, it's really exciting. Who is winning this? Roxanne goes through the ropes, dives into Lola. Lola goes down. Against the ropes goes Roxanne. She dives onto Lyra. Lyra goes down. Here we go. We've got Roxanne perch, cross body, roll through. Lyra picks up Roxanne. She's got her on her shoulders. Oh, a driver. 1, 2. Oh, my God. I thought that was it. Lola, 2. Oh, my God. I thought that was it. Ah. Oh, I'm all kind of twisted. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Do you know, that burst of energy in the middle of the match? So these two were like cooking and working, and there was some good foundations being laid, but then the rundown. I mean, when do you see a cash-in and the match go this long? Normally, if someone cashes in, it's over quite quick. Oh, she just took her head off. 2. Oh, how did she kick out of that, man? How did she kick out of that? Lola Vice with a spinning back elbow, back fist. It looked brutal. Brutal. Lyra, no, still can't get Lola away. Oh, beautiful kick by Lyra, but Roxanne rolls up Lyra. Kick out by Lyra. Oh, my God. This is insane. This is insane. Looking for Pop Rocks. Gets it. Oh, Tatum. Tatum's in there, and the ref can't do anything about Tatum getting involved. Roxanne has spilled to the outsides. Oh, my God. We've got all the bells and whistles. Lovely work by Lyra. Ducks underneath the kick. Lola planted. 2, 3. Lyra retains. Wow. Brilliant. Brilliant. Take a bow, everyone there. I mean, it was just... Oh, my God. Just brilliant. You know, these two, as I said, these two were cooking, and I was enjoying the match anyway. And then that burst of, like, cash-in in the middle of it. And then the fact, because of the cash-in, I don't know about you, but I always think, oh, right, this won't take long. Like this, you know, if someone's going to cash in, it's because they see an opportunity. But she fluffed the opportunity. And the match just kept going and going and going and going. And it was just close pinfall, Pop Rocks, Tatum getting involved, splashes off the top. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No, don't vote on that. Oh, yeah. That is the... I need to get a new poll up. I thought that was still the old poll from the last match. So, people are thinking Okada. Wow. Would that have been where a lady would have shown up? Would a lady have shown up there? If Okada's about to walk out tonight. If Okada walks out, I don't give a flip about Cody. If Okada walks out tonight. I'm telling you right now. Right. Let's do match score. Let's do match scores. Oh, God. I'm buzzing. Never felt so alive. There's some cooking going on there. Do you know what I appreciate as well? You know, earlier I was saying that we're not getting matches that are changing pace. We had a lot of groundwork and little reversals, intricate little mat-based wrestling bits. And then the cash-in completely changes it to like million miles an hour, close pinfalls, just madness, you know? So that, to me, felt like it. That wasn't a match where we start at a million miles an hour and we just go straight the way through. That, to me, is a match where we build and we put the foundation in and we're getting somewhere. And then, oh my God, big shock. Down comes Lola. Into Top Gear we go. And then just madness. Madness personified. Oh. Cody is going to take on Nakamura in a bull rope match via Instagram post, said Kian. Shout out to you. What was that poll for, said Got Any Nick? Is someone debuting? Yeah, there's just this word on the street from Ava. She said that she will not be upstaged by Nick Aldis and by Adam Pearce. Now, obviously, they've been signing people recently. They've been, and it is true, look, I mean, we are getting people out of NXT. You know, Bron Breakker. He might be doing double duty in all fairness, but we've lost Tiffany Stratton. And we have, who else has gone up recently? Obviously, there's Dragon Lee that's gone up. Naomi came back. I feel like, yeah, there we go, Elektra Lopez. In my head, I was like, there is other people from NXT. There's big rumors about Carmelo as well, of course. So it feels like there's been some movement from NXT talent going to the main roster and being used more. We see Carmelo quite a bit. Dragon Lee, obviously, up there. And so Elektra Lopez, Tiffany Stratton, Bron Breakker's having to decide who to sign with. So there's a few, but Ava said, I'm not going to be upstaged by Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce. And so everyone's just like, what does that mean? Does that mean someone's coming in? I mean, that's what it would suggest. And if someone's coming in, who's coming in? You see, Camille is an interesting one because I really like Camille, as I said, but if she came walking out, is there going to be is people going to go crazy? People might, I don't know, will people go crazy just because it's a new woman? This is a smart crowd, though. You know, the NXT crowd do know their shiz. So they do know their shiz, but... Oh, God, I'm daring to dream. I'm daring to dream. You could bring Okada in and it doesn't matter about his last couple of dates if he's not done them. Who cares? It's not like we need to see him like on Wednesday. Just do a video package. And they did say NXT. Oh, God. I'm worried. I'm getting my hopes up. Do you know what I think? I think it was meant to be Okada, but it'll be The Rock. Okada's backstage. He's getting ready to come out. He's got his Rainmaker attire on. And The Rock goes, not now. Not now, brother. It's my time to shine. And he goes out instead. If you smell. Hey, look, they're still signing the calendars. These things had sold out. Here's Riley. Why is Riley acting weird now? I mean, Riley was like really cool before, and now he's acting weird. Now he's got a crush on Thea. I don't know about this. This was better when Thea had a crush on him, and he was cool, and she was all geeky. Now he's being all weird. A man has three faces. One the world sees. One his family sees. And the real one that no one sees. But reflects the evil he truly possesses. What's that mean? What's that mean? NXT Battleground on May 26th. NXT Roadblock on March 5th. A man has got three faces. It's Vinnie Mac. Oh my god. Big Time said Lyra needs to lead that division from an in-ring perspective. I'm glad she's holding it. Roxanne needs to be called up. Lola's still green. Oh god, I forgot about this match. Completely forgot about this match. Dragon Lee, Ober, Femi. Okay. So that was a great women's title match. It really, really was. In fact, 59% of you said it was great. 27% said it was all time. Only 11% of you thought that it was less than great. Wow. That is very impressive. That is very... I think that's going to be right up there. I do think that the members of the channel need to have a bit of a conversation about what we do with that Nia Becky match. It was the very, very first match that we scored, and it came out as an all-time rating, and, you know, I think we can definitely look at that and say that people just got a bit overexcited. But yeah, even so, that's gonna rank very high. So Dragon Lee against Ober Femi. Dragon Lee, Ober Femi. Amin said Creed Brothers are the fourth team in the Fatal 4-Way. Thank you. Why would Uncle Howdy be on NXT? Said Fiona. Yeah, I don't think it's Uncle Howdy. Is it Bo? I wouldn't think so. Here's Ober Femi. Axiom should be main roster soon. Him and Dragon's match on SmackDown this year was one of my favorites. Deadman Talking said the Nia match was amazing. It was. But was it the best match we've seen this year? Out of every match we've seen this year? Is it the best match we've seen? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I don't know that I could say it was better than that women's match that we just saw. Ober Femi then on the outside of the ring. He is getting ready to step between the ropes. Ober Femi versus Dragon Lee. I mean, I don't think anyone's expecting Ober Femi to lose here, so it's not really the result that's in any question. It's just how's Ober Femi gonna look. Where's my feminists at, said Wrestle with Andy. Curse One said, I've only voted great or the one below it. It's going to take some extra trash for the low rating and something all time for all time. So it's going to take some trash to go low or some all time to go all time. That's a good way of thinking about it, yeah. I think that where we are with the feedback is fantastic. I think we've really got it. I think we've really sorted it out. Edward said, you don't mean what you said, that if Okada walks out, you don't give a flip. No. No, we've spoken a lot about the Cody thing. I think that's, you know, I think it's done. I think WWE are trying to move the conversation along. I think that him being attacked by Nakamura means, and the bull rope match and everything, I think that is... I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're still going to have him do a promo, but it's kind of unfathomable that he wouldn't, you know? Dragon Lee, drop kick, and Oba Femi goes to the outside. Is there an Oba Femi shirt yet, said Bishop. I'll have a look for you. Is there an Oba Femi shirt? Dragon Lee on the outside. There is not an Oba Femi shirt. Which is quite surprising, actually, isn't it? Considering he's one of their champions. Lovely forearm strike there by Oba Femi on the outside of the ring. Lands on his feet, rolls through. Between the ropes goes Oba Femi, but a drop kick. No, I can't see one. There's Carmelo Hayes and Nikita Lyons, and there's NXT logos and lots of little bits and bobs. But if you actually look for Oba Femi as a separate person, there's nothing. If you search for him, there's nothing. Not that I can see. Oba Femi goes into the corner. Oba Femi has got crazy potential. Gunther celebration tomorrow, said Amin. Honestly, this match might be the best of the night so far, said Nick. Psychology is important in deciding if a match is good, and psychology-wise, there was no reason for Lola to cash in when she did. I can't rate the match too high, says Dan. I think it's tricky, actually, because you're not wrong in the sense of it didn't feel like the perfect time for her to cash in. But then part of me thinks, well, she's not been in WWE very long. So if you want to talk psychology, she's won a breakout tournament. It is a bit weird that you win a breakout tournament and you get a title shot as the prize, you know? I know, like, what else can they have? I mean, they've won a breakout tournament, so they deserve to get something of significance. But to say that you are the best new star that's arrived, you know, you've had next to no time being here, and you know you earn you earn a shot against the best. Even that concept is a bit strange. So I could kind of understand her maybe getting a bit overexcited, not picking the moment quite right, getting a bit impatient, you know? But you're not wrong in the sense of when she came out, it's not like both women were down and they were there for the taking. You know, Lyra was struggling, but Roxanne was still okay. And ultimately, it backfired on her, didn't it? So I think psychology-wise, I can sort of put it down a little bit to her inexperience. And I can sort of put it down to the fact that she's got a bit overexcited. And I think you could even make the argument that, you know, we don't go out of the performance center very often. So she might have mentally said to herself, I want to cash in at this arena in front of the most people. I want to make the biggest impact I can possibly make. And so you could make the argument that she saw Lyra was struggling, thought that the match was about to end, that would then prevent her from cashing in. And so she thought to herself, it's now or never. Like, I've got to do it now, or this match is going to end and I'm not going to get an opportunity to do it. So, you know, I don't disagree with you that I don't think they set the table as perfectly as they could have, but I can't say that it's going to be taking much from my match rating. I thought that it was definitely one of those where you question why is she coming down now? Why now? I mean, like, she's not, but if you want to kind of put yourself in her shoes, I think you can find reasons as to why she did what she did. But I don't disagree. I don't disagree in the sense of in the moment it was a bit questionable. And you do have to kind of give it a bit of thought and kind of put yourself in their situation and think, well, how often are they in an arena of people? It's only like a handful of times a year. You could understand her wanting to make the biggest splash she possibly could. thought it was a great match. I really did. I do even wonder if it's the best match I've seen this year. I really, really enjoyed it. I mean, it's hard in it because the Rumbles were excellent. Well, the women's I really enjoyed. I thought Dave Meltzer was a bit harsh, only giving it 3 stars. I thought the Rumble, the women's one. The men's one, he gave it 4.25. I think that's a bit high. I didn't think it was that level. I really didn't. But the women's one I thought was better than 3. I think the general consensus was the women's was better than the men's. But they're always hard matches, aren't they, to kind of compare to others? Because how do you compare a Rumble to a normal match? I mean, lovely work here by Dragon Lee. Is pulling back on the arm. He's got Femi in all kinds of pain. So right now he's got the arm getting pulled back. He's got the neck being stretched over here. So right now we've got Femi going down to his knees. He gets back up to his feet. And right now he's trying to get over to the ropes. Femi had just been doing some horrific backbreakers. They looked devastated. He's trying to get that rope. He's reaching for the rope. No joy at the moment as Dragon Lee is trying to get Femi down. He hasn't got any hands free, so he's had to bite the top rope. Dragon Lee reversing Femi, grabbing Dragon Lee. Femi hurling Dragon Lee in the corner. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Kick to the midsection, kick to the side of the head. Oh, step up in Zaguri. Femi goes down. Femi, though, back up to his feet. Dragon Lee looking for a DDT. Look great. Femi did really well selling that. Knee strike there by Dragon Lee. He's chopping the giant down. But shoulder up there by Femi. Days the woman just for. So if the new sign-in is a woman, surely it's too late. It's got to be at the end of the show. Yeah. That's definitely what got me a bit more excited for the Okada thing. Is you're right, the women fought, no one came out. You would imagine if it was Camille, you know, it's not really going to make much sense, is it, having Trick, unless you do Trick against Ilja, and as soon as the show ends, we cut backstage, and Ava's there, and she welcomes, like, this person into her office, or we see someone walk into an office. That, I mean, they could be any sex at that point, couldn't they? They could be male, female, whatever. So there's probably still a way of doing it if it is to be Camille. Oh, powerbomb. 1, 2 by Dragon Lee. Kick out. I've tweeted you a Sami Zayn tweet, said James. Thank you. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Let's go. Ooh. People are saying that the Japanese say that you have 3 faces. The first face you show the world. The second face you show your friends. And the third face you never show anyone. It is the truest reflection of who you are. So apparently the Japanese... Wow. I mean, that could be Julia, couldn't it? I mean, that could be Julia. It could be Okada. If it's Okada, I mean, oh my God. Everyone's going to be thinking Okada. Right, here's the Sami Zayn tweets. I know that many people have many opinions about wrestling drama, and maybe I too would weigh in, if not for the fact that there are actual tragedies in the world that are happening on a daily basis. It makes wrestling drama seem largely unimportant. That's fair. I mean, you can't really argue with that. The only thing I would say is that if you took that approach to everything, though, you would not have any opinions on anything. I suppose where it's getting taken really serious. I mean, I think there are people out there that are getting into like major arguments. You know, I think there's like real back and forth. You know what I mean? Big scale wars that are playing out. So, and I didn't mean that way, but you know what I mean? Like verbal wars. And so maybe Sammy is seeing that and he's like, listen, guys, there's like real tragedies going on. But I think people expressing their support for Cody, I can't imagine that he's looking to quash that. Or even the people showing their support for The Rock, I can't imagine he's trying to quash that. I think he's trying to maybe just say, listen, there's real things going on in the world. You don't need to take it as serious as what some of you are. Dragon Lee, power bomb. 1, 2, 3. Femi picks up the win. Picks up the victory. Well, there we go. I mean, look, it's 3 faces is a Japanese thing. I mean, I really am wondering Okada or Julia. That's where my head's at. That's where my head's at. Okay, let's get the match scores up. Femi wins. Yes, yes, yes. So Femi holding up that North American Championship. Hard-fought battle, and actually not a bad showcase for him. I mean, he had to do some selling there. And Dragon Lee was, like, you know, working his magic. Absolutely all over Femi, stretching him and, like, you know, flipping all over the place, doing what you would expect. I don't think it was bad. Big Time said, I think Dave Meltzer will have a midlife crisis at the thought of Okada wrestling in developmental and toning down his style. We will adapt, but the man won't sleep. Yeah, I mean, I've said before, I think a lot of people get NXT a bit twisted. They're right in the sense that it's developmental, but it is used for more than just that. I mean, Baron Corbin has gone back down to NXT, and he's not gone back down to, like, learn to wrestle. He's gone back down to kind of fix his presentation and fix his character and, you know, find the gimmick that works for him. You know, I mean, Becky went down. She went down to help out with ratings. I mean, it is a brand as well. If Okada came in, he would be coming in because he's worked the New Japan style, and he's worked New Japan, and he knows their expectations, but he needs to learn WWE's expectations. He needs to learn like the language that's used, you know, what hand signals do they give for, like, you know, we're running out of time, or I don't know, whatever it might be. Working the hard cam, what are the band moves, what's the expectations, what do WWE want? Getting that presentation correct. He wouldn't be there for long, and he clearly doesn't need to learn how to wrestle. No one would say that. But there are just other aspects that go with being a wrestler in WWE, you know. Here's Ava anyway. Main event. Also. She's happy. NXT is starting to build momentum. What's next? So Stand and Deliver ticket sales doing well. NXT is going back on the road. Thank you for your time, Ava. Thank you. I thought there might be something there, unless I missed it. I thought she was gonna turn around and like someone would be there and it would be like, come to my office, as we said, you know? But it wasn't. She just spoke about the success of NXT. I suppose she did give us some information about them going back on the road and whatnot. Shout out to the boss lady, Ava, holding it down. Girl, you are the best out of the Raw and SmackDown GM, said Malik. Here is Brinley, Idris, and Malik. The 5 likes and 5 dislikes. Ava teeth are overlapping. She barely sounds right. I think that, you know, without being offensive, because I'm not looking to be, I think there is a slight speech, I don't want to say impediment. I don't know. There's something, I agree. It doesn't seem to come out quite clear. I mean, I feel like that's something they're trying to work with, you know? I think that her wrestling is in its early stages. I think that because she's The Rock's daughter, there's a lot of interest in her. They'd already started the ball rolling, so I don't think they want to take her off TV. So I think whilst her wrestling is developing, this is why they're looking to use her in that kind of GM role. And it just gives her practice with promos and talking and getting comfortable with something which, I don't know, she seems comfortable with it, but I think there's improvements that can be made, you know? I don't know. It's going to be a tricky one, that does feel like there's like a speech impediment or something. William said, Days, are we friends? Yes. But I just don't tell people in public that we are. Just so you know. But I wonder what they're going to do at the press conference. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. Pappy said they were booed heavy when the promo for the press conference popped up. They were booing the press conference. I would, you know, listen, I've made my point on this very clear. I would love to think that the fan base is gonna keep the momentum going. But with the rise of counter movement from like the Rock fans, with the rise of that, and with the fact that I think this was the weekend where Cody supporters could get it off their chest, I just don't know. I just don't feel confident. I think there'll be some noise at Raw, but not Daniel Bryan levels. We are seeing Lola and Roxanne backstage. They are brawling away. Jim, shout out to you. Will they boo the Cody match tomorrow? I've heard from people that have said that they are gonna make noise, but then I heard from one person saying that they were not gonna disrupt the show. And I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what they... I don't think they will boo the match. I'm trying to think, if I was going, what would I do? And very clear, I would be chanting Cody's name. If I was going, if they show any footage from that moment with The Rock, I would boo it. And I would be chanting Cody as much as I could throughout the night. That would be my approach. But I'm not going. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see if that is the same approach that is adopted by the Raw crowd. I'm just not sure that we live in that same time, to be honest. And the other thing to remember as well is that we're talking about you're having to sort of pick a side, and poor Cody is battling against The Rock. You know? It's like, how's he going to win that battle? That's why this weekend has been so amazing to see. that he did, like, you know, dominate the trends and, you know, the message was sent. But I think it's different sending a message and maintaining that message. I think that, you know, they're two very different things. I don't know. I don't know that is... I don't know. Don't know that is going to be possible. We'll see. But I ain't getting my hopes up. I've already had my heart broken. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Right, we've got Ilja and Trick. It is our main event. 2 hours. 2 hours into the show. Main event time for NXT Vengeance Day. I wish we had a show like this every weekend, you know. Been lovely. Wasn't it, on a weekend? Sit back and watch a bit of wrestling and talk about what's going on in the world and have a look at the calendar, and it's been a ride. I'm not gonna lie, a majority of the show feels like a normal episode of NXT. There's an insane amount of video packages, says Mitchell. SQRL said, do you think the support for Cody means that WWE can afford to wait till after WrestleMania? I mean, I think that I've got to figure out how to answer this. I think that Cody finishing the story is not in doubt. I don't doubt it, and I don't know if many people doubt it. Like, it's gonna happen. It's just when it happens. And this is why I think you're seeing people saying, just be patient, it's gonna happen. It's like, yeah, we know. We know it's gonna happen. But it's just everything was pointing towards WrestleMania with him winning the Rumble and pointing to Roman and making his feelings well known. So can they afford, like, yeah, they can afford, because the support is there for Cody and it will stay there for Cody. So they can afford to wait, you know. That's a part of the problem, I suppose, is that they can afford to just go with these plans and just push them through. But it's more the bad taste that this has left in a lot of people's mouths, you know. Can they afford to do it down the road for Cody? Yes. But it doesn't change the bad taste that's in the mouth now. Don't need no bad taste when Trick comes out, though. Here is Trick Williams. Carmelo Hayes is walking with him. So, big main event. Huge main event. This is a match that we should have got before. Was it New Year's Eve or we should have got it? I think it was. And of course, Ilja was injured. I think he did have some injuries. But they wrote him off. And so we ended up getting Trick versus Grayson Waller. And we didn't get the title match. The title match was moved to this. Trick has already competed earlier tonight, but he looks all right. He looks fresh. He has cut his lip. That is confirmed. But Trick is in the ring. The Tsar is going to be making his way out. I am going to predict that Ilja retains. I think we do Trick Carmelo. And I don't think we need the belt for that. So I'm going to go with Ilja retains. Who leaves as NXT champion? Let's ask. Who leaves as champion? Ilja or Carmelo? Carmelo. Trick. Got Carmelo on the brain. Gotta watch him. You've gotta watch him. Here is Ilja Dragunov. Would you like to see Jay White in WWE? Yeah, of course. I was disappointed he didn't come to WWE, and I don't know what they're doing with him now, but I don't think how he's been used in AEW has been very good. He's gone from being a big star in New Japan to just sort of feeling a bit lost in the shuffle. I mean, he did get his match with MJF, and there was like a bit of a build there with the Bang Bang Gang or whatever, but I don't know what he's doing now, so I can't really comment. But I don't know, he didn't feel as big of a star at the moment, but they can always pull that trigger, shall we say, when they want to go with him. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen him in WWE. Always want to see great talent come to WWE, and Jay White is a great talent, as is, of course, Will Ospreay. And, of course, Okada. Right, the bell has sounded, and we are not underway. We're doing the intros. Ilja Dragunov looking so focused right now. Big Time said, how did WWE manage to ruin the allure and the excitement for Rock Roman with one bad put-together segment? They've killed the hype. It's a shame because this didn't need to happen this way. Well, they have done that for me as well, but they haven't done it for everyone. Again, we do have to recognize that there are people that are really into the Rock Roman match still. But yeah, I think everyone unanimously, I mean, I really don't think anyone can argue that this was not the way to get to the match. I really don't think anyone can say that this was it. This is how it should have gone. You know, it would have been so much better if The Rock had won the Rumble and Cody, you know, say Cody got eliminated by someone and then Cody goes and has a feud with them and Rock wins. And if Rock had won the Rumble, the message would have been sent loud and clear. It's Rock Roman. It's Rock Roman. That message would have been sent, but that wasn't the message sent, was it? So, it's just messing. It's a mess. But as we said, I think we've covered it. Back elbow there by Trick. Drop kick as Ilja moves out the way. Ilja round the back of Trick. So we are up and running. Carmelo on the outside. Ilja over. Oh, God. Lovely drop kick by Trick. He gets some real height on that. And Carmelo likes what he sees. Applauding away. Look at the height that Trick Williams manages to get there. Picks him up. Lovely enziguri kick there by Ilja. Ilja goes against the ropes. And boom! Right off the dome. Lovely clothesline. And there's blood. Oh, man, he's busted his nose. I don't know where that's come from, but Ilja's nose is bleeding. How did he do that? There's blood already. Moxley. Ilja was like checking his nose. It seemed to be running quite quick as well. I don't know if it's going to slow down. Ilja going over, throwing in a chop there to Trick. The referee putting the gloves on. Chop coming in. Oh, quick chops there by Ilja. Trick Williams goes down. Ilja again throwing in chops. So kicks coming into the side of the head by Ilja. He's in control. Now, do you know what? You got Trick's lip is busted. He's got blood kind of coming out there. Ilja is busted on his nose. Big boot by Ilja. Oh. Ilja screaming out at the fans. No one is going to push me off my throne. Oh, let's go. Mitchell said, we've got a busted nose versus a busted lip. Let's go. We just need the busted open radio, guys. They could be there on commentary. Miguel, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Hope you are enjoying NXT Vengeance Day. As Ilja is on his feet, managing to get round the back, putting in a headlock. There's more blood coming out of the mouth of Trick. To really add into the drama in the early stages. Don't know how long this match is going to run for. I'm not sure what time they're looking to wrap things up, but I reckon we got a good 15 minutes at least. You promised me everything. Ilja getting back up to his feet. Trick looking a little bit dazed at the moment as Ilja keeps hitting him with these German suplexes. Is keeping a hold of him at the moment. Trick is getting back up to his feet. Trick is managing to get out of the holds. No, Ilja grabbing a hold of Trick. Down goes Ilja. Trick comes over. Kick coming in there by Ilja. Trick goes over by the ropes. Ilja, big boot. Trick goes to the outside. So Trick spills to the outside. David said, cool Chiefs fan Taylor Swift will be breaking up with you when you lose the Super Bowl. I heard the Chiefs were the underdogs in the Super Bowl, which I was quite surprised at. I don't know anything about football, but I feel like surely the Chiefs win, yeah? I mean, surely it's one of those where it's just written in the stars that it's going to be the Chiefs, and Taylor Swift's going to be kissing the guy as he's got the Super Bowl trophy and whatever. I mean, I might have a little dabble on that. Put a few ducats on the Chiefs. I'm not a Chiefs fan. I don't support any team, but I am a fan of making money. Wrestler Andy said Okada has got to be Mr. March in the Chase U men's calendar. Let's go. Let's go. Imagine them pictures. Oof. Driver there by Dragunov on the edge of the ring. NXT Vengeance Day. They haven't said, which is kind of interesting, that it's like the #1 trend in America and everything. What are... Grammys is the #1 trend, that's why. So Grammys is the #1 trend. Vengeance Day is 12th. So it looks like the Cody and the Rock ones have fallen away. Because it's all Grammys. Taylor, Tracy Chapman, Jay-Z, Beyonce. It's all stuff to do with the Grammys tonight. The war is over. The war is over. The winner of the war was the Grammys. Okay, Trick kicks out. Days, what if the weekly crowds fall flat and rain with boos and mixed reactions during the Rock Roman builds? Even if you're for the match, it's not a great experience. I just don't know that we've got that kind of a crowd anymore, to be honest. I really am not anticipating that happening. I think that WWE are going to work their magic to... tell you this is what we're going with, and then work to just give you, I mean, imagine the promo between Rock and Roman. I've no doubt following that segment that there will be people that kind of, come around to the match, I think once all hope is dead of Cody getting into that main event, then I think that, WWE will do their best to just keep building the Rock Roman match, and I think by the time we get to WrestleMania, it'll be what it'll be. I know that's quite defeatist from the Cody point of view, but I just can't see the company changing direction. I know they're looking at like Twitter and whatever, but I don't know. Dragunov in the corner. He's looking to charge over. Trick with a kick there. Dragunov goes down. Double knees by Trick. Oh, Carmelo likes that. Carmelo likes that. Ilja is down. Carmelo is on the outside. So Trick with the double knees. It's a big double knees as well. Dragunov got flipped back. Whoop that Trick signs in the crowd. This is awesome. Big shot coming in there by Trick. Shots being exchanged by these two guys as Ilja gets back up to his feet. Forearms coming in there by Trick, but Ilja throws some shots back of his own. Big kick by Trick. Trick is all kinds of fired up. Against the ropes goes Ilja. Gets picked up. Planted down. Trick's feeling it. Trick's feeling it. Trick is staring at Ilja. Ilja is down. There's a kick coming in there by Trick. Worth saying as well that Jesus and his mom are in the front row, by the way. For those that remember Jesus. Not Jesus, but wrestling's Jesus. Ilja goes against the ropes, goes to that clothesline, gets caught by Trick. Couple of elbows to the back of the heads. Oh, big right hands. Enziguri. Clothesline by Trick. Trick is trying to dig deep. He's slumped on his knees. Look at this. He's really selling the fact that the cardio has been drained. NXT chants as Ilja is getting over against the ropes. Days Chiefs get destroyed. Then Taylor tells them to shake it off, says... right, Ilja against the ropes as Trick comes over. Grabs Ilja. Chopped there by Ilja, and again, throwing in these strikes as Carmelo is on the outside. Trick goes down. Oh my God! Was that open palm? There's this massive uppercut, and Ilja just went over the top rope to the outside. Trick gets driven against the apron. Ilja. Oh, everyone's looking at Carmelo, man. I'm looking at Carmelo. Ilja has got Trick up, but no joy at the moment. Elbows coming in. We're right by Carmelo here. Wow, I don't know, man. The landing on that was nasty. It was a manhandle slam. It was a Becky bottom. Oof. Oh, we're setting up something, it feels. Carmelo is watching. Knee to the midsection there by Ilja. I mean, we're keeping Carmelo in the shot. Carmelo has come over. He's having a word with Ilja. And Ilja pushes Carmelo. Carmelo swings and misses. Forearm. Oh, he's just chop block Trick. Carmelo has accidentally chop blocked Trick Williams. He's smashed into his leg. Carmelo is like, oh man, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. And now he's fuming at Ilja. Why didn't he? I suppose if he was to hit Ilja, would he get DQ'd or something? Oh, God. Oh, God. That body drop there by Trick. Trick. Lovely. Net breaker by Trick Williams. Ilja Dragunov is down. We got people on their feet right now. Whoop. That Trick is being... smashes into Ilja. 1, 2. Kick out by Ilja. That was no accident, said Mike. Look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet. Big news. Well, hang. Let's finish this. Because I feel like we're at the business end of things here. What time is it? 23 minutes past. Shoulder up there by Ilja. It really feels like we're getting towards the end here. Carmelo has already got involved. But did he mean to get involved? Trick is in the corner. He runs over. Oh, his leg gives out. His leg gives out. Ilja picks up Trick. Boom! Powerbomb! Bang! Beautiful. Is that going to put Trick away? Ilja is dragging Trick over. He's going to try and he's going to do the H-bomb off the middle rope now. Carmelo on the outsides. He's shaking his head. He looks at Ilja. Ilja connects on Trick. Ilja 1, 2. Oh! Kick out by Trick. There's still hope. Trick Williams survives. Do you know, Carmelo is like, okay. This place just went up a notch or two. Wow. I mean, Ilja Dragunov really trying to put Trick away, but he hasn't been able to do it yet. He's dazed. Big boots. Ilja down. 1, 2. I didn't even know my chair would go all the way around. I'm not going to lie, I was quite surprised as I just kept going. Oh, Carmelo up on the edge of the ring. Referee has been knocked down. Oh, no. Oh, no. Double knees there by Trick. The crowd are counting away, but there's no referee. Referee down. Here's another one. 2. Oh! Shoulder up, baby. Shoulder up, baby. Damn. Drama, 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 drama. So much drama. Everywhere we turn. Carmelo down on the outside. The referee, the original referee, down on the outsides. Okay, we've got Ilja. He's got Trick. Knee coming in there by Ilja. Trick goes down. Man, he manages to get Trick down. Then he smashes him as well. Crowd are chanting, whoop that Trick. He is so over. He is so over. Look at Ilja. Desperately trying to climb up. Ilja is perched. Comes down onto Trick. Trick gets his knees up. Trick desperately trying to get over to the corner. He gets over by the ropes. Here we go. He's in the corner. Ilja's getting up over the... Oh, my God. It's so good. Both of them in the corners. Oh, my God. It's so good. They run at each other. Oh, my God. It's so good. 1, 2. Oh, Ilja gets it. What a finishing sequence. Ilja in one corner, Trick in the other corner. It's like we want Cody, we want Rock. And they just collide into each other. And it is Ilja that just manages to come out on top. They collide into each other. He gets the 1, 2, 3. Now, that was amazing. But what happens now? Because are we going to get a turn between Carmelo and Trick? I mean, Ava teased some as well, but maybe we got that with that weird little promo thing, you know? Perhaps we're not going to get that tonight. I don't know. I feel like there's still scope for something to happen. I feel like there's scope for something. Even if it doesn't, man, what a match. What a match. I really enjoyed the women's match. I think you could say this was better. And that is a high bar, man. That women's match is a high bar. I don't know. Now, what I can tell you is that Ilja is in the entranceway, is holding up that championship belt. He's shouting, the Trick and Carmelo are in the ring. It's you and me, dog. We're always going to be here, says Carmelo. You're my boy. You're my boy. Keep an eye on Carmelo. Keep an eye on Carmelo. Keep an eye on Carmelo. Boom! He turns! He turns! Chop block! Moments after he said, you're my boy, it's always going to be Trick Mello gang. Carmelo attacks Trick Williams. Trick is down. Carmelo takes his shirt off, jumps out the ring. Goes under the ring. Produces a chair. We're seeing shocked reaction from the crowds. Carmelo grabbing a chair. Look at some of these reactions. They had to know. They had to know. Chair. Bah! He grabs the chair, drives it into the knee of Trick Williams. Boom! Oh my God, he's messing him up, man. He's messing him up. He is smashing that leg. He's bent that chair. The chair is a write-off. You ain't using that as a chair anymore. You ain't getting a refund on that. Well, is he going to use it as a chair, actually? I mean, I wouldn't. Look at it. No, he's decided against it. I wouldn't use it as a chair. The seat's like this. He went to set it up, and then I think he saw the seat was like I ain't messing with that. Oh, he's gone for it again, though. He's a brave man. He's a brave man. He's got the TMG shirt. I'm number one. I am him. I am number one. I am him. The most amazing part of this is the fact that that chair held his weight and didn't just fall apart, because it was bent in all kinds of directions. F you, Mello chants. F you, Mello. Well, there we go. Trick Williams is down. Carmelo in the corner. Amazing. Amazing. That was great, said George. F you, Mello chants. It's your fault. You did this. You made me like this. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And there we go. The show comes to an end. So I feel like there is a Japanese star on the way, and I think there will be a lot of chatter as to who that might be. I need to see that Sean Ross Sap tweet, don't I? I can't work it out. That's too much for me to have to deal with right now. Trying to work out which match you guys preferred. I think it is really close, and I think the men's main event has come out just ahead of the women's. I think the men's main event has just come out ahead of the women's. Right, let's look at this. Oh God, I've got so much to do. I need to put the poll up, don't I? To get your I need to get your thoughts. So what do you think? I don't know how you spell Julia. I don't know if you put the I before the U or how, to be honest. How do you do the Julia? Julia. It is I before you. I before you. Julia. NXT Vengeance Day. Okay, Sean Ross App tweet. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Dustin Rhodes tweet, which would be interesting. I don't know if I've got it, have I? Got the Sami Zayn one. Sean Ross Sapp. 26 minutes ago, there have been rumors that Rosie Aguara is WWE bound. Bushi Road have announced they've cancelled the contract of Rosie Aguara. He will no longer be executive producer for the company he created, Stardom. So the guy, the guy that created Stardom is thought to be heading to WWE. I mean, I'm not joking. This has been speculated across multiple companies, said Sean Rosser. I don't have the answers you seek. Obviously, Joshi Wrestling isn't my best, but people in WWE, AEW, and New Japan have all heard this news. Wow, I mean, that would be pretty wild, wouldn't it? For them to get the producer, the guy that created Stardom. I mean, that, I've got to think that's a hell of a link to Japan, innit? It would also make me wonder about NXT Japan, you know? It might seem one that's a little bit strange for NXT, but if you are looking at global expansion, if you are looking to open an NXT Japan, having someone of his standing would make sense, wouldn't it? It would make sense. If you're going to open a company in Japan, you go and get the best Japanese talent, both in ring and out the ring. And if that's the dude that started Stardom, that would seem like a no-brainer to me. So I don't know that he's heading to NXT, or if we're getting a little glimpse potentially of the start of some sort of expansion. Either way, very interesting news. Or, well, rumour at this stage. So, I am going to jump into the chat. What did you score NXT Vengeance Day? What did you score NXT Vengeance Day? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did you think it was a bad show? Did you think it was an okay show? Did you think it was a good show? Did you think it was a great show? Or did you think it was all time? Okay, that is up. Let's jump back over to the chat. Have Carmelo fight for then US title around this time next year. Have Trick come back from that knee injury and cost Melo the US title. That knee injury is going to keep him out, innit? It should keep him out, in all fairness. I really don't think that knee injury is something that should be ignored. I mean, he really went to town. So I don't see how he can be around. I don't see how he can be around on, like, Tuesday. Right, if you want to vote, by the way, I have put it up on the second channel. We always put it there. So, Wrestling Days Clips, if you search for that on YouTube and go to the community tab, you can then vote there. That's where we record those scores. So we do have a list of scores for different shows, and we've also got a list of scores for matches. I can show you the scores for the shows. I can show you both, but I've got the shows. So here are the show scores. You can see that the 9th of December's SmackDown is the highest rated so far. Raw from the 1st did very well. Raw from the 11th of December did well. That's our kind of top there. NXT No Mercy is the top premium live event. We haven't been doing this long, in all fairness, so, you know, I mean, we do have SummerSlam in there, and we do have Crown Jewel and Payback, and we've got NXT's, Raws, SmackDowns. I really don't know where this one's going to land. I don't know. I don't know how people think it compares to things like Deadline, you know, the Survivor matches. I mean, I think we did get a great women's and great main event. I think there was moments in the other matches, and I don't know, I think overall it was fine. I agree though with what Mitchell said. There was definitely parts that felt like it was. There were parts that felt like it was just like an NXT episode at times. But then there was parts that definitely felt like they wouldn't look out of place on a takeover of old. You know, the final parts of the women's match, the final parts of that men's match, like they could live on old takeovers. And I regard those of, you know, I mean, at times they were the best of the best. So a mixed bag here. But yeah, feel free to go and vote over there. We got a few 9s in. We got some 7s. Chris says 10. A. Jobson said, Trick versus Melo, stand and deliver, confirmed. You heard it here first. Chiefs fan said Melo would whoop Trick so hard that Trick would be injured for 9 months. Blip thinks it's an 8. Eddie says 7. Mobe said, I can see that Trick and Melo feud going down that Ciampa Gargano road. Lucas said, I don't know what's going on with Cody. Is Cody facing Seth at Mania? It is looking 99% that way, yes. Shane said, shout out from Vegas. Triple threat match at Mania. Watson said, Days, I've tagged you on X. Watson, thank you. Can I know I say it a lot, but I'm going to say it again. Thank you to everyone that tags me and stuff. When you do tag me in things, hang on, what's this? Hey, Dave, how much of the Stardom situation are you going to talk on? Dave said, we'll talk about it in detail. This was the thing I hinted about last year. This wasn't a sudden thing. So it looks like Dave has heard some stuff about this as well, which is interesting. Yeah, what I was going to say is if you do tag me and stuff on X, try and quote tweet. The reason why I say that is because if I use it in the unseen video, I feel bad using something that you've kindly tagged me in, and like your tag won't be shown, right? Your name won't be displayed because I have to go and tag the original one if you do it that way. If you quote tag it and I use it, then not only do we get to see the original thing, so they still get credit, but you get credit as well. So that's why I ask people do the quote tag him, right? But don't do it for Sean Rossap, because he did drop us a message which we actually read live on stream, so people know I'm not lying. He did drop us a message just saying, like, can we not do this anymore? I mean, I don't think we're doing anything wrong, but he is probably, in all fairness, I would imagine, you know, he's probably seeing my name getting tagged quite a bit because you lot are very supportive and very active, so it is what it is. But yeah, I really appreciate it, and we've been getting some really good stuff coming through. I do need to go down and start working on the stuff you've been tagging me in since we've been doing this stream. And I wanted to read this, so shout out to Magic Dak 69. And it is tweeting or tagging me in whatever. Let's tag this. Let's open this. We can read it together because I don't know what it is, but I'm guessing it'll be Cody related. Dustin said, no matter what any company throws at a Rhodes, we make lemonade out of it. We are forever and one of the most iconic families of all time. What we do is always hashtag keep stepping. Hashtag Rhodes love. He could have used hashtag we want Cody. Where's the support? Dustin, you had one job. We didn't need poetry. We just needed you to put hashtag we want Cody. That's all we needed. There was the tweet I just threw up 8 minutes ago. What do you think this means? Apparently it is thought to connect to a Japanese star. Okada, Julia, or someone else. Kian thinks Okada. Kian thinks Okada. If we have a look at the Explore trending, here you can see these are the current trends. So it's dominated now by the Grammys. So Grammys at 1, Taylor at 2, Jay-Z at 3, Tracy Chapman, Joni Mitchell. I'm guessing that's Billie Eilish. And so the Grammys are dominating things now. So I feel like the, as we said, the war is over for now. For now. We'll go again tomorrow. Once we've had some sleep. Right. Let's go back to the chat. Robs said Carmelo wearing the HBK black leather outfit that HBK wore when he turned on Marty in the barbershop. That was a red herring, said Robs. Nice spot. Nice spot, Robs. Trini said, Days, you do know you have a lot more subs on YouTube than Sean Ross Sapp, right? Yeah, but, you know, he's way more well-known than me or the channel, so... No, I don't, look, I mean, we're not trying to cause trouble. You know, we're not trying to upset people. We're trying to create the best content we can, you know. People really enjoy those unseen videos, and I really enjoy making them, and we're not trying to kind of upset people in the process. So if he said, look, do you mind not, then yeah, no problem. I mean, I can keep an eye on Sean's tweets. You know, that's not a problem. So, I mean, it might start getting a problem if more and more people are like, can you not? And then I've got to, like, I don't know, keep tabs of who we can and who we shouldn't, and that might get messy. But, you know, at the moment, Sean, you know, fine. It's not a problem. Whatever. But, no, it's good. I mean, I really enjoy doing those. And as I said, you know, I thought the opinion one was really good, but lesson learned in the sense of, I think when we do that tomorrow, because we'll do it tomorrow, when we do that and I ask for your feedback, if you can try and fit it into like one message. There was quite a few people that were like spreading it across other messages, and like when I was clicking on them, it's like man, there's 80 messages we've got to get through here, and I want to get through all of them to be fair to everyone. So like reading all this like, you know, twists and turns and storylines and all this kind of stuff. I think that's going to be difficult going forward, just judging by the feedback we got off the first one. So I think if we try and limit it to like just the one message, and I think as well, like, I need to make sure that I don't upload in 4K, because that thing was 30 gig file that was going to take 3 hours to upload. So a few lessons learnt from that, but I think it was good, and I think it's something we're definitely going to look to do again. We'll run it tomorrow. Well, after tomorrow, actually. We will do Raw. As soon as Raw ends, I'll put the tweet out saying, you know, what to feedback on. And then you can leave your comments. And then on Tuesday, I'll make the video and it'll go up. Days, are you going to do a Super Bowl stream? I've no thought. I have zero thought, bud. Brian said, people are thinking Tony Khan has secured stardom. That's why Rossi is heading to WWE. Look at Tony Khan's tweet. Look at Tony Khan's tweet. Has he just tweeted out? Has he? Oh, okay. Apparently they're making it clear they want Cody, but I haven't heard the clip here. Robert said the crowd tonight making it clear, hashtag we want Cody. Okay, I can't confirm that because I haven't heard it, so I'm going to like it. Watson said it said he has 3 faces. What if, and this is a stretch, could it be Mick Foley? He said he wanted to have one last death match. Maybe Foley Gacy death match. What's a thought, isn't it? I mean, I don't think it's going that way, but it's a thought. I'm sick of her games. I don't even know what that means. What's that mean? Can't Smith Jobs, what's this? Let's go. No. Can I? No. Can I just? No. That's the content we needed. That is the content. We will have more tomorrow, but this Stardom story is way bigger than just Rossi leaving. Oh, I retweeted that one. I tell you what I've done. I've retweeted that one. I'm retweeting this one as well. It's amazing. There we go. That's the content I want on my in my notifications, man. Let's have a look at this Tony Khan thing then. Tony Khan. Oh, I tell you, I wish I had a cat that did that. I probably wouldn't have this extra. Oh, what's this? Bye, Rossi. The big goodbye. What's this mean? That's a bit random, isn't it? Here we click on this. God only knows what we'll see. Bushiroad has announced that he's left. Julia, there she is. There she is. If you've never seen her before, social media love this girl. Keep seeing so there she is trending as well. So she is going to be a big star. Oh man, I don't want to get smashed with. I don't want to get smashed with, like, you know, these people. These New Japan people. Yeah, no. This has already struck me as not a good thing to do. I'm just trying to find one that doesn't have footage. Oh my god! Every post. There we go. Just so I can take it away. New Japan are a nightmare. They are an absolute nightmare. If you show any of their footage, they are on you, man. Sean Ross, I remember a few years ago, sent a message out saying that he had got a copyright strike for doing a watch-along. And he did what we do. He did a watch-along for Wrestle Kingdom, which was no sound, no pictures, sitting and talking, having conversations. Didn't do any stuff right out of the ordinary, and he got a copyright strike from New Japan. And I've had copyright strikes from New Japan as well in the past. They are a flipping nightmare, mate. So, yeah, if you click on Stardom, it's just a load of people sharing, like, Stardom footage, which it ain't going to get as far, is it? I've got to tell you, the fact that the Stardom guy has gone, and he's going to WWE, the fact that promo is to do with, like, three faces and whatever, and that's, like, a Japanese reference. I don't know if it said about it being a man or a guy. I'd have to rewatch it again. I'm probably leaning Julia now. Finally, Mello. Good lads. So, reaction there by Grayson Waller. Thea Hale asking who got their calendar. Sold out in 15 minutes, apparently, the calendar. Sold out in 15 minutes. Apparently, it did say he, apparently. It did say he in the thing. Haven't watched it. I would have Cody attack The Rock, causing him to miss WrestleMania, but Roman, and then having to overcome Rock at SummerSlam. Tony Khan has tweeted again. Oh my God. What's up with him? It better be we want Cody. It's a clear case of industrial espionage. Bro is popping bottles. What is going on right now? Cool. People are saying cocaine is one hell of a drug. Let them frauds know you are awful. So you wanted Julia, but the Fed made sure it wouldn't happen. Yeah, some of this feedback is wild. Hashtag Cody come home. There's a hashtag Cody come home. Keep cooking. Your tweets seem to always make me laugh when I'm having a bad day. AEW not being interested in Julia, it makes sense now. Is that because they've just gone and got Stardom instead? I mean, Stardom's not for sale, is it? It's owned by New Japan. They are saying it's a bigger story, though. So, I mean, they really are teasing something big is gonna drop. I mean, big if you care about Stardom. I mean, there's noise being made here by Tony. It feels like he's involved, doesn't it? It feels like he is involved. Tony is having a mental breakdown because he didn't get his way. Well, I've googled espionage because I know it to be like related to spies, but I don't know the dictionary definition. It is the practice of spying, typically by governments, to obtain political and military information. So he's put a message out saying industrial espionage. Now, industrial means on a big scale. So spying on a big scale is what... It's a clear case of industrial espionage. So that is a clear case of spying on a big scale. And the fact that he said, bye, Rossi, there's a bit of sass to this. So has Rossi been working for WWE as some sort of spy? I mean, I am really just putting some pieces together here, but has Rossi been maybe talking to talent on WWE's behalf in Japan? I mean, who have they managed to get from Japan, though? I mean, there's thoughts that they've managed to get Julia, but I don't know. It's a clear case of industrial espionage. Espionage being spying for political gain. And that does seem sassy, does it not? And even this is quite sassy. The big goodbye. There is something going on here with Tony, AEW, Rossi, WWE. Putting pieces together, my thoughts are, has Rossi been spying or doing some contract tampering or dissuading talent from going to AEW? But then I can't give you examples of who. Other than maybe Julia. Maybe Julia. Don't know. What you think? Or perhaps he's just off his face, yeah. Here's us going, let's put this piece here. And actually, he's just away with the fairies at the moment. Ava said, yikes. That's a bit like Summer Rae saying, gosh. Yikes. Vengeance Day. Yikes. Right, let's get a few final thoughts, and then I'm going to go away and start working on the Unseen video, which hopefully will be up in probably about an hour. I mean, I'm obviously going to have a lot to go through. Part of me is hoping TKO will see the reaction and change the mind. I'm sick to my stomach The Rock did this. He's power hungry. He only cares about himself. I don't know what to tell you, mate. Everyone knows my opinion on this, and I understand that there are people with the opposite opinion, okay? And I understand that... Well, I just understand. I feel like I understand the full picture. I feel like I understand where both sides are coming from. I understand the situation. I understand what's happened. And I understand that there are people that want the match with The Rock, and there's people that want the match with Cody. My feeling on it is what I've said all night, and that is that I think this was our opportunity as people that were on the Cody side and supported finishing the story and whatnot. I think this weekend was our opportunity to kind of make our voices and make our displeasure heard. And I think it dies down now, is what I think. I just don't know that day after day after day after day the fans are going to keep banging that drum. Some will. I think you will see signs in the crowd at Raw, and I think there will be some chants. But I think when there's like a Cody chant, I wouldn't be surprised if a Rock chant breaks up as well, because if our community is 60-40, and I've seen polls that are 80-20, well, even if you say it's 80-20, right? I've not seen a poll that's worse than... I've not seen a poll that's 90-10, right? But if it's 80-20, that would still mean that 1 in 5 people in the crowd at Raw wants the Rock Roman match. That's still going to be a sizable number of people, even if it is 80-20. That's still a sizable number that want like the Rock, so a Rock Roman. So you may get a Cody champ, but I wouldn't be surprised if a Rock champ broke up, started as well. So I don't have confidence that this is going to bring about change, and I don't have confidence that this is going to be a sustained campaign. I think WWE will go into full-blown damage control mode, and they will try and find any and every excuse they can. It feels like the unification thing is being dangled for to try and appease Cody fans, which, you know, I've gone at length of saying that's just, for me, ridiculous. And that's it. That's it. I think it's one of those where we will get to the point, and I actually don't think I'm too far away. We will get to the point where you get to acceptance and you just accept it. And I actually don't think I'm too far away from that, just because in my mind, I think this was the weekend to kick off about it and make noise about it. And as I'm sitting here right now, it's 4 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, you know. I'll be interested to see what happens at Raw, but I think this was the weekend to kick off about it. And then for me, I think that's going to be it now. I think we've just moved forward, and, you know, it is what it is. So we will have to wait and see. We'll see how the rest of the world reacts, but that's my take on it. Amin said, I want to see DIY against Finn and Damien for the tag belts at Elimination Chamber. Ray said, Ava was booed tonight. I was there live. There was chants for Cody that broke out twice when they showed the WrestleMania banner with The Rock, and he got booed horribly. Ray, was you there? Was you? Ray, shout out to you. Amazing title matches, the two, like the women's and the men's. The show overall, I think, has been relatively well received. Great moment to say you saw live the Carmelo trick turn, So hope you had a great time. But yeah, it was noted. I mean, there is some footage doing the rounds of apparently there was like chants for Cody and whatever, but I haven't had a chance to check them out yet. But I hope you had a great time, bud. I hope you had a great time. Now said, what are your thoughts on the vignette shown? Is it an Okada tease? I've only seen it once, so I've not had a chance to watch it again. I'll tell you what, I mean, I'll watch it now. It's not long. I think it's on my, here it is. It says, a man has 3 faces. Oh, let's turn the sound off. Man has 3 faces. 1 the world sees. I mean, the fact it's a man, 1 his family sees, and 1 his family sees. And the real one that no one sees, but reflects the evil he truly possesses. I think... Do you know, I just don't know. I just don't know. I was leaning Julia because I think she feels more realistic than Okada. And with the news tonight, Julia fits. But then that is talking about a man has 3 faces. But then if that is the saying in Japan, and it is a saying that's a masculine saying, would they change it to make it feminine if it's not a feminine saying? But then if it's not a feminine saying, why would you use it to advertise Julia? It's difficult, isn't it? It's tricky. I mean, Okada, Julia are the only 2 names I can give you. They're the only 2 names. And I keep flip-flopping as we find out more details. What do you think? What do you think? Who do you think it is? Let me know in the chat. Evil is coming, says Jim. Is his contract up? I don't know. What about Tamatonga? Or Tonga Loa? Could it be, isn't one of them free? Could it be one of them? I didn't think about them. Could it be one of them? What about Boa? Maybe he's being repackaged. Oh, that's a good shout. I think, is Boa Japanese or Chinese? That's a good shout. Boa, I think he might be. I think he's Chinese. He is Boa wrestler. I like the Boa shout. It's a good shout now. He's Chinese. So unless this is a Japanese and Chinese saying, I don't think they would go with that. Japanese. I think it's going to be someone that's Japanese. Why would Tony care about not getting Julia? It's not like he gives a shiz about women's wrestling. Watson, shout out to you dudes. Appreciate the support. Terry said, when do you think Brock will be back in the next match? Forget it. I mean, he may come back one day, but not whilst this case is going. And to be honest, it depends how this case goes. If Vince settles, in a lot of people's eyes, that is not going to be a satisfying conclusion. I think if Vince wants to clear his name, which is what he said he wanted to do, right? Not putting words in his mouth, that's what he said. Then I think he's going to have to go to court. He's going to have to prove that what is being alleged is not true. And if he can do that and he can clear his name, he may then, in the same process, clear Brock's. But it is very difficult to see it going that way. I think we have done a good job. I'd like to think we've done a good job of being level-headed, of not jumping to conclusions, of not, doing, anything reckless. I think we've done a decent job of just saying we're going to watch, we're going to observe, we're going to comment as these developments happen. And it hasn't disguised the fact, though, that I think it's not unfair to say it does not look good for Vince. I mean, that's, understatement of the year, isn't it? And things got even worse when John Laurinaitis came out and called himself a victim as well. So, he's come out and said he is also a victim. So, things got a lot worse at that point for Vince, because I thought them two would stand together, stick by each other, but that's not how things have gone down. And we know the feds have been investigating Vince, and there's no way Brock's coming back whilst this case is active. So forget it. You might never see him again in WWE. So forget it. You can't sit here and go, well, I think it'll be SummerSlam and I think it'll be Gunther, because I don't know when you see him. I'll throw it back. When does this case get concluded, and how does it get concluded? Without that piece of information, there's just no way of knowing. But who do you think is going to dethrone Ilja, says Maka. That's a really good question, because it could be Trick. If he gets into a feud with Carmelo, beats him at Stand and Deliver, I mean, they might want to stretch it out more than just one match. Trick definitely feels like a future NXT champion. It's just when he gets back to it after doing the Carmelo thing, will Ilja still be champion at the time? But I think he definitely feels like a future champion. So if it's not going to be Trick because Carmelo is going to be busy, I might look at Dijak. Dijak and Ilja cooked in a match they had last year. Dijak just picked up a victory tonight. He could really do with going on a run and getting cemented. I mean, he picked up a win. If he can build on that, maybe at Stand and Deliver, we do Trick Carmelo and we run Ilja Dijak back, which was an amazing match, but this time it's for the title. So I might look at Dijak as being the person that's emerging. I don't think it'd be like Axiom or Nathan Frazier or, I don't think it'd be anyone like that. There's plenty of guys around. I mean, it could be Duke Hudson, could be Andre Chase, but I don't think it would be. So I'm thinking Dijak. Brock has headed back to the farm. James said if they really have got Okada, then he would dethrone Ilja. That's a good shout. Maybe it's this mystery person. Velveteen Dream could be the man with three faces, says Mob. I can't see it, man. I can't see it. I don't know how people reacted to the interview he did with Chris Van Vliet, but from what I saw, people weren't really buying it. From what I saw, it didn't really land. So I don't know. I can't sit here and say that people are feeling more comfortable about the Velveteen Dream, Should Brandy wrestle in WWE? I don't mind Brandy wrestling. I don't like her as a singles wrestler. She's not a wrestler, right? She's done some matches, but her heart's clearly not in it. I mean, she's off doing cooking programs and, doing whatever. If she was really into it, she'd be on the indie scene right now, wouldn't she? Like, grinding away, having matches, working away, and whatever. So I don't think her dream is to be a wrestler. I think that she's giving it a dabble, and she'll step up when needed. But no, I mean, I'm not interested in seeing her coming in and being a wrestler. But if ever we find ourselves in a situation And you know what I'm going to say. Where Cody needs to do a mixed tag match. Say it's Scarlett and Carrion against Cody and he needs a partner. Then, you know, if he did turn to Brandy, I wouldn't be against that. But I'm not looking for her to come in and be like a permanent wrestler. You know, I think in the right storyline, we could look at it. It might be Okada, said Jordan. Days, the Wesley Dijak match was better than the Ilja match, says Edwards. Amin said, do you think Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne challenge Damian and Finn at Elimination Chamber? They've got to get past whoever wins, haven't they? So I think Judgment Day are heels. So whoever challenges them, I'm going to guess is a face team. Pete and Tyler are a face team. So it really depends who goes to the final. If tomorrow on Raw, Imperium win, then I'd be feeling pretty good about Pete and Tyler. But if tomorrow DIY win, and then that means we do DIY against Pete and Tyler, then I don't know that I'd feel as confident. So it's going to depend on tomorrow. Okada should debut at the next NXT pay-per-view, said Dro. A. Jobson said, in California, it's better to stay in the middle lanes because of pudding in the fast and slow lanes. Days, how do we fix the World Heavyweight title debacle? Everyone is down on the title and just keeps carrying a bad stigma. Just blow it up. I honestly, I think not putting it down. I mean, Roman putting that title down did not help at all, right? Even Seth saying, do you want the Hogan belt? I mean, he's saying that as if it's a diss. And I know to many people, Hogan is obviously blacklisted, right? He's been struck off, right? But I don't know. That didn't strike me as the right thing to say. Like, Hulk Hogan was one of the biggest stars in the 80s. Like, to say, do you want the Hogan belt? I mean, I suppose what he was saying is, do you want the politicking belt? But it's a bit too inside of baseball. Do you know what I mean? I think to a lot of fans, they remember the 80s and Hulkamania and the Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man and all of that kind of stuff. And I think you've really got to be into wrestling to know that Hogan was, you know, trying to pull strings behind the scenes to not drop that title. So I kind of think Seth going, do you want the Hogan belt? It's like, yeah what, Hulkamania, yeah. Of course you would want that belt. Of course, yeah. But he doesn't mean it that way. He means it in the way of, like, do you want the belt that, like, Hogan wouldn't allow anyone to beat him for? The belt where he was meant to drop it back to Brett and he refused to do it. Is that the belt that you want? And it's just a weird thing for Seth to say. And then what was worse was what Roman said about Seth's belt. You know, they kind of both threw insults at each other's titles, and I don't think that's the right way forward, to be honest, if we're trying to build up both belts. So, I don't know. It is a mess. It is a mess. It is... I like what Seth said about it being the workhorse belt, though. I wish we'd have just focused on that and not messed around with the trying to dismiss the other title. I think if he hadn't have made that comment about the other belt, it being the Hogan belt, whatever, if he hadn't made that comment and only focused on this is now the workhorse world championship, you know, this is the belt that Dusty would be proud to carry. If he'd have just stuck with that, that would have been a little better. And if Roman hadn't have, you know, pointed out that I've beat everyone that competes for that, that's the number 2 belt. Like, if he hadn't said that, that would have been better. Like, we are just kind of kicking the belts. Certainly the one Seth's got. Unnecessarily. So I think that, you know, there's little things you can change in the presentation. But I don't know that you need to get rid of it. I mean, it's building its own legacy. You know, it's one of those where it's in the early stages. You fast forward 5 years and, you know, it'll feel like it's got a bit of prestige because it will have amazing matches in its history and amazing champions in its history and amazing moments in its history. Now it's got very limited matches, limited moments, limited history, and so it's got limited appeal. But, you know, you can understand what Seth's saying about we're going to try and make this the workhorse belt. They're going to have to dial in on that if we're doing Cody Seth. They're going to have to dial in on this being, I said before, like, I can only imagine if I was booking it, I'd be looking at Cody saying something like, I was so focused on finishing the story, which we will still finish, that I forgot about the journey. And the journey is I need to be making my own moments, my own memories, and representing that workhorse world title, the title that is the world title of the brand that I am on. That is something which actually is really appealing to me. It's not going to wash, right? I can't answer, well, why did he point at Roman, right? Don't go throwing that at me, because I can't answer it. I don't have an answer for it. We're having to make the best of a bad situation. But I would probably go with that. I was trying to finish the story. I didn't focus on the journey. And that's a belt that I would love to be associated with. And bang that drum as hard as I can and see if it works. You know, see if I can get a tune out of that. But maybe, I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to get a promo, because he's been attacked by Shinsuke. He got misted. And now we're going to be doing some bull rope match out of nowhere, which means that he's going to be competing in a match. Does that mean he does a promo before the match? Because a promo would be appreciated. But you could also understand WWE being like, he can't promo. If he promos, God only knows what the crowd will start chanting. They might start chanting, die, Rocky, die, or something like this, you know? Let's just put him in a match where there's action and we can sort of distract. They can see Cody, but let's just, this week, see if we can just ride this storm a little bit. So, it could be a strategy on their behalf to focus the crowd on action rather than what's happened on SmackDown. Right, Dave's thoughts on cross AOP faction. I like the idea, but I can't help feel it's falling flat. It's still new in it. I think it's still finding its feet. We haven't got anywhere, but we haven't had time to really get anywhere either. So, yeah, it's not a faction that's like blowing my mind or anything at this stage, but it's too early. But to add something, have Dirty Dom steal it, said Angry Rabbit. Do you remember Yoshitatsu? I do remember Yoshitatsu. Do you think he's coming back? Big Time said thoughts. Oh, we read that one. I just got home from hospital. I was sick with food poisoning. Princess Lady, I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. I hope you're feeling better. What are your opinions on the past 2 weeks? What do you mean? What do you mean? The past 2 weeks, like what? Everything. The Rumble and Cody and Rock and everything. I mean, I've made my opinions known on the Cody Rock situation, so we definitely don't need to cover that. I mean, what I will say is, and I said it on Twitter as well, wrestling made noise this weekend. And we're on the road to a very important WrestleMania. So what I would say is wrestling right now is cooking. I mean, we've got, obviously, the Vince allegations as a horrific stain on wrestling, right? Wrestling being presented in its worst light. But actually, the products on TV and what we're getting on TV, and, you know, obviously, apart from the Rock Swerve, whatever. But even that, I mean, you know, we're building to Rock Roman. So, I mean, that's going to get lots of coverage. So, there's a lot to enjoy in wrestling at the moment. There's a lot happening. You know, on this channel, we've gone through periods where next to nothing is going on. You know, you watch the shows and I really, after like watching a Raw, I sit here and I'm like, I just don't know what to do a video on. I can't find anything on this week's show to really get my teeth into, you know? And so, like, you just feel a bit lost. Now, I don't know what not to do a video on. I mean, we could have easily dropped a video on the Stardom news as a separate piece. We could have done a separate video on Carmelo turning tonight. Could have done a separate video on the results of NXT Vengeance Day. We could have done a video on the latest on The Rock and, you know, the bits that have happened today. Like, I just feel like there's, like, so many videos that we can do. I think this is why the unseen videos are so vital, actually, because now, rather than doing lots of little ones, I just gather it all and just put it into that one video. You know, we're going to talk about Stardom. We're going to talk about whatever's playing out online. So I think there's a lot to talk about, a lot to get your teeth into. I think it's a wild time in wrestling. I think it's an exciting time in wrestling. And if nothing else, it's bringing out emotion. Good, bad, happy, sad, shock, surprise. The full range is on display. Sean has apparently tweeted, says James, thank you. Let's see what Sean said, and then we will run away. Want that? Where are you, Sean? Where are you? Whoop that trick. I've got that in my head. Whoop that trick. Tony has sent another message 3 minutes ago. The feds had an undercover agent in Dr. Shrek's office. This is pointing towards there being an undercover agent. The feds. Could that be WWE? You know? Had an undercover agent in. I'm telling you, man, that's how it looks to me. That someone was working for WWE over in Japan and has maybe caused some problems for Tony. And that person, I think, was Rossi, and I think he's gone. And we know that Brian Alvarez said there is bigger stuff here. Oh, I didn't even see this one as well from 8 minutes ago. AWG Joshi wrestler Ashi has passed away in a car crash. I'm not familiar with her. I don't know. Apologies. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but that's awful news. And then that Tony one there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know her name. I don't know her. Oh, God. So much to get through. Right. Just when we thought 2023 was a wild year, 2024 says, hold my beer. Right. Okay, here we go then. We are winding things up. Don't forget, you can go over to Wrestling Days Clips and make your voices heard about what you thought about this show. Thank you for joining us. Clocking in at 6 hours 20 odd here. Appreciate the support. I'm going to go away, start working on the unseen video, of course. Probably be up in about an hour or so. If you go to bed, it really doesn't matter. It's there for you in the morning. You know, there's whatever. You know it'll be there. You know it's going to drop. So I'll work on it. But I don't want to be under that, like, getting it done as quick as possible. I really do want them to be as rammed and as, you know, kind of thorough as possible. So, and as you can see, there's still news coming through, so I will start working on it. I'm looking at it being out like in an hour's time or so, but we'll see what other news comes out. But thanks a lot for watching, appreciate the support, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.